It takes a lot to get going here in the Godless Sewing channel. It takes a lot to get going here. Pick a phone, pick a phone. Now I gotta pick a camera. There we go. How's it going? I'm Godless Sewing. And you know what? To anyone watching this in the future, you're awesome. Thank you for watching this. How's it going? It's Monday night. Got my cowboy hat on. I should turn the volume up on my computer eventually. I see Kilroy. How are you doing, Kilroy? How's it going? How's it going? Make sure I got my mouse. I always forget my glasses. It is Monday night. I've made a ton of stuff. Hey, Butterfly. How's it going, Mark? How's it going? How's it going, everybody? I've made a ton of stuff. I'm Oh, did you see them already? Did I stand up? I should just stand up and show them off already. They're huge. They're huge. Oh, of course my microphone's in the way. I made them just a little bit bigger than my other spans, and these are baggy capris. I've made, but I added pockets. I know everybody was like, "Oh, don't add pockets," but the pattern is so spy versus spy that you can't even tell there's pockets on here. It's awesome. I'm working on a video right now. I'm attempting to finish it, but it's summer, so I'm moving like molasses. Hey, Waternay, how's it going? How's it going? Oh, do you know it's been a Monday? I have a ton of pictures that I want to show. Um, I'm gonna be alone for a minute or two. If anyone wants to hop in, let me know. Um, I should read my disclaimer early. How's everybody doing? I've been sewing my face off, and I have a real question. What color is my jacket? I think it's red. It's next to a red hat. Maybe I'm colorblind. Maybe I'm completely colorblind, or I've just lost it and I'm the last one to know. But what color is that coat? I think it's red. And to further confuse the issue even more, I lined it with red. So let me know what color you think it is. Because yesterday in Phoenix's channel, we had quite a debate about it. And there's a few people that let me know that maybe I am colorblind. And there is a red Clippers hat, Los Angeles Clippers hat on top of it for comparison. You could call it tomato red. That's a red with some orange in it. When I saw it, it just screamed red to me. Because I've said this a million times, I do not wear red because I watched too many Snoop Dogg videos as a child. And one day it dawned on me, I'm not from there. Red orange, that's why it looks like from the computer screen. You know, and I also have like crazy lighting in here. I have old drop lights. I have lights that are meant for cars. I have old studio lights. I have lights that are just meant for this room in general. It looks like it's right between it doesn't match the red. Exactly. You know, ever since yesterday, I've been sitting here. I'm like, maybe I am completely colorblind. Maybe I am. I'm willing to take some L's and admit that I'm blind. That's true. The compressor is cherry red. That thing is like bright red. The hat is the Los Angeles Clippers. Well, one of their many colors is red. They've changed their uniform so many times over the years. It's hard to keep up. I completely forgot what I was gonna look up, but I finally conquered side pockets, and I actually feel accomplished because I was copying my spy versus spy coat that I have, and as someone who sews, there's certain things that I was scared of at first, and pockets is one of them. And just after consistently doing it, and this one, I literally just I cut my initial shape, I sat it down, and I was like, let's just think about it. So I was able to add pockets, and it's I'm always down to challenge myself, always. And I have fallen in love with spans. Can we say that I'm in my spans era? Am I in my spans era? Because I wear them all the time, and my mom asked me to make a black pair for her. So I'm officially in my spans era. Oh, that old machine I have, I got it running, and I was wrong. It isn't a Singer or a Singer table. It's a Davis Honeymoon from 1905. Wow. Has an aftermarket electric motor on it. Oh, that's awesome. I love I wonder how rare that is. When Alibaba shows up and graces us with their presence, I'm sure they'll know. In your defense, they are warm reds with yellow and cool reds with blue. Interesting. I didn't realize color scheme really until I started sewing with certain types of thread, and the selection was out of control. There were so many, it was unreal. Oh, that's interesting. One of my ancient computers just kind of pooped out on me. That's weird. I have a wide array of computers in this room, and this Samsung, I shouldn't, this thing is from, I believe, 2012, 2013, and it still works better than most machines. It didn't take much oil as I thought it would need either. I still added oil until it dripped down to the bottom. Heck yeah, that's what I do. But without all ports, though, it needed oil bad. I do that. I take no prisoners when it comes to oiling a machine at all. I do not play around when it comes to that. Do you know, Water Day, ever since the first time you said, you'd put the song, I feel like somebody's watching me, because that's the era that I listen to that I'm stuck in right now. So whenever I'm alone now, I have that song in my head. I think that is the main problem with a lot of antique machines. They just need oil and a new belt. That it amazes me when I go to buy a new machine, like when I go to buy an old machine, the only thing it needed was oil, or thread got caught up in the machine and the person flat out didn't know what they were doing. I've scored some really, really decent, so like my baby lock. All it needed was a little bit of help with the timing. It's like a brand new machine. Oh. Oh man, Monday night. So lately, oil and using a huge pair of channel locks. I have channel locks, my clutch driver. I feel like with enough force, you could open up anything. I love saying that. It was completely seized. That's code for like, I got it going. I love that. It's such an accomplishment, Gilroy. I love that feeling. As somebody who obsessively rescues sewing machines, I absolutely love that feeling. Didn't mean to creep you out. It's better. I listen to a lot of like really dark black metal, so it's better to have that in my head than like a Slayer video or like. That's awesome, Kilroy. That's absolutely awesome. Heck yeah. I'm gonna add some pictures in this group that I'm on in Twitter so I could click on it. But lately, oh skits, that was a hilarious meme. But lately, so I've been stalking this sewing machine at a thrift store. It's the one I talked about last week. First, they wanted $500 for it, which is outrageous. And I showed the picture last week. I'm going to show another one this week. And then it went down to like 2 something. And then last week, oh whoops, wrong button. Last week, or it might have been this week, I went and they dropped the price again. But honestly, I can't justify another piece of furniture, another piece of broken furniture. I've learned my lesson, like with the blind stitcher, I'm taking my time. I'm absolutely taking my time with the blind stitcher because I want to completely restore that thing back to its original, to how it looked originally. And because of Alibaba, I now know how common that thing is. All right. We'll go to that one first. All right. So, oh, wow. Let me go to. I am boomer when it comes to this technology sometimes. And I should know by now. All right. So, first off, I wanted this bag so bad. I wanted this so bad, but they wanted $100 for something that I would probably pay $15-$20 for. And you could like, well, if you lean in, you can clearly see that it says 99 right here. And that's crazy. And the machine, the antique singer that I've been stalking, they finally dropped the price on it. But $100 is still, even in California, where we pay exorbitant amounts for everything, $100 is too much for this machine, and I will show you why. It's missing pieces. It's just broken. It is just broken. Kilroy, I see your comment. This store smells like menthols, vanilla, and shame. This entire store. Let's see. I think I have. My Twitter is awful, so I have to be careful because my Twitter has. Oh, I only added those pictures. My Twitter. There's some really awful videos on my Twitter. My Singer Genie, still to this day, every time I turn that thing on, it smells like cigarettes. Everything. Every single time. Later tonight, I'm putting some little ball bearing casters on a board so I can easily move a machine around and clean it. I'm gonna put some cork on a piece of wood and lean into it. That's awesome. That machine is too expensive. Absolutely. In every way, this store has lost their mind, and it's because of me. It's because of me. Do you know, even when I said this yesterday on Phoenix's stream, I looked back at my old Ventura videos. Like I would walk into this one thrift store and I would look at their sewing machine section because they actually had one of just, whoever donated a sewing machine. Over time, I purchased every single one of those machines. Eventually, someone starts looking at the numbers and they're like, oh, somebody's, people are buying these sewing machines and they start pricing them higher. not realizing that I'm the only person buying these. I am the only person. So they're oh, is my internet bad? So I'm they're driving the price up on me, you know. You killed the goose that laid the golden egg. So true. It's so true. That's the only downside of thrifting, and I'm pretty known around Los Angeles and Ventura now. Like I am pretty internationally known around there. It's really sad. But this place, they put the price so high that every week I come back and I'm like, are you guys just waiting for me to crack or something? Like what? But like I said the other day, like I used a couple years ago, I was like itching to make videos, and now I'm like, I have so much fabric. I have sewing machines that I forgot about. Like, I'll be okay. I will be okay. So true, Kilroy. So true. Red to fight back by not buying them until they. No, it's real. No, it's real. Need to fight. Yes, I do. I hold out. No. I hold out. I'm like, I'm not playing, because what happens is I feel like they're ripping me off. They're literally ripping me off, you know. And the sad thing is, I know the value of sewing machines, even though I love putting them back together. I will never be burnt. I got burnt one time where I paid a lot of money. And do you know what? Even with this table right here, I thought I got burnt, but it was actually a rare antique standard from Cleveland, Ohio. Isaac Merritt Singer got mad at the company one year and he broke off. And he made these sewing machines in a Singer factory and called them standard, but they were eventually Singer took it over because he got back with the company. Well, that time. I do end up driving the price though. And I know they have sewing machines when I walk in and they're like, oh, we missed you. And I'm like, uh-oh. Uh-oh. This is also the same place that I walked in a week ago and spent like, it's crazy. But thrifting in general, to my thrifting people out there, what's your limit on thrifting? Because I'll walk out of the house with a certain amount of money and I'm like, okay, I will not go beyond the cash in my pocket. Do you guys have a limit when you go to a thrift store? Because sometimes I go crazy. Like at the fabric store, I have to tell myself, like, just because you can swipe a card doesn't mean you need every fabric that there is. But this Davis is kind of cool. It's got a clutch, literally a fancy curled knob, and on the sides it's so you can use the bobbin winder with the, oh my gosh, with the treadle without running the rest of the machine. That's awesome. That's awesome. And yes, the bobbin winder literally screws on the side. Oh, that's awesome. If Alibaba shows up tonight, you have to bring that up again. I go out of my way to collect odd sewing machines, but I live in the land of Singer. Like LA loved Singer. Everywhere I go, I see a Singer sewing machine. Ugh, excuse me. It's the strangest thing. I still want to purchase an independent bobbin winder. I haven't got that board on Amazon yet, but I keep on seeing them and I don't know. I really want to get one of those. But let me know, do you guys have limits when you go thrift shopping or like fabric shopping? I have to check myself. I have to really, especially on sale day, because I'm like, well, at Hobby Lobby every other week the entire store is on sale. So I go there and I end up spending the same amount, even though I'll get double the fabric, but I end up spending the same amount if I'd walked in there if it wasn't a sale day. It's one of those one of those crazy things. Maybe it's because LA didn't really develop a city until Singer stopped stomped out the rest of the competition. That's so true. That is so true. But we get every like weird bootleg illegal thing here, like everything from China, any kind of like firework you could think of. Like LA is a weird city. It's a weird city. So I always thought like we'd have more rare sewing machines here. But it's always when I leave town is when I see like super rare sewing machines. I don't like changing the bobbins in the middle of my sewing, but I love winding bobbins. I saw a tip before a big project. You should wind a couple of bobbins. Do you know, I just recently started doing that. I just recently, because the older I get, the more I lose my patience with things. So I just recently started doing that. Stop and rethread in the middle. Autocorrect is evil, and I read it as rethread because I do not have my glasses on at all. I've been sewing in summer. My son's out of school, so I don't have to be a junior high teacher. Next year, I'm going to be a high school teacher. Oh, man. Oh, man, that signal is terrible tonight. Maybe it's because everyone's home for summer. Oh, there we go. It's slowly coming back. Oh, man, my signal is absolutely terrible. It's because everyone's home for summer. So all the little grommets are on every device you could possibly think of. It's so expensive going back and forth. I'll walk around the store and think about it. If I can make a confident decision in about 45 minutes or so, I'll leave it for another day. I do the exact same thing. I bet people think I'm a crazy person. I'll like walk up to something and I'm like, but I've learned to grab it and walk around with it. And I'm man enough to put something right back on the rack if I don't want to buy it. I completely forgot about my story that I was saying because I had to sit and wait. Um, StreamYard is really good at letting you know that your signal is just crud. My signal is terrible tonight. How do I sound now? It's gonna fade in and out. If you hear me just stop talking, it's because my internet is terrible. Do I sound any better? I saw that 1977 fuzzy. You know what's so funny? I don't even think my kid thinks I'm from outer space sometimes because I tell him I'm like, brother, like my parents gave me a black and white television, and that television only had 13 channels on it. And he looks at me like, that's not real. What is this sorcery that you speak of? That was definitely 1970s. I saw it. Do you know what? I feel like the more I complain to Spectrum, they make my signal worse. And I've learned to not be a Karen because I realize that if it's bad here, it's bad for everybody else because I have boosters. I have 2 boosters just in this room. It's not me, it's them. And the sad thing is that they'll tell me like, "Oh, you should buy a booster." I'm like, "I already did that. I went to Best Buy. You guys are out of your brains." Oh, thank you. Thank you. Kids don't believe how we lived. And like, especially because my mother is so sweet to my son. And I tell him, like, bro, the stuff she did, she'd be in jail by today's standards. It was a much different time back then. I don't know, but how do you sometimes I waffle back and forth. Was society better when people put hands on their kids? When I tell kids that my TV as a kid was a hand-me-down from an ancient store called Sears, I could literally only play video games with it, and the controllers were on cords, they think I finally Oh, that reminds me of the story I told yesterday. Um, so I was in my local Goodwill, minding my own business, and I'm sure everyone here already heard the story, but, um I'm always looking for sewing books because I obsessively collect things, and let's be real, sewing books are right up my alley. So I turned the corner and there was too many people, and I had a mask on, and these kids looked at me like I was crazy with my cowboy hat on and my mask. So I turned around because the coats are literally behind right where literally where the books are. And I heard this young man say to another young man, could you believe that they actually had disk drives in computers? And I didn't turn around, but I went, oh, I'm old. Like I did the friend. I was like almost about to call Elizabeth and be like, Elizabeth, I'm coming, Elizabeth. These young mother truckers. And I was like, I had a moment of like, I'm old. I'm old. I I got mad when they didn't have disk drives in computers. Are you kidding me? I I thought I lived in the future when we were burning stuff off a Napster. Did you tell them how excited we were about Pong? Pong. You know what's really funny? Before my Nintendo, I inherited a ColecoVision and an Atari from my brothers. So I was obsessed with Pong. Obsessed. And I had the first Tetris that was this thick. I could hear the doom, 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 doom. I was obsessed with Tetris. I was obsessed. Oh, I used to go crazy in the coconut when I saw a pinball machine. I was addicted. Pinball. I was too. I loved pinball. Oh, you're taking me back, Hilroy. I absolutely love. I think the trouble is some parents didn't stop with a couple swats on the butt. So laying hands on kids can mean a lot of things. Also, abuse doesn't have to be physical. I agree. See, but that's the problem. Bell hooks predicted the future. And for anyone who wasn't a freshman in college, Bell Hooks is an African American feminist who wrote a gajillion books. But she kind of said that like there's a certain generation of children that are going to grow up commiserating about the things that happen to them, and they're going to normalize abuse, or they're going to stop the abuse and society is going to go down for it. She literally predicted the future. I have quite a few Bell Hooks books just in this room. But I always ask that question because I love playing devil's advocate. Where is that line in the middle though? Like where is that line? Because when I was a kid, we didn't want like I was a delinquent, but we still gave respect to adults. We absolutely gave respect to adults. And matter of fact, if we got loud or we were like acting stupid, we would literally stop talking until the adults walked away. Because that's how it was. But I agree with what you're saying, Waternay. Like, and what's the line on abuse? What's that line? You know, I think that's why stopping it completely was the only answer. But it's something I ask all the time because in my neighborhood, I live in the burbs, and there are kids taking off Cadillac converters so they can feed their habits. And I feel like they're just unwise. And I'm talking about minors. I'm not talking about adults. I'm talking about minors, you know? So there has to be a compromise somewhere, you know? This is why I make sure I know where my child is and I sit in this room and sew and watch Star Trek and mind my own business. But I'm also one of those people like I don't want to come off as judgy because I'm not. Like I really don't judge anyone. It's just intriguing to me how I'm old enough to be like, "Oh, I remember when society was a little bit different." I thought I was the only person with that thought. I see youngins online and I'm like, bro, you got to stop crying, fix your shit, put down the weed and get on with your life. There's an old Outcast song. Well, it's CeeLo before he was famous. It's called Get Up, Get Out and Get Something. I love that song. Good parenting and boundaries are needed. A lot of parents don't know how to establish boundaries. I think that's what it is too. People are shocked when I come into certain situations and I establish boundaries. I'm like, no, you can't speak to me in this way. No, you can't talk about this group of people in this way because you will be met head on. You know, it's really strange. It's the strangest thing. I don't know. And maybe I had to put Twitter down. I had to put my Twitter down because Twitter is one of the reasons that I'm homeschooling my child because society has lost its brains. People have they've I don't know. And you know what the funny thing is? I'm not even talking about anywhere far away. I'm talking about in my own area. I see videos of people and they have like kids have lost their brains, you know? It's a really good song. It's by the Goody Mob. It's called Get Up, Get Out and Get Something. Or it might be I think it's on the original Outcast because CeeLo was a part of the original Outcast album and all of that. So he's on a couple of songs. And I laughed how famous CeeLo got. I laughed so hard because he was a really dirty rapper. So I love it when people like that get famous. I think too, we're so concerned about protecting kids today that they don't learn how to protect themselves. I say this all the time. Back in the day, we were feral kids. We were feral. We would get on our bikes and disappear until the sun went down. And literally come back for lunch and then leave again, you know. But again, it was a different time. Do you know in 1939 the population of the earth was 2 billion people. We're almost pushing 8 now. When I was a child, I felt like there was nobody on my earth. I stupidly moved back to the same town. This place is the meaning of gentrification, the meaning of like so many people have moved here. It's unreal. It's absolutely unreal. I think too, we're so okay. I read that one. I also don't think a lot of kids today have have been forced to go out enough so they develop a loneliness and social problems. Yes. I actually do this with my son. Like he has to like every day. That's part of my evil plan of walking every day while I can still smoke because every day we have to get up and get out and walk and do something every day because it's important. I'm trying to think. There was a couple of sewing machines that I've brought back to life lately, but I'm kind of like at a loss to which one I should show off. I agree with you, Mark. And see, that's what I'm saying. Like, I live on a different planet than like, and the reason I say 1939 because people that someone I know was born in 1939, so I use that as a marker. So in 1939, there was 2 billion people on the planet. Here it is, 2023, and how many people live on this earth? Kevad, body dot. That's crazy. Oh, we finally passed 8. Ugh. Do you know what's really funny? I watch a lot of Stargate, and it makes me laugh because they'll say dated things. There's like they'll say, "How many people live on your planet?" They're like, "Oh, 6 billion." Oh, we're almost up to 6. And that was when I say a couple of years ago, I mean like 15, 20 years ago. But if you think about it, that's insane. That's insane. Do you think the number of people that we have on this planet is unsustainable, or are we too greedy to help each other? Are we too greedy as a species to help each other, or um, are there too many people on the planet? Because I'm the kind of person where I can move out to the woods and I could be fine. You know, like for as much as I cry about living in the city, I can move outside of the city and be around no one at all. You know, so it's one of those funny things. Population is one of those funny things. I've been to a place like Mexico City where their numbers are high and it didn't feel like it. Nigeria, Alexa, how many people live in Nigeria?
In 2023, The population of Nigeria is 224 million people.
224 million people. America has 300 million. Wow. Wow. I think we need to manage resources better. I think most of us are fine. It's the 2 to 4% of assholes that make things shitty for the rest of us. I agree. I'm not necessarily one of those like, but do you think as human beings we're I said this last night that as human beings we're more susceptible to violence, and the more we try to suppress it, the more we hurt each other? I don't know. We need to manage resources better and work together better. I agree, but greed is one of those weird things that stops that, corporate greed, whatever you want to call it, just greed in general is one of those funny things that stops that, where people are like, oh, well, my interests are over here, or my interests are over here. It's happening in America right now, where people don't realize that everyone's broke, but people are too busy fighting each other over pointless issues. Agreed, Kilroy. It takes a lot of people working together. Only a couple of bad ones mess it up for all. I agree. There are certain weird laws, even in my town. They were to stop a few people from doing things because they kept on doing it over and over and getting arrested for it. I agree. But do you think that the human race could ever come together and work together? I don't. You know what? The other night, I went on the Trusty Ape podcast and exposed myself for how cynical I am. Maybe I'm a cynical human being. Like, because here on my channel, we have people of all different types of views, and everyone's invited. I invite people with different views. Because maybe I'm wrong about certain things. But I am an extremely cynical people, and I don't know if the human race could come together enough to help each other. And I'm not saying that we should ever use the internet as a guide or an example, but if you look at Twitter is where people hide behind a mask, a veneer, and then they say the most awful, the worst thing, post the worst videos on earth, all because they have a fake name. And a lot of them can't be tracked, Oh, now I just have Egyptian lover stuck in my head. Do you know what's so sad? The other day on the radio, they were having oldies night and they were playing all the music from the 80s. And I'm like, this is not old. This is not old at all. It is interesting, for example, to contrast Star Trek with The Expanse. But a lot of people say that Star Trek is communist. Do you think that Star Trek's kind of communist? Because as someone who obsessively watches Star Trek, like, we see it from the view of the conquerors, of the heroes, of the people who have the technology, of the people who have everything. What if they were the Romans? And they were the ones going around trashing everybody and everything. Perspective is one of those extremely funny things. I agree with you. I loved The Expanse. I absolutely loved The Expanse. That's probably what would happen, though, because as human beings, we fight each other. Like, okay, you live on Mars, you live over here. Babylon 5 was like that. Everyone moved to Mars, and then they separated themselves. They're like, okay, we're here. We want separate laws. We want this. We're no longer a part of you. And then a generation was born who wasn't from Earth. I think that the laws kind of have caught up, yet I think the laws kind of haven't caught up yet. It's illegal everywhere to harass somebody on the phone, but it's not illegal to harass somebody on Twitter. And where I live, you have your rights to scream the most awful things on earth at somebody. So you have the right to say whatever you want. And it gets challenged around here a lot. But I agree with you. But where's that line? Because I feel like the world's become kind of soft, says the guy who sews. Says the guy who's obsessed with patterns and going. I'm literally in the fabric section, like rubbing my face up against fabric, and I'm like, oh, I love the feel of this. But like, I think we've become too soft as a society, you know. But but I'm totally against harassing people. So where, you know, again, I love saying, where is that line? You know, where is that line of like, um, it is pretty communist. It's how people think communism is going to turn out. But yeah, yeah. I don't know where that line is. I've pretty much stepped back from Twitter. I post on there because I've amassed 3,000 something followers. I appreciate every single person. But I've kind of given up on it because it's become a dump where people go on there to hurt each other. And you know what? The funny thing about the internet, the one thing I always trip out when people they try to come at me or they try to get crazy with me. They don't like something I did or the way I talk or I said something offensive. The internet is humongous. The internet is the expanse. The internet is so big. There is room for all of it, all of us, you know. In my years of reading sci-fi, I've concluded that the futuristic sci-fi like Star Trek is not really productive to call it something from present. Otherwise, you miss the little details in it. I agree. I agree. I am a staunch realist though, so I'll take something like Star Trek and then put it up against society today, and I'm like, no one would be able to hang. I would though. I would. We're back to where's my starship? I'm of that age where that was the greatest line of all time when Captain Kirk looks at that entity and says, "You're God. Shouldn't you know that?" Greatest line. I'm sorry. I'm a Trekkie. I'm an old Trekkie. I I I'm this close to getting a "Go Climb a Rock" T-shirt that Kirk was wearing in the fifth movie. I literally have Star Trek going on a loop right now on a VCR. I'm a sad Trekkie. Because I look at how we treat each other on social media, and without that's how people would treat each other in real life if there weren't laws, if there weren't like, hey, you can't do this, you can't do that. So it makes me lose my faith in humanity sometimes. I don't know. What do I know? I'm literally some shrub who sits in his house and so. Which reminds me, Alexa, what's the temperature right now?
Right now, it's 62 degrees Fahrenheit.
I have not seen the sun in over 7 days. I should be like 3 shades darker. For you could literally go back to a year ago in any of my videos and see what I was wearing. I'm like full cut off sleeves, wearing only one layer. It's winter again here. It is completely winter again here in California. It is the strangest thing. So we've covered society falling. It's winter again in California. I was gonna wear I was gonna wear my white dinner coat, and from the time I wore it in my last video up until now, I have gained enough weight where it does not fit. That's really sad. Just in the time from my video up until now, it doesn't fit. I'm already eating like it's October and November, I guess. It's fortunate that we need laws to keep people from being insufferable jerks. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. It just it scares me. It's no secret that I'm an atheist. I legitimately am scared when I hear a human being say, "Oh, I only don't do this because it's a law." Like, wait a minute. If it wasn't a law, you'd be hurting people. Those people, I think they're sociopaths. Those people scare me. And a lot of them hide behind labels. I'm not saying it's a church. I'm not saying it's a denomination or any specific religion, but like it scares me when people say, "Oh, this clashes with my religion." But that happens a lot in the UK with Sharia law. Like someone will be in England and they'll say, "Well, in this country, you'd get hands put on you, and they're like, oh. So you would basically, if no one was watching, you would do it to somebody. It's really sad. I don't necessarily think that's how people would be without laws. These platforms are literally designed to elicit anger and outrage to keep people from arguing all the time. It's true. It invokes emotion out of me. That's why I've taken a break. I'm like, nope. I will put you down. Or just some bloat. I don't know. I am in this weird sugar obsession right now, so it might be, but I've gained, like, you can clearly see in the video that I'm closing the coat. And I went to put it on today and I'm like, oh, it's hanging right there. I'm gonna put it on. I was like, you gotta be kidding me. That Sharia law situation in the UK scares the hell out of me. Me too. Because those people, they're, and it's not those people, it's the people that I see on television because I obsessively watch British television. They say, if we had different laws here, I would put hands on you. And that's not okay, because the only reason they're not doing it is because they have different laws. I talk about this all the time. I was a wannabe NOI. I wore the suit, put the hat on, sat in front row and everything. Certain religions talk about all the time that if the laws were different, they would be acting different. And it should scare people, because there's certain people that are just talk, but it takes, like we said earlier, it just takes one sociopath, one crazy person. They do. I think that, and I think because I know that, that's one of the reasons where I'm like, I'm done with you. And I'm not done with social media. I obsessively watch YouTube, and a lot of it, like people say to me, a lot of it is what you choose to see, what you click on, and then they keep feeding it to you. But like, it gets overbearing sometimes. Or because I know she's not watching, there's someone that I've known my entire life on Facebook. I'm looking right at my computer. She's been in like 50 or 60 relationships to the point where people are like, bruh, stop posting your boyfriends on Twitter. No, I'm sorry, on Facebook. Like, stop, because we're all invested. Because we're all up in each other's business, This whole parasocial relationship thing is the strangest thing on earth. It is the strangest thing. That's why I like to talk about sewing. But they do, because my Twitter mainly was sewists and people like that. But after Elon Musk took over, it all disappeared. And honestly, I don't know why. Maybe they changed the algorithm. Maybe they changed what's going on. Like, I have no idea. My computer lags behind. I'm just waiting to see what Mark. In Australia, the Muslims wanted Sharia law, and our government said, if you want Sharia law, the airport is that way. Oh, I've read many stories about that in Australia. I actually watched a couple scary videos. Hi, butterfly. I'm just talking about the scary videos that I see on Twitter, that, like, because when I sew, I'll put something on, or I'll like stupidly go on Twitter or something, and they just have the most depressing, weird stuff on there. And it makes me sad. Like, why are they intentionally trying to make me angry, or intentionally, like, I would rather them sell me fabric and try to sell me sewing machines. I wish Alibaba was here, because I was talking about the Sailrite sewing machines yesterday, and those things they're expensive, and apparently they're useless. They it scares me how people want to implement certain things, and when you're from a Western country and you have certain freedoms, it's scary when people want to take them away from you. So I try to, like, hey, Trusty Ape. Hey, if you want to hop in, let me know. I'll throw a link in the chat if you want to hop in. I do. I like that idea, butterfly. I found these weird wine moms. I found these really weird wine moms that I've been watching. And like I thought they were from California. They're from Oklahoma. It made me laugh. It made me laugh. Awesome, awesome. Let me know and I'll throw the link in the chat. But so what I'm trying to say is I look for positive things while I'm sewing, you know, and like that's why I obsessively watch Penelope Keith, because when you watch her sitcoms, like it'll just go from one to another to another. And I like that because it's something that makes me laugh. And I'm not saying it's mindless. I watch a lot of philosophy stuff, but I end up paying attention to that more than my sewing. But I feel like Twitter is just, and I do watch quite a few videos on Twitter. I do. Because like I said, I'm subscribed to a lot of San Francisco people too, and I don't speak Japanese. So I have to watch the video. Because my Japanese is terrible. We, as a society, need to address why so many moms need to self-medicate with copious amounts of wine. As somebody who grew up with hardcore drinking parents, I agree with you. Alcoholism is an accepted vice in our country, though. And anyone who's ever been to the UK, like in America, we're lit. We're lit. But we drink when the sun goes down. In the UK, they day drink. They day drink for real. Like not like, no, they have a drink with lunch. You would get fired if you consistently did that. In America, if someone I work with came back and I smelled beer in their breath, I'd be like, bro, have you lost your brains? Like, what's wrong with you? Like, save it for the weekends. It is sad. It is sad. I try not to judge because I quit drinking almost 11, 12 years ago, and it wasn't easy. But I you know, I smoke pot and justify it because it's legal. Like, if you like philosophy stuff, you should look up a guy called Mike Serge. I'm gonna say Serge because I know I'm like he's basically a philosophy wizard, and he puts decades of his lectures. Oh, I like that. I like that. I like that. Okay, I see the spelling. Because that's what happens. Like I'm subscribed to Gresham College in the UK because they have just every lecture. Anyone who goes to their hall, they put it up on the tubes. So I'm like, awesome. And Stanford as well. Stanford has quite a few lectures online. I've been subscribed to Stanford since the beginning of because I look at my certain subscriptions I have. I was like, wow, I've been subscribed to these people for 5 years. But I'm trying to back away from all the hatred and all the debate me bro kind of stuff. I don't think I'm better than anybody else. I'm like everybody else. I'm just here trying to trying to make it like everybody else. I'm a hoarder, so I'm obviously compensating. We're famous for yes, you are. Yes, you are. I apologize. I humbly apologize. I forgot Australia is no joke as well. And if you're ever bored, type in Australians in Bali. Is it Bali? What's the island that Australia has basically turned into Tijuana? Like it's their version of Tijuana. We were ultra hardcore drinkers at the state at the start of our history. At George Washington's inauguration party, they literally had bathtubs of whiskey. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. Now I have rye whiskey stuck in my head. I couldn't handle drinking anymore. I started drinking moonshine, and it literally ruined my life. And I'm lucky I didn't break a hip, an ankle, or smash my face. Like I saw a video about that, Kilroy. It was alarming. Which, so now I have questions. Like, did George Washington have like a Roman party? Because when people get into that Mason stuff and all that stuff, like, man, that's the stuff was so long ago. You could say anything about him. You can honestly say anything about these people, and like, there's no way to disprove it. But my whole point is like that whole bathtubs of whiskey thing, was that like a Roman thing where they were just partying and partying and partying? Because that's hilarious. When I started waking up with mysterious bruises, that's when I knew I had to cut back big time. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah. Moonshine, like in a weird way, it helped me, but in another weird way, it showed me, it exposed me. When I started drinking moonshine, it really exposed me. But I was depressed. I was sad, and I overcompensated with something, and it kicked back. Like white lightning is no joke. And then I started drinking the legal moonshine, the Platte Valley. That stuff is just as deadly. It's just as deadly. It's just legal. Is the only difference. But no legal medical. I forgot the disclaimer today because I'm here by myself wolfing. I completely forgot my disclaimer, but here at the Godless Knowing channel, no legal medical advice. The views on this channel do not express every human being on the face of planet Earth. If I offend you, I apologize. Take a day off. I had a big drinking problem, and I had to man up and just like I had to stop drinking. It was talking about the records of purchase and other sources with common drink allowances purchases records. Hey, Skit! Hop in, hop in. Bali is where a lot of Aussies go. I'll never go there. We have better places to see here, and the booze here doesn't have. Oh, I see crazy stories about Bali because, as everyone probably knows, I came this close to moving to Australia. Like even this week, I got a letter. They're still asking me to move to Australia. I registered to move there and everything because I'm crazy. And so I started watching videos about Bali and all. Bali is Australia's version of Tijuana, at least how it was in my day. I think you're forgetting of that. We had a massive rebellion because the government wanted to tax whiskey. This country was literally founded partially on. I'm not against drinking. I am not here to harp on anyone's habits ever, ever. But I always say a born again anything is dangerous. When I did quit drinking, all of a sudden I was like, drunks are annoying. I was the most annoying drunk on planet Earth. Said records twice, but we have historical records of purchases, comments, and social. I do that all the time. Still to this day, I'll type something in the chat and I'm like, everyone's going to judge me because I missed like 2 words. They're in a very huge chat with these semi-famous YouTubers that like I absolutely love. I said something and they're like, Godless Sewing, are you off your pills? And I'm like, no. Oh man, people came to check on me. I screamed no so loud. Autocorrect is evil. That was my one chance. And I now I sound like a 5th grader to these guys. Autocorrect is evil. It is absolutely evil. Yay. You and Mark can meet up. It's on my bucket list. I'm gonna go. I have a passport. But like everyone goes to Eastern Australia, right? I was gonna move to Western Australia. I have no reason to go there now, so I'll probably end up going to Sydney, But I would totally love to go where Mark lives. I would totally love to go there. Yeah, Australia is still begging me to live. But I don't think I have so much stuff and so much stuff to plug in. Like even when I used to have the conversations, hopefully we'll be home. Oh, no worries. Don't forget to tip your waitress. I'll be here for a while. It's Monday. I'm just warming up. And I have my Spants on, so I came to fight and party at the same time. I love my white cowboy hat. This hits better on camera. I wear my ratty black one everywhere. It's my work hat. It's my life hat. I wear it everywhere. I was in a car accident. The brim from my cowboy hat saved my life. And I was wearing a seatbelt, but my head jerked forward. And like, I'll never forget, I put my hat on and oh man, it's the one with the giant Bud Dry patch on it. That hat saved my life. So I will forever wear big, goofy hats. Not only do they save you from the sun, but they'll save you from whiplash in a massive car accident. That's why I like this chat. Slow paced and yes, yes. I think that's another thing. I totally identify with these people, but like we're all just strangers on the internet. So I'm like, yeah, this and this. But like it's different because on this chat, we've all been around for a while, you know, and like on that chat, there was like 600 or 700 people in, and I'm literally screaming, "Gone!" in my garage. Hopefully, awesome, awesome. The only drinking problem I have is running out. You know what? My parents, still to this day, I never talk trash about my parents because they drank heavy and went to work every day, every day, every day. Didn't make excuses. My pops would drink a bottle of vodka and go to work the next day, like regularly. So if you can handle it, I'm not going to sit here and judge anyone. It's the people who get on the road and ruin people's lives. And I think that's what it is. I'm from a place where at a very young age I had a lot of friends pass away from drinking and driving. And so I'm really big on that. Thank you, Godless Hefe. I actually had to pull Hefe the other day. It was actually funny. It's been a long time since I had to pull boss. Go further north. Sydney's about 12 hours drive from here, only about 3 hours from Brisbane. I'm down. I'm down. And like my I want to do what my parents did. My parents gave me the gift of traveling. But it was a different time. Like my grandparents had a house in Baja. Like man, you couldn't pay me to live there right now. Cause it's a hardcore place. It's a hardcore place, and that's somebody who literally has been to Sinaloa, Mexico, and you could read into that any way you want to. But like all those border towns have just become the real life Wild Wild West. But I want my son to like see I want him to travel. You know, I want him to experience things because in the internet world has I just don't want him to be like George Bailey. I've seen It's a Wonderful Life way too many times, and George Bailey lived his whole life in a book. That's what the whole movie was about. That he was just satisfied because he lived his whole life in his hometown. And I feel like that sometimes because I moved back here. But it's okay to travel, you know. Even if you like live in New York and you go to Florida, that's traveling. All the time. That's why I love northern Arizona because it has the Grand Canyon, the Hoover Dam. Also, this place called Las Vegas is right over the border. But I love traveling, especially when I go places like a friend of mine. I'd never been to New Mexico. We went to New Mexico, and every place we went, I was like, "This is amazing! This is amazing!" Because I had never been there before. You know, I think salt mines are amazing. Not everybody does. You know. So what should I make? Oh, I have a question, and I didn't want to do this, but because Mark's here, I have an engineering question. How do you make wings? I don't want to completely give away what I'm gonna make. You don't need to go to Europe for a month. Even just driving a couple hours in one direction and looking around for a day. No, I agree. Whoa. That box that means something's either living up there or something's moving up there. This box keeps on falling. And I don't believe in ghosts. And by the way, this is trash. My sound card already died. That was a total Amazon fail. Total Amazon fail. Oh, that's funny. That box, it just can't, like, I came out here in the morning and it was on the ground. That thing can, I guess it doesn't want to be up there, and I don't believe in ghosts, so there's something up there. Respectfully, sir, he doesn't live here anymore. Change of address. Skits. Oh, that's a 6-hour conversation. Who's to say that God's a he or a she? I'm not even. Nope. Wrong channel. Wrong channel. Oh, you're gonna make me sing it? What if God was one of us? Do you know, I almost feel bad for how much I scared people at Hobby Lobby when I went there last time. It must have been a new management. I have no idea what's going on, but I feel bad because the lady at the counter, she knew me with my godless patches. She would almost not recognize me if I didn't have my hat and my patches on. Return to sender, address unknown, no such. Yeah, no entiende inglés. Lo siento mucho. Yo no entiende nada. Do you know what's really mean? Sometimes if I'm having a bad day, I'll like, if someone will say something to me, and I'm like, yo no entiende inglés. But I'm literally letting them know that, like, I probably do. I'm going to add these to the group really quick because sometimes I do walk away from sewing machines. Sometimes. And recently, I got to go to Twitter to post it in the group because, I constantly talk about my wins and all the sewing machines that I buy, but there's a lot that I walk past. There's a ton that I walk past because they're either something that I have, something that's not necessarily identifiable, or it's just something that's like so trash that it's not a project that I necessarily want to deal with. Oh, Skits is coming with the godless. What if God smoked cannabis? Hit the bong like some of us. Drive a tie-dye microbus. He's subscribed to Rolling Stone. Oh, man. Do you know what's so funny? I'm finally that age when I go to the grocery store with my son and they play like a song like that. I'm rocking out. I'm singing it. And my son's like, this is the cringiest thing ever on planet Earth. All right. To Twitter. Let's see. Oh, man. The weather does not know what it wants to do. Okay. This machine. Okay, well, let me see what Mark said. Wings are a huge amount of work for a full-size plane and need to make forms and shapes and inner structure and rivets on the skin on. There are a lot of metal shrinking. Well, I was talking about it's funny you would say that because my dad was an engineer and he would always talk about how there's more engineering in the wings of a plane than there is in the plane. I've actually been able to walk in hangars as a kid while planes were being built. I used to talk about that when I streamed with other people, but they hated me because I have receipts. But my dad worked for NASA back in the day. Skits, that was my first thought when I heard that. I love that song. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I still rock out to stuff like that. YouTube clocks me though, because like I'll listen to one song and I'm like, oh, I'm feeling nostalgic today. I'm gonna listen to the Spin Doctors. Then it leads me to that song or something else or something else. It's the algorithm's actually funny that way. Oh, Twitter is just awful. Okay. So for as many sewing machines, I wish Alibaba was here because this sewing machine. Okay. I have no idea what this sewing machine was. I have no idea what brand it is. It was a Daisy. I walked away from it because if I don't have the plugs, I turn it around, I look at it. If I don't have the plugs, I'm not gonna buy it. If I have the hardware for it, because it's obviously missing pieces, but I could fix everything. Absolutely, Waternay. Absolutely. I go off with the late 80s and the early 90s stuff. Like I go off. That's my era. um a mate of mine builds light aircraft. When I grew up son of an engineer, so I know the unbelievable amount of work, because you'd always talk about how it takes a lot of small parts to make big wings. I walked away from this because I couldn't. This just looked like too much work, and I think I own 7 or 8 of these. If I counted, I probably own like 10. But I own quite a few of these machines, and so I have to literally talk to myself and be like, William, you don't need another one. I actually have one right here. I actually have one like within arm's reach. I was asking like how can I make wings for myself? Because I'm working on a project for myself. Like, how can I make wings like the Victoria's Secret Angels had wings? But let's be real, I'm 5'9", 200 and something pounds. So what I need, like I have leather straps and everything. Absolutely, water day. It takes a standard plug. You have to look at the connection. I did, and it just wasn't anything I could. It wasn't it was both. Yeah, it was just plugs that I didn't have. But I have so many. Is there good resale on those? If there's space to profit, get it. Otherwise, no. And that's the problem because um especially because of the people I deal with, anything that's 1970s or 1980s, they're not necessarily into it. They want either extremely old or something that's refurbished, that's brand new. But I do not like dealing with the electronics. Do you want wings to open and close? That's a very good question. Um, I'm open to either way. They're gaudy if they don't close, though. That's the problem. Like if the wings do not close, they're absolutely oh, what's this machine? Do you know what, Skits? I have one of these. Skits is showing me a sewing machine in the group. I am obsessed with refurbishing sewing machines. I have that Husqvarna. I have that very sewing machine. So one of the reasons it's because I'm trying to think out of the box. I make the same old stuff over and over and over and over again. So it's time to step it up. It's time to challenge myself because I am the great coat maker. I am Godless the coat maker. I literally could have my own fashion line for as many coats as I've made. I'm gonna get back into making overalls because I wear overalls. I live in construction clothes. But I'm trying to think outside of the box. And so I'm trying to do something crazy with my peacock print. And I just gave it away, but you guys will forget by the time I make it. So wings. How do I make wings and keep I'm 5'9" with my boots on. I'm like 5'10-ish, 11-ish, because I wear my Shatners that give me the that make me appear tall, even though I'm not. But I need some ideas because I have a lot, like, and I'm also a refurbisher. So the first thing I'm gonna do is go on the other side of this wall and go to my tool and to my rollaways, to all my toolboxes, and look for stuff. I have a lot of bits and bobs around my garage, around my house. I have a lot of stuff here, you know. So I'm looking for ideas to make my own at first. And if I just don't want to buy some of those weird Victoria's Secret ones on Amazon. That just seems lazy to me when I have the material here to do something about it. So it just seems super lazy to me to not try to build something first, because I always brag about it. I'm the son of an engineer. I literally live in a I have my own shop. I'm the real life Fred Sanford, so I should be able to make my own wings. Do you like making them? How about making different sizes and selling them? You've got to be creative with coats and not be buried under them. I have I've sold clothes, but it's more vests to hipsters. Let's be real. Let's be 100% real. And I made an LGBTQIA plus vest, and I sold it, and I made another one. And I may or may not have sold the second one and not the first one, because I loved the first one so much. I just copied it as much as I could. Pirate wings, absolutely. No, because I want to do something crazy, because fashion isn't just a coat or a pair of pants. Like, a lot of the time when I watch fashion shows, it's a crazy hat, or it's a sleeve that's a different color than everything else, So I'm definitely just looking outside of the box for ideas. And I watched this really like semi-inspirational video where this lady, like, she wasn't yelling at people, but she was basically saying, like, you are smart enough to make your own, to draft your own patterns. Like, you are smart enough. Like, it's okay. You can draft your own patterns. You can make, it's okay to make your own stuff, So I'm in this weird DIY skits. I really, I think I have that sewing machine buried in here somewhere. I legitimately think I have that. I'm obsessed with Husqvarna Vikings. They're just better built. I'm sure there's a market for your coats. People like patterns, and oversize is popular right now. I was thinking that with my spans, because I added pockets. I'm gonna show them off. Let me see if I can. I'm a bit rusty tonight. I'm gonna go with my CCTV angle. But I added pockets, and they're huge because I made huge cargo pockets. And because this pattern is so camouflaged, the lighting is terrible, but because these pockets are so camouflaged, you can't tell there's even pockets there. But I put a button on the back because the pockets are so huge. I was going for cargo. I don't even know what to call them when they're this size. But I have completely fallen in love with spans. It's one of my, like, I'm just hitting buttons. It's one of my, like, I don't know what to make right now. And Kilroy actually made this suggestion, and I was like, heck yeah. Jesus, those are the kind of pockets that would be great for movie theaters. Anyone that goes to the movie theater with me will not leave hungry. Oh, I should line them with tinfoil. So I get a good hot meal in there. Keep the aliens away, too. Oh, man. Yeah, I made them huge. I don't know if anyone remembers Janko shorts. Janko shorts were crazy. They were ridiculous. These are one step above pants. That's why I love calling them spants. But, like, what else would you call them, Hell, he could tape some hoagies, yes, to his leg and walk right in with one of those spants. Yes, that's the plan. It's all about smuggling food. These are huge. Do you know what's really funny? Like, when I started making caftans, I would wear them in Vegas because it's lazy clothes, and like spants are perfect for a place where you're walking around all day. Especially these pockets, I could put something in here, and quadruple reinforce these pockets because I'm gonna wear these. Around here, everyone's huge and mouthy. I don't know if anyone I know is that patient. But I like this pants idea. I like how huge they are. I've completely fallen in love with this, and like, um, it's weirdly changed my style because I wear these all the time, and I wear my cowboy boots all the time. But I started busting out my shoes because I was wearing my Spants today. These were my Vegas shoes, but I no longer gamble. And my boots. The funny thing is, before 2020, I rarely wore the boots that I wear now because I would wear them in Vegas. They were my show boots. I wear them every day now because I stopped going to Las Vegas and spending the college fund. But I don't know. I go back and forth. Like are sometimes pockets are not necessary, and sometimes they are. Like there's certain coats that I made where I didn't put pockets on it and they look great, and there's other coats where they have 6 pockets, some have 4, some have 2. I don't know. I waffle back and forth. What do you guys think? Do you care about pockets? Like when you wear jeans, like I'm all over the place. Like I can't wear too tight jeans, but when I wear jeans, as long as my keys can fit in my back pocket, I'm okay. No bad. I think if I brought my lawyer, aka my son, with me, I'd be okay because then I couldn't take him to the casino. I could just take him to shows and stuff. And like, I went and saw the Rat Pack, and Marilyn Monroe grabbed my butt. In the picture, I'm like, she literally just took a handful. She really liked me too, or maybe she was just I don't know, but Marilyn Monroe grabbed my butt at the at the Rat Pack show. Vegas is, you know what? Because I was a compulsive gambler, like they still send me they're like, anytime you want to come back. It's been 3 years. But anytime you want to come back, they're begging me to come back. Just like Australia. That's what happens when you stupidly spend money. Australia and Vegas are begging me to come back. Well, Australia's begging me to move there, but Vegas, I am disappointed when I don't get a leaflet in the mail of Vegas like, we miss you. Why where have you been? Oh, these guys are coming into town. Do you want to see this show? But I'm better off not being a compulsive gambler. I do miss the drive. There's a falafel place that today is falafel day too. I completely forgot about that of all the weird days. And also happy Independence Day to the Philippines and to Russia. Happy Independence Day. And today is Spider-Man Day too for some weird day. For some weird reason. Awesome. You want to hop in? Let me do this. Oh, someone fed me some poisonous falafel the other day. I think it was a conspiracy. Oh, that's hilarious. I've been waffling. Oh, you haven't been with us in a while. They beg me to come back, Kilroy. I love falafels. There's a place out in the middle of the desert in Baker. They sell falafels, and I get one every time I go. Every time I go. And now I'm craving a falafel. It's a Euro place, but they sell, everything. Absolutely, butterfly. And now I'm craving something that's like 200 miles from my house. How's it going?
What's up?
We're around the same age. Were you ever caught up in the Janko era?
Oh yes, I remember Jinkos. Yes, very much.
I'm in this weird I kind of like copied the style from Phoenix, but I'm in this weird phase of making huge pants, like short pants.
It's like it's such polar opposite of like the Levi boot cuts, where it's like okay, it's got the the ends are super long. You've got to roll them, and then it
Yep.
shows your butt,
Yep.
and it's like no, this is like exactly the opposite of that.
I think that's another thing. I always jokingly say, like, when I wear a pair of pants that's too tight, I'm sending the wrong message,
Yes, yeah.
especially where I live. See now, there used to be a great falafel shop on Hollywood Boulevard. You know what? There probably still is. There's a lot of places. Hollywood has gone back to the 1970s where you need your friends to go down there, but a lot of the traditional places are still there. Like all the Italian restaurants are still there. Um, I can't remember the name of a dive bar. It's next to the Pantages Theater. It's still there. And it was there. It was old in my day, and that was 21 years ago when I lived there.
Oh yeah, I haven't been down to Hollywood Boulevard for like it's been over a decade, so I can't. Yeah, I'm not really like up on that. I know we had some street tacos, and we ate at the Rainbow Grill a couple times, which
Great
was really
place.
cool. But
Great place. It's just, honestly, like any major city, it's just not what it used to be. And it's being overran by gangs. I'm man enough to admit there's a YouTuber. I absolutely love this man. He flat out admitted San Francisco is being overtaken by crazy people. Like
see,
he
I
was,
think that's like most of the world, though. Like I feel like the zombie apocalypse is now. It's just
yeah,
fentanyl and meth instead of whatever shit they had in Night of the Living Dead.
I agree with you. It's so sad because I always say, like, I talk about it too much, so I need to go down there. But like, I miss the old LA, but I have a picture of what LA used to be in my head, and that place doesn't exist anymore. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and like there's more and more normies out here, and I refer to them as normies. What I mean is like people who are social media addicted and they go straight from home to work and they never actually roam around the streets. And so anytime they're in a public space and they see somebody acting strangely, like, "Oh my God, what's going on here?" and they throw up their hands in terror. Like these are the types of people we're dealing with. They're just so disconnected from
Mhm.
the fact that people actually live out here.
I think that's the one thing I miss about living in the heart of LA is being exposed to every culture on earth. Is being exposed to, like, I got addicted to Armenian food and I never even knew I liked it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have a Thai food addiction. There's Thai food in every town, but like, I'm addicted to Thai food.
Oh yeah, Thai is great. I went to we had a pad Thai restaurant down this. Well, it was in the same shopping complex from where I worked a few years ago, and he hooked me up with all kinds of food. Like I would come over there, he'd just give me free drinks, like whatever. And it was on my lunch break. So I was security guard on duty, and he was always like, "Hey man, what's up?" And he'd see me, vaping outside. You're like, "You get stoned?" I'm like, "Yeah, totally, dude."
Hey, Sydney, how's it going? How's it going? I'm glad you could join us this evening. Hello.
Greetings, Sydney.
Is it still is it overcast in NorCal?
The sun just went down. It was actually it was sunny for most of the day. We had about 78 degrees. It's been freaking beautiful. The sun's just now going down.
And that's another thing. Kilroy brings up a good point. Another reason I don't go to Hollywood is because you'll walk down Hollywood Boulevard and there's like 50 people making YouTube videos. It's weird. When I saw this shot of a bridge in China on Twitter, and everybody was like, "Oh my gosh, these people are crazy." Now I'm like, that goes on in America. We just do it differently, but we're just as obsessed with the internet as people are in Japan and China.
Yeah, and I mean a lot of it's kind of harmless. Like I don't know, as far as like whatever, if they're making YouTube videos or doing their hobby, whatever. But that's okay. But I see people constantly where it's like they can't. They have to FaceTime, like literally, like this is what I don't get. What kind of relationships do you have with people where you have to like sit down and in the 10 minutes you're waiting for your transpo to FaceTime like four different people? Like, okay, is it like proof of life going on over here? Is it like what was that?
I I'm weird. I read books. I was an avid bus rider, Greyhound rider 20 something years ago. I still, if I'm going on anything like that or the bus, I take a book with me, or I take magazines too. I'll admit it. I'm a magazine reader.
What kind of magazines?
Scientific American. I
Okay.
and you're gonna laugh at me. A long time. I'm talking about when I was in high school. I was watching Judge Judy, and she was yelling at this guy, and she was like, "You know, you need to read something. You need to read Scientific American." And I subscribed to it in 1997 or 8 or something. And I even when I was on my own, I would go and buy it every month. It's improves your life, and you know what's going on in the science world, because all of those papers, those are front line. So you read Scientific American, a month later, all the news stories came out. All like, I knew what a tardigrade was a year before it became popular. You know what I'm saying? Because I read Scientific American.
Yeah, I remember like 2016, 2017. When I first started doing security, I got a subscription to Scientific American on my Audible channel.
Awesome.
And so I started getting all those issues. And I remember reading stories or listening to stories on there. And then the next thing I know, like 2 weeks later, a month later, somebody would be posting, some Sam Harris or somebody would like post a podcast on the same subject. I was like, okay. And we got that one from.
You know, Waternay, I agree with you, but I lived on my own for a solid, well, off and on for 10 years, and nothing will teach you independence like being alone. Like I was like, and I traveled a lot too, so I was by myself. And I agree with what Kilroy said. Like I carry a book everywhere. I have a book in every car I own.
I feel like there's something in our generation coming up. We've come to the realization that, so many of these, traditional marriages have failed, and people in the dating world, they're not always as successful as they would like. And we've normalized people being, more individual, more isolated. Whereas it used to be so much more focused around family and relationships, and now that's kind of an icky question to ask.
I agree with you so much. Really quickly, Kilroy, you're doing the Lord's work, Kilroy. Twitter, my Twitter it's I don't know if it's me, but it makes me depressed sometimes. Twitter like is bad for my health. I'm man enough to admit it. I am man enough to admit Twitter is gross sometimes. And I started watching like cartel videos, and it makes me lose like whatever little faith I had in humanity.
I'm on the other end of that. Like, Twitter is the least toxic for me right now. It's like Twitter is, man, I get some news on there, I see some weird stuff, and it's okay. But it's like Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat. Either I'm getting mobbed with freaking porn, like aggressively, seeking
Yeah.
fucking what is it, OnlyFans
Yep.
users or whatever, which I don't do. It's either that or this toxic debate stuff, or
Yep.
it's people in my friends and family's list who I've lost contact with, and they're like posting all these, oh, we're having a vacation in the Bahamas, and look at me, and I'm like, oh, that's cool, because I have, it's like we used to talk all the time, but I haven't heard from you in 10 years, and now you're like, look at me living my best life, and I'm like,
There's someone I know that was the biggest scumbag on planet Earth. He got a union job and now takes his whole family on trips to Hawaii. All of our friends, we sit there on Facebook like we're eating our fists, like don't say anything, don't say
yeah.
anything. He's successful. Let him live his life. But it's also false. I told you about my friend the other day off stream. Like he I've deleted my Facebook like 6 or 7 times, probably way more. But he called me one time and was like, bro, like my Facebook is all false.
Yeah, Kilroy. I mean, I feel triggered. That's like entirely me right now. No, I don't deal with anything alone. I'm putting it all out there. So,
You know what? I'm gonna tell you.
Targeted.
It's not easy. I'm telling you, I spent 10 years alone. It's not easy. Like, that's why when people are like, oh, you have a Karen video, I'm like, ooh, there's probably more videos about me. Keep looking. Keep looking. I had a rough early 2000s. It's so funny. I am in a million different groups and in a million different communities, and there's this bohemian woman who said that Black Americans are awful people, and there's this huge Twitter fight right now, and like everybody's like F you and F the Bahamas, and I'm like, well, the Bahamas are cool, the people probably just stink. That's really what it is.
My family just came back from a cruise. I think it was the Bahamas and the Caribbean, but I guess they said, oh shoot, see, now I got it backwards. They had to cancel one or the other because the weather was too bad. They said when they got up on the shore, it was like they couldn't even dock because the weather was so bad down there. So they had to cancel one leg of the cruise.
Sydney, when I turned 40, I had a real midlife crisis and a real like breakdown. It took me a while to accept. Like, I did not take it well. I don't even know what happened to me. Something just hit me, and I think it was from like literally sitting in the house for 2 years during COVID. I was one of those fortunate people that could afford to sit home, and like, but I just sat in my skull for 2 years. Like, just thinking about I had 2 years to obsess over the stupidest things. Yay. What's so funny? I don't know if you agree with me, Ape, like, I completely know why, Sydney. I completely understand. I wouldn't even know how to deal. I forgot what I was gonna say. I'm just about to make myself a big okay. A stack of buttered white bread. I do that with sourdough. I'm obsessed with good old store-bought St. Louis or whatever it is with butter. I'm obsessed with that.
Oh, I'll eat that San Francisco sourdough stuff, like just straight off the loaf. I don't even need butter.
I'm obsessed with that stuff.
Like a medieval peasant, just.
Totally. I love it, dude. I'm like that too. I grew up like that. Do you ever notice that at the end of like 5 or 6 hour streams, people fight?
Yeah, they can't help themselves. No, yeah, I think once that happens, like an argument is inevitable.
I think people need a sandwich. Eat a Snickers. I think a lot of it is low blood sugar. Like, sitting here is taxing, and if you're like in your normal day, you would get up in a 4 or 5 hour. You would get up and take a nibble or drink something. You'd replenish yourself in one way or the other. If smoke a cigarette, whatever helped you. You know what I'm saying? And when people don't do that, they always fight at the end of streams.
People start getting frustrated. Makes sense. I mean,
it's something I've observed over the years.
I think a lot of people are self-conscious about those behaviors. So it's not surprising that the more you feel kind of like obligated to stay on camera, obligated to keep your mic on, then people will be like, okay, well, now I feel I'm being forced into this situation. Where like now, as I get further and further into it, I'm more comfortable to just like mute and say AFK and go have a snack or something. But when you first get into it, you're kind of like, you feel like it's almost like a job. Like you are obligated to be present in this thing all the time.
Do you know in the past, like, you and I have known each other for almost like 4 years. And in the past 4 years, I've learned the power of, I don't know. Because people will get on these and you have to be a professor. And I'm not. I am not. I've discovered the power of, I don't have to have an opinion on everything, Because sometimes.
Or you can have the opinion, but you don't always have to voice it in that situation, right?
That sounds so good, Sydney. And there's a couple of times where I've said things where I got into something I knew nothing about, and then I was 10 toes deep in a fight I didn't even want to fight, Yeah,
and that makes up a lot of our lives. Like when we really look back, like at the things we fought about probably half the time it was insignificant stuff. It was inconsequential to what we were doing, right? We just like, oh, I've really got to voice my opinion
Oh,
now.
totally. Like even do you know what's really funny? I don't want to get into it too much, but I got to curse out somebody. Oh, first off, how dare you suggest my blood sugar gets low? You're hateful for saying I need to take 5 and have a smoke. I'm serious. Like there's some people I'm like, bro, all you needed was a glass of water and you guys would still be friends. Go put your mute button on, go smoke a cigarette, go walk around the block. You know, I recently watched a 9-hour stream and 8 hours and 30 minutes into it, a fight started. And now 2 people who've been streaming to it with each other for years now literally hate each other. And they're like, bro, if I ever see you, and they live in the same town.
So they're probably going to have to deal with each other. I think there's more and more pressure now. I remember, like, you know, when I first got into it, it was like 2-3 hours was a long stream. And now people are doing 10, 12 hours. They just keep going. Sometimes the person who's hosting will just go to sleep and let other people debate on their channel. And it's like, what is going on here?
My problem with the debate channels is they don't get anywhere. And it's weirdly depressing to me. And I end up judging people that I probably would have been friends with. Just because we disagree on 1 or 2 views doesn't mean that we don't listen to the same music, skate on the same board, you know, like
Or, you know, especially in those like argumentative chats, you'll take up a position for the sake of argument. It's not even really your position. And then all of a sudden you'll get held like you are that guy. Like, oh, I'm going to defend Nazism today for some weird reason. But, you know, like it was just for the sake of argument. But now suddenly this dude's a Nazi.
Oh, that's like me. Like, I have, and it annoys me. And I hope everyone hears this. I have become the defender of the realm of LGBTQIA plus. I am like the standing at the gates, and then people, they always come with these same annoying arguments, and it's like, get a new argument. I don't even want to hear it anymore. Like literally, please get a new argument.
Yeah, like the defender of the like keeper of the gates. That's what I meant to say.
Yeah, exactly. It's just I'm over it. Like that's why I don't even get into debates. Like because they want you to defend things that you may not even like. They don't realize there's certain sex inside of sex. You know, like these people don't like these people.
Yeah, we kind of just start dealing with like these broad generalizations about people. It's like I don't even believe that, but let me just, you know, assume the position that I know you're going to come with. You know what I mean? And yeah, I think that's really interesting. You know, it's essentially somebody who's not on that side. They're conceding for the sake of having a conversation with that person.
Exactly. It drives me mentally, and I don't know, because sometimes I feel like we overinflate things. And we can come to a basic consensus on things. It's not everyone's gonna love it, but that's life. Who gets I'm in my 40s. I have to get up at 4:30 in the morning to go to work. At 3:45, I'm not whistling. I'm not happy. I'm not. There's some nights where I'm like, I should have went to sleep. Now I got to go to work.
That's like every other day for me. Like half the time I'm like, oh, I'm happy to have a job. And the other half the time I'm like, fuck, now I have to go over there again.
Yeah, exactly. I like all the stuff I have, but I have to go there to get it. I don't like this deal. Yeah. I think old school talk radio figured out about the maximum you can keep a show going without going topsy-turvy is about 5 hours. I agree. That is true, because I was obsessed as a kid. Like there were certain radio shows I would listen to. Yeah, you're right. I listened to Steve Harvey before he lost his brains. I used to listen to Big Boy. Also hosting
Steve Harvey, he had a sitcom, didn't he? It was not bad.
Yeah. Steve Harvey's he's a 6-hour conversation. He went off on OJ during the OJ trial. He basically said, like, oh, you didn't claim to be black until basically like hood street brothers don't necessarily like the suburb brothers. And OJ, there's a very famous saying where OJ said, I'm not black, I'm OJ. And it pissed off a lot of people. But Steve Harvey has turned into that. You can't walk up to him. And George Lopez is the same way. George Lopez told a joke about how he was a little boy in East LA. He walked up to Eric Estrada, and Eric Estrada was like, kick rocks. George Lopez is one of the most hated people in Los Angeles. He is one of the most rude. He is such a rude human that it is known in the service industry. If you see George Lopez, quit or go somewhere else.
Really? I didn't know that. I mean, I knew about like Steve Harvey. There's a couple others, but okay, when you say like people who are like bad representatives, right? Like especially up and coming people of color in the industry back then, right? When they were defending OJ, they were just like, well, okay, you know, we're just going to give him props because, and then nobody really considered that, okay, this dude actually is a fucking offender. He is an abuser. And it wasn't until like the fifth time that everybody said, oh, okay, now we can actually say this dude's a POS. Like,
Well,
and we don't
listen,
have to defend him just because he's a public figure who's black, right? Like
in the second trial, they showed pictures and they showed like what he did to his wife. Like it, like, and it's not just OJ. In LA, if you're famous, you can do almost anything. If you have a certain address, it's known.
Well, yeah, fame and wealth definitely. I mean, that's been a steadfast. But I mean, as far as public figures who are black people or Latino people, I think, you know, even Asians have gotten away with it for longer, right? Because there's a different cultural perspective than black and brown in California. You know,
Totally,
been
and
like.
I have a different view because I grew up on that OJ side. So I'm like, no, we count too, you know? When people trip out when I say I grew up on the west side of Los Angeles, they instantly judge me. You can tell by my voice because when I say I'm from LA and they're like, what part of LA are you from? You know? OJ is the worst example of the west side of Los Angeles, by the way. But if you're bored, he has a Twitter, and every time he posts, people are like, are you crazy, OJ? You offed two people.
Yeah, and it was like that. I mean, I don't even think it was his freaking football career wasn't even that great, right? Like he was an okay player. Like he
was famous. He
he
was like
popular.
famous for being. He was big and sexy. He was a newscast. Like, you know what's so funny? I remember OJ as a newscaster. He was a sportscaster.
I didn't even know about that.
My grandfather was obsessed with football, so OJ did NBC football. OJ was NBC football. If there was an NBC football game on, OJ was on the sideline talking to the players.
See, I always remember him in The Naked Gun, and I'm like, he's fucking hilarious in those fucking movies.
No, but he was an abuser. He was an abuser. He was. He like let's not you know what? Let's not separate OJ and deify him. You know, Jay-Z wrote a song called "I'm Not Black, I'm OJ," and it's really hardcore and it hits you, but it's true. It's semi-true. But then again, Jay-Z has turned into the OJ type because Jay-Z has billions. Go walk in Jay-Z's neighborhood, you will get tackled by security. You know.
Yeah, I'll bet. Yeah.
And that's my whole point. Like, there's a line where these people become so famous, they become everything they hate because all of a sudden they have to protect their, like Jay-Z. Alexa, how much money is Jay-Z worth?
Jay-Z is worth an estimated $2 billion US.
Jeez.
2 billion. $2 billion.
It's not like somebody like, you know, like Too Short or somebody who's actually out there doing fucking philanthropy where they came from. And you know what I mean?
Oh,
like
big time.
Like at least we do have those figures still.
Gosh, that's a lot of money. You know what? The rapper The Game, I really don't like him that much, but he really does a lot for his neighborhood. He gives money back to Compton. And sometimes I'm like, where are you making all this money, bro? Because your rap career is trash. Like you're not like you're not making albums unless Dre's on it, like you're not making hits, you know, but he actually gives money back to his area. He should have a few schools named after him. He's saved a couple of schools.
Right.
You know. The only reason I bring up Jay-Z is because he recently bought an LA mansion that like no one can afford. You'd have to be a billionaire to buy it. You'd have to be.
Yeah, I mean, being in Marin County, it's like that too. You look at the real estate; it's ridiculous enough it is, but then you see these multi-million-dollar estates, where you're just like, "What is this?" And it's like you could probably house like the entire homeless population of the region in this estate, you know. And there's just like, no,
Oh, let's get real. Where I live, we have enough space for the hundreds of thousands of people that are homeless here. Just no one would ever help them out. Ever. Ever. There would never be a massive enough no, because it would take an undertaking of everybody working together to help other people, and it would never happen.
do they have any like post-pandemic community housing projects going on down there? Like I know here we've set up there's now studio apartments for community housing. There's trailers out there. Like we've got all these little spots now designated for the homeless. Do you guys have that in SoCal?
Yes, we have a new mayor, and she's doing that thing where she's trying to follow through with her campaign promises, you know. But our problem here is numbers. So they'll build a place for 1,000 people. We need a place for 200,000 people.
Oh yeah, it's never enough. And then there's usually a program involved in getting into that, where whether it has to do with you have to be clean and sober, getting a job, those types of things, and they're going to kind of keep tabs on you. You have to comply with those areas of the program, and then obviously a lot of people fall through on that end. So
Waternade, I always talk about Blueface the rapper just because he lives in my town. I was watching a video. This man lives in a Roman, like he has a courtyard in the middle of his house. That is somewhere in my town. Where this man can have a 14 or 15 bedroom house that is literally built in a giant Roman square. I was so jealous. I'm old and I'm like, oh my gosh, he lives in a Roman palace. And it's in my town somewhere.
oh yeah, I've seen so much of that. Even the neighborhood that I grew up in, it's like it's well, I say I grew up there. I spent a few years there in the community I'm at now. But it's like when you drive in there, it's a whole different world. It's like driving into freaking where did the Cleavers live? I can't.
Oh yeah.
It's like that place. Like kids are riding around on their bicycles. There's just no crime. There's nothing. It's 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 really weird.
It's weirdly like that. It's weirdly like that here too, and I love it when I walk out with my hat and my patches on, and I'm like waving to my neighbors, and everyone has white picket fences. It's like that here too. We just have the army of young kids on methamphetamines can't stop stealing stuff.
Yeah, and a lot of them are those same like rich people's entitled kids who dropped out of school and ended up getting their hands on a pipe, and then no, they're like, okay, the parents have cut them off from the trust fund, but they're still in the halfway house, and then we have to deal with them, and daddy's going to bail them out of jail. So that's part of the reason why I don't, I'm like, when I go out there and I see those types of like, no, nobody's going to bail me out of jail. So sorry about your luck. If you want to be a prick out here, I'm gonna give you a double dose.
I want to see if
you have more privilege than I do.
Oh, I always jokingly say that because I'm on the Ring network, which basically when you buy a ring, you sign a contract saying that they own your stuff. You basically own the camera, but they own the rights to whatever they want to.
Oh, so they can like take the video footage and shit like that?
At any time. At any time.
Wow, that's crazy. See, I didn't realize that. So you would think because it's your home, your private security footage would be your property, but that's not the case.
In the Ring contract, it tells you that it's a 50-50 with them. They have the right to use anything they want. There's a lot of kids like that around here. Daddy's rich, so they smoke pot and don't care. Who knows? Yeah, it's like that with meth around here. Up the street from my house, there's these. I'm doing my thirst trap picture again, because last week when I did this, a bunch of people clicked on because when they were cruising YouTube, they saw my thirsty picture.
Oh, nice.
Uh,
Should I put up a sexy one too?
that's 3 years ago. That's literally me. That's pre-COVID. I sat and ate out of depression and gained 50 pounds. We are nothing but truth here at the Godless Sewing channel. No, but up the hills from my house, there's a bunch of really expensive houses, and there's a gang of young men and women who go around breaking into houses, and they're all young rich people, the children of cops even, and they'll put it in the paper like, oh, so and so kids got busted, they're the child of a sheriff or a LAPD officer, you know.
Oh yeah, you'll see quite a bit of that.
It's
a lot of them are doing it for thrills and attention too. Like when you realize that they're probably being neglected at home and all that good shit. It's like, okay, but when they're 35 and they're still doing the same bullshit, their parents have paid for them to go to some cushy rehab center 3 times, and you're just like, okay.
Oh, around here, I get offended when people say they've been to Betty Ford because I know how much it costs. Or Malibu Recovery is $70,000 a month.
Oh yeah, that's ridiculous. That's crazy.
That's with insurance. It's like 70 grand a month. Because I called it because there used to be this commercial all the time. Come to Malibu Recovery. I was like, you know what? I gotta know. I have to know. I called them. $70,000 a month. Waterne wants you to shake your nalgas and show a good picture. I'm kidding.
I have none. I was totally bluffing. Let's see. I'm like, no, nothing good here.
Recovery, and that's another thing here in LA. Like recovery houses are a big business. I know some people that are semi-corrupt that opened up a rehab. Jinx, Kilroy and I literally were saying the same thing at the same time.
Yeah.
Because I'm out in the country, about every 6 or 7 months, someone will come wandering on the property and the cops follow them because they broke out of the rehab. And it's gross. It's kind of like the adoption industry is it's not what people think it is. Absolutely.
Well, and a lot of them too are going to end up being court ordered, right? Like that's the thing. And then you have to pay the court for you to go to rehab. Then you have to pay the rehab. And it's like, okay, so it's all a financial racket. None of it ever had to do with you getting, clean so much as you were paying for a service that you probably could have, figured out a way to do that yourself. But they don't tell you that.
And I'm saying this with a disclaimer. Everybody knows, please don't take any legal advice here in the Godless Sewing channel. But they do that with Narcotics Anonymous and Alcoholics Anonymous. They force people to join these groups. They court order people to go to these meetings, and it's a placebo really for a lot of people because they go, they get their card signed and they leave,
Yeah. And it has a fairly low success rate, I think, which is another thing that, nobody wants to tell you, but the success rate is pretty low. For those that are court ordered. Now, I won't say the group in general, but for the court ordered group. Yeah.
See, Waterne knows what I'm talking about. This drives me mentally insane because like anyone can open up a rehab if you have money. If you have the infrastructure to open up a rehab, you just take a 6-month course and then all of a sudden you're in charge of another human being. It's a scary industry out here. In California, our infrastructure is falling apart. Okay, and I know I get hosed for this. I am not a fan of AA or NA. I am not, and I've said this a gajillion times. I have.
I've gotten into a group called Smart Recovery over the last few months. They're a international group, but they host local in-person meetings as well as online support meetings, and I found them pretty helpful. And they're a secular group, so. Yeah, I did not have success with AANA.
But I try not to, I'm one of those people, I try not to judge too hard because I've seen it help people. I am really bad in cults because I ask a lot of questions. Do you know what? Waternight, I don't know. I think we need to find a comprehensive way that's non-denominational and non I don't know, because NA and AA claim to be non-denominational, but then they you got to go to that higher power weird stuff, and I don't know. Maybe human beings are inevitably are just crabs in a barrel. Maybe someone's gonna have to do an independent. Maybe they have to do it online nowadays, like what they do with the courts in Los Angeles. If you have a problem with somebody in LA nowadays, if you go into the court system, they excuse me, like if you have a dispute, they'll make you take a course online and that's it. And you're by yourself taking a 6 or 7 or 8 hour course, you know.
Oh, it's ridiculous. I dealt with the same thing in my co-parenting class recently. I was like, is this for real? Because this is like fifth grade level stuff. Like, and you know, and I don't want to give them, they put a lot of work into the production. They got like, kids to come in and actually give testimonies. But, you're just like, is this really what we've come to? Like,
Mark
I
Short, I
knew
feel like,
this.
oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, no, it's just so basic. It's like it's worse than a high school online class. I feel like in the family court especially, and that's what it was. They were like, okay, you have to take this 4 hour thing, and pass this multiple choice questionnaire at the end of it, and I was like, okay, this is such a waste of time. I don't
I
know.
I had big drama with my neighbor, and I want to shout out to all the people that dislike me on YouTube because they shared the video. It got shared in court. Be careful what you put online. But my neighbor lost 3 different times in court, and um they made him well, he has to pay for all my legal fees. It's all fun, but I had to take a 6-hour course on getting along with your neighbors. My son and I
Oh,
sat here.
that's
We sat
great.
here. You know what? I give props to my son. He hung for like 3 hours. And he's like, I can't hang anymore. I'm out of here. Because I let him do it. I'm like, go ahead and do it. I walked outside, walked around the block a couple of times. But it was about conflict resolution. Do you know I say this about jail, Mark? Um, people, when you send certain people to jail, they just learn how to fight better and they learn how to become a better criminal and not return to jail. Or they're become a better criminal and they keep on going to jail. AA and NA are really culty. I think a good place to start would be at least something. Thank you. And you know what? I say this all the time because I'm an equal opportunity kind of guy. I think they're crazy. I did not have a good experience. I did not. I was court ordered, but I got full custody of my son. So I'm not going to sit up here and judge people. I did what I had to do to go to court.
I think the problem is that in there, there's no real vetting process. It's run by members. It's dependent on their time sober, and so you can get a lot of people with personal agendas, and they come in there, and there's not a lot of regulation on it.
Waterday wants to know what was the one that you mentioned?
Oh, Smart Recovery Group, yeah, SMART. You can find it pretty easily online. They have Zoom meetings or in-person meetings, and they have like a full list on their website. And it's all based on it's a logic-based program, so there's no divinity. We don't even call ourselves addicts or alcoholics. We just say, hey, we're trying to recover and rebuild healthier lifestyles.
I like that. I just don't like the whole taking over your life, getting a sponsor. That's like jail. They run programs in AA and NA like they would in prison. Mark Short, is pot still illegal in Australia? Because I see people smoking it like it's not online. Is my only question. That's my only question. I don't know. That's really weird. That's really weird. I always lose
Yeah,
the
well,
subscribe. Oh, go ahead.
I remember I was smoking weed in public a little bit before it was legal. So there's some videos of me doing that. Um, And I remember being at the Tool concert, and that was one of my favorite parts of that whole experience, because you had Maynard smoking weed on stage, and then half the audience was smoking weed. And at some point, I had like 2 doobies, and my ex was all worried about it. She's like, "We're gonna get caught." Security. I was like, "Dude, like half the people on the floor have bongs. Like, I'm not. I don't think anybody's worried about it at this point." And that was like the year. It was like 2 years before we legalized or something, and we were all just down in the arena. Just the whole place reeked like fucking pot. It was great.
The Long Beach Arena was like that when I saw Motorhead, Iron Maiden, and Dio. I'd only been to like small house shows. I'd seen like Slayer shows, but I'd been to festivals, but I really had never been to Long Beach Arena, so I didn't know their rules. And my ex-girlfriend was like, "Nah, bro, this place is chill." I didn't believe it. We had pit seat. We had some of the greatest. We were in the pit, you know, but there was chairs in the pit, and she lit up a doobie right in the middle of Motorhead. We were standing next to the cops, and the cops did nothing. You know, so and this was way before it was legal. Tough for jailbirds. They come out and they have fewer resources, fewer rights, and yes, my father was a second opportunity employer. He was big on that, but that whole industry has been taken over. Like in LA County, if you've been to jail, you can get a job with the city faster than somebody who hasn't been to jail. How do you feel about that, Abe?
Oh, I think well, I mean, it depends on the person. Like, I think there's a lot of people who are going to get shafted out here in the system, but there's plenty of people who recover pretty well on their own. But
sorry,
but I also think it's like, people who have been out there, who have been in the system are probably more qualified to become COs and become probation officers and stuff like that. Like, that really kind of makes sense, because they've actually been through the fucking ringer, and they know what's going to go on out there.
I'm okay with that, but like as someone who does construction, the people who like have done many years in jail, they get the jobs that are like $75 an hour driving tractors and stuff. More than someone like me who has 20 something years driving a tractor, and I would be in a line.
Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, and they're kind of giving them a leg up because they've probably got a lot of court fines and shit still left to pay off. So,
and like, I want to be rich too. Those guys get rich. Like, those guys retire making that much money. You know what I'm saying? Like, they live decent lives, That's almost
it's
like
a weird dynamic to be like, how do we balance that out to be like, okay, we don't want to punish people too harshly, but we also want to give them an opportunity when we know that they've kind of been deprived of the privilege that most of us have as far as that goes.
Yeah, it's still illegal here, but the cops aren't worried about it unless you have a massive commercial crop that they can steal and make you bribe your way out of trouble. Have a great night, Butterfly. Have a great night. Thank you for coming through as always.
Night, Butterfly.
That just seems sometimes Australia seems like a cross between Mexico and America sometimes, because I lived in Mexico and you could bribe the cops openly on the street in broad daylight.
I've heard that about Mexico. I'm sorry, I thought I was muted.
Oh no. I've seen my grandfather do it. I've seen my father do it. They set up roadblocks to harass people. And when I was a little kid, I saw my grandfather slip $100 bill and they let the entire convoy go through.
I was basically told we were going to go on a tour to Mexico several years ago.
Yeah.
And I was told that if you get stopped by the police, just, basically offer them whatever drugs and money you have, and they'll probably let you go. And if not, you're fucked. And that was kind of like, I was like, okay, that's a
sad,
weird deal, but all right.
Yeah, it's sad but true. It's sad but true. They part of their GNP is, at least in the southern part, is robbing tourists, and not in the way you think, because they have weird laws like public display of affection is illegal. If you pee on the street, they'll put you in prison, or you just get robbed for everything that's in your pocket. Like it's a different place. I lived there, and but that's more on the border towns. When you get more into Mexico, it's one of the most beautiful places on earth. Like Sinaloa looks like it's the desert next to the ocean.
Yeah, I think there's more just community regulation, right? Like the cops only operate in the inner cities, and then once you get out into the countryside, it's more mob rule. Like the
Yeah.
citizens actually have control.
I never thought about that, but I lived out in the middle of nowhere in Oregon, and people really kept the peace, and everyone there had a firearm. And they were the most peaceful, kind people to me. Like, oh man, they were so good to me. I knew nothing about living in the woods, and they were so kind to me because we lived out in the middle of nowhere, and I really didn't even realize it. So I guess it depends on the area. And they were super you can't even smoke in public in Mexico now. I'm telling you, they do this on purpose to tax people. It's very credit score-ish. It's very like community credit score-ish. Mexico is no joke. And they make those laws for tourists. Imagine a European going to Cancun and then being told they can't smoke a cigarette. I knew a Korean man that died of lung cancer. He always had a cigarette in his mouth, Imagine telling him he couldn't smoke a cigarette.
That is one of the most unenforceable laws. And it's something I deal with all the time because we have a no smoking policy in a public space, and the police will not respond. So it's just basically me trying to square up with this guy, like, take your cigarette over there or else. And they're like, or else what? And I'm like, or else I'm going to tell you again. And then nothing's going to happen because it's completely unenforceable. I don't even understand how you would expect to.
At my job, I was legally obligated to have this in every room. And I was like, I bought a couple extra signs because I was like, I have to take these home. I smoke in the bay. I don't care if Cal State OSHA is watching right now. I smoke in the bay. It's illegal to smoke in the shop because of all the stuff that's in the shop. It's like,
but it reminds me of, I was riding the BART like a few years ago during the pandemic. I was riding the BART to work, and it was like whatever, like 10 o'clock at night or something. And this dude fucking just straight up pulled his bike onto the train, squatted down. He was obviously drunk, just started smoking crack right there on the fucking bench, lit up a cigarette, and there were all types of people just marching around. They called BART police, and then somebody announced over the loudspeaker, smoking is not allowed on the train. And the dude's like, yeah, fuck that shit. And we were stuck in the tunnel with this guy for like 25 minutes just talking shit. Nothing ever happened. Nothing ever happened. He just sat there and do something.
That's why I don't miss living in LA. I've been in that same situation. I've been in that hey, Commander, how's it going? I've been in that exact same situation. I don't miss that. I've seen people light up cigarettes in hotels, and people be like, you can't smoke in here. And they're like, bro, you haven't been able to smoke in California since the 80s. What is wrong with you? Like, what is wrong with you? I've been in that situation many a time. Oh, wow. Hi, I just got back from Westchester County. Sadly, I can't get any video of CC the Flat Earther's car with my GoPro. I want to get some custom signs up with a green circle around the cigarette instead of no smoking. It says, please smoke. Wasn't there a movie like that? It was Thank You for Smoking Cigarettes or something like that.
Well, that was the guy who he was the lawyer who defended big tobacco, played by Thomas Jane, I believe. Was it Tom Jane or
Aaron
the other
Eckhart.
guy?
I think it was
Aaron
Aaron
Eckhart.
Eckhart.
Yeah, they look alike. Yeah.
I freaking the only reason I know that is because that was like around my coming of age era, and I had that poster on my wall because it was a half smoked cigarette. It was a
Yeah.
giant, it was like thank you for smoking or something, you know. And I always forget my mom being like, that is the most ugly poster you have in your room. That is awful. That is awful. And shout out to my mom. When she caught me smoking for the first time, she slapped me across my face with a cigarette in my mouth. Shout out to you.
Good stuff. I used to steal cigarettes from my mom, and then she got keen on that, and she actually quit smoking at that time. Once I started stealing her cigarettes, she was like, "Okay, the cigarettes just disappeared," and I had to find them for myself. So,
I'm gonna go to
she's never been a smoker ever since. So,
I'm gonna go to the can real quick. I'll be right back. Nature's calling.
oh, I'm entertaining the audience.
Yeah, just for a second.
Excuse me while I whip this thing out.
I thought I heard that. I was like,
I could probably stand you.
I was gonna start skanking in a moment. How much?
Okay.
How much?
Okay, I did that. Sorry.
No, that was beautiful. I could hear you from the bathroom. I was like, what is that?
Sorry.
That was beautiful. We need more of that around here. Oh man. I completely forgot about what I was gonna say. I hear my son is like, I'm gonna admit I hate the Oculus. I hate my son's Oculus.
What?
He's
What
in
is
there like,
that?
you mother effer, and I'm like, it's summer. It's summer. Let him go crazy. Let him have fun. Like, we don't let kids be kids anymore. We always want to control every little thing they do, and like, it's okay if my kid's in there going ham on the internet.
Yeah, I mean, I still feel like we should protect them from themselves in some sense, like the TikTokers. Like, I have like teenage girls hitting me up on TikTok, and I'm like, okay, this is not okay. Like, somebody's parents should be regulating this because
I
there's
got
no
rid of
reason
mine.
that, or no, I'm not on TikTok, but Snapchat. That's the other one. I'm not. Yeah, whatever. You know what I'm talking about.
I
I'm
have
on
a
the
really weird
Snapchat and I'm
question.
like, why is this 15-year-old girl sending me messages? Is it really, it doesn't matter. Like, this shouldn't even be a freaking issue for us to field. Like, somebody's got to regulate this.
Kilroy, that's such a good point. You know what? I have Apple technology, so I just take for granted I'm being spied on by everything I own. And if they want shots up my nose, that's fine. Because I'm constantly looking at my phone. So if you want to see shots of my big fat face, go right ahead.
Is that what it is? Is just constantly taking imagery of you?
Well, what it is like, and there's a lot of people that attest to this. The other day, let's just take for example, like, I talk a lot about sewing machines. When I turn on my Twitter, my Facebook, or my Instagram, they're trying to sell me the same sewing machine on all three platforms, and I didn't type it in on my phone. So they're listening
yeah,
for
yeah.
they're like Apple. See, but it's different because when you sign the contract with Apple, you are allowing Apple to spy on you, much like when I got my ring. They like I had an incident with my cousin. They have a right to show what happened because I agreed that if I buy this camera, they own they own the images just as much as I do.
Just like when you're using any Google service, right? I mean, it's
Yeah.
kind of the same deal.
Some kid on Facebook tried chatting me up and sent me a pic of himself in his baseball uniform. I told him I was not going to speak to him. Oh, see,
That's great.
this is like people think I'm a total like willy-nilly parent. My son does not have a TikTok. My ex-wife and I made him get rid of it. He doesn't have a Facebook. He started a Twitter and I was like, give me the password. He's like, no. My ex-wife called me the next day. She's like, here's the password, bro. She got it out of him.
Well, because in reality, like if you have control of their phones, you can just cut off their service. Be like, okay, I'm just gonna like that's the only thing. Like, I'd be like, I'll just cut off your phone service. So you need to give it up, or you're
I
done.
also like all his like Chrome account, everything is his is a subsidiary of mine. So even if he makes sock accounts or anything, I see everything he can do because I can click on his account.
Right, right.
So like I have the master key to his account. So that's how I know there's weirdos out there that like go after kids with ASD because there's people like, how old are you? I message them back like my father is going to find you. And like, oh, I get dirty especially when people are weirdos. Like I am not shy. I like you mother chucker, this kid's 13. And I don't, like I go off.
Luckily, we haven't had to deal with that, but for some weird reason, my kid keeps getting calls from like weird. They're like solicitors, but it's for services because usually he'll be out there trying to. He spent a bunch of money on his mom's credit card one time, doing shit like that. But
Oh
but so
yeah.
he'll get certain people trying to solicit on his phone, so he'll get all these random calls from 800 numbers, but he always just ignores them, and it's mom that comes back. It's just like, why do you get like 20 calls in a row from this number, and then blocks the number? But okay, that's funny. But yeah, I laughed my ass off the day that I got that call. She said, "Do you know what your son did?" I was like, I can only imagine. Yeah.
I kind
At
of
that
when
age,
my
I spent a few $100s on pay-per-view porn on my mom's account, so I can relate.
I
It
was
was
there.
just a different
Same era.
fetish.
Same era. I get it. I get it. What gets me is when I was in school that was when they were hardcore about internet safety and they told us to never put personal infos on the net. Now toddlers do it. Do you know what's so funny? There's so many talks you have to give your kids now. I constantly tell my son like I give him the speech like I tell him don't show your face on the internet. So go from there.
Yeah, that's a good
And
point.
no, it's real. Like, and I tell him, like, you don't do anything anyone ever tells you, and blah, blah, blah. Like, it's a whole different world. I told him, don't tell anybody what I do for a living. Don't tell anybody where you live. Don't tell anybody. Like, I have a list for my son because he likes to overshare. Like last week I kicked over my banger and he walked in and he's like, it smells like bong water in here. And I'm like, you just told everybody what I just did. Thank you. And I was calmly sitting in here, not trying not to rat on myself.
Oh yeah, no, I've got a problem with it too. It's like my kid doesn't really talk to anybody, so I don't have to be so concerned about him. But yeah, no, me, myself, and I just keep fucking running my mouth all the time with this shit. Well, you've heard, you know what I'm talking
Oh
about.
yeah. Oh, I know exactly. Like it drives me people, I don't know. It just there's a lot of weird people on the internet, and do you know what's really funny? Like, I'm an extremely loving person, and certain situations have just made me cold. Like, you have seen me change on the internet, brother. You have. Like, before I used to be shy, and now I am not shy to just let someone have it on the internet. I
Yeah.
don't care what they think of me, but like, there are some real. I'm not even the sense where I try to see the better in people. There are some real sociopaths and weirdos out there. Like we're like when I see you, when I hear you talk, I get what you're saying because you're very California in a lot of ways. You know what I'm saying? Like we know no effects songs, there's a lot of like there's certain identifiable things, or
Right,
like
right.
the other night when you and Spencer were going off about rock, dude, I sat here and sewed through your entire stream. I loved your stream about rock, but there's some
Yeah,
real
it just went
creepers.
that way.
But there's some real creepers on the internet, and I really have to watch out for my son because I had to teach him too, like Vegas rules. If a really beautiful woman is asking for your information, that's not a beautiful woman.
Yeah, there's something wrong
It's a
going on.
robot.
It's like, yeah, we get the, we have a little bit more of a sense of awareness about things like that. That's where, what I try to talk about a little bit, right now is how is how there are like threats out there. It's like trying to figure out, and on the internet we have like an altered sense of that because you can't see the body language sometimes. So
yes.
you get a certain tone from people, and it's like it can provoke that same emotion as if you were in like a fight or flight response. And I think that's where like a lot of conversations get derailed because somebody gets like viscerally, kind of involved in whatever the conversation is, and they can't walk away.
Oh,
And
totally.
yeah,
Totally. I
and
agree with you.
I've done it myself too. So
Oh, I am the definition of awkward. Are you kidding me? Laugh out loud, try to be sociable, try not to overshare, try to make conversation, but not say anything, and try not to sound weird and cagey. Literally is what I'm saying to myself in the mirror before every live stream.
So I'm terrified right now because no, I shouldn't be, but so I directly asked a female supervisor of the company that I'm contracted with. So it's not my company, but the company that I'm contracted under, and I straight up asked her out for a drink, and she was like, "Well, if you get another job, I'd consider it." Basically one of those. And I was like, "Okay." So I'm like, "Okay, but hopefully I don't get a sexual harassment on me now for that one." you know. But I went out and I did it. I was like, fuck
as
it,
someone
might
who's
as well.
as someone who's upper management, you never know.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And she's older, like she's gotten personal with me, so it didn't seem too out of the. I was like, hey, I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but
You can't even walk away on the net like you can in real life. The person can forever if they feel like it. You know
Oh
what? I
yeah,
have
yeah.
there is somebody who goes around telling people how bad I was and how bad of a person I am. I literally have not had interaction with this person in almost 3 years. But before that, I say what I had to say on Abe's channel, but before that, I had not had interaction with this person in 3 years. The internet is a crazy place. People will follow you around to tell you how much they don't like you.
It's weird. My ex stalked me online for like 4 or 5 years, and I kept trying to distance myself from her, being kindly, but I was like, we just can't do this anymore. And it just kept going on for years. She even stalked me at work and stuff like that, and then she ended up stalking me online, including on this channel, my channel or whatever. But regardless, but after she actually distanced herself and she finally got the hint, I ended up reaching back out to her to kind of see like, how are you and stuff like that. So we've kind of had some inconsistent contact. It was just like, okay, making sure you're alive and not. So yeah, it was. But she followed me around for quite a long time, and she still has. So some of my music videos are up on her YouTube channel,
Oh,
which
that's
she
weird.
had before
Okay.
we were even together, So
Yeah.
it's like those, it remains intact. So we've always kind of, as rough as it got, been able to be civil at least like that far, and still caring about each other, I guess.
Do you know what? Water Name brings up a really good point because that is creepy, but like I was Georgie Porgy when I was younger. I've had a ton of girlfriends, And it's shocking to people when they see me now. It's shocking to people when they see me now. They're like, they're just shocked that I'm not super hetero, man. And so there's a few people that I think stock accounts just to watch me because they can't believe that what I've turned into.
Yeah, sometimes it's like, are they waiting to see what you're gonna do next? You know, I get that because
Perfect example. I had a really good friend, and you know what? I'm still kind of friends with them, but I'll tell you what happened. Um, I have two friends. There's two friends. Okay, both were like really into sports. They were like we all played high school football and basketball. Well, I played football, and my friend played football as well. Long story short, one is a musician, went to college. The other one did almost the equivalent of 11 years in prison. Okay. My friend who did 11 years in prison became an evangelical Christian. Of course. Of
yeah,
course. You know. And during 2020, during the quarantine and everything, he was sitting in this room and we were talking, having a good time. And he's like, "Oh man, all Trump has to do is shut his mouth." And I looked at him and I'm like, you haven't seen my YouTube channel, have you? And he's like, "No." Okay. Everything carried on. I'm not kidding you. I never heard from him again after he looked up my YouTube channel. And then he told my other friend, he's like, "Hey, Will's super gay. I can't believe I was so scared of him." My friend was like, screenshot and sent the picture of it to me. And I was like, "You should still be scared of me, buddy. You should still be scared of me." But it's shocking to people. But I disappeared when I was 17. So when I deal with and then I moved back to my hometown in my 30s. So I haven't seen people in 20 something years, you know?
yeah,
And I stick to myself. So like there's people I still haven't seen since high school, and I've been back for as long as my son's been alive. I've been living in my hometown. I've been back from my tour around the world for a while now. There's a difference between stopping in to catch up and following someone around the internet.
yeah. I
There's
think that was
someone.
referring to my
Oh yeah.
my when I was talking about my ex. Yeah, no, it was definitely obsessive at first. Um, I had to cut that one off hard, so it was kind of expected. Um, but yeah, it took years. It really did to kind of gain that.
Gilroy, my father used to always say this, that most priests are just people who missed out on being white collar criminals. Laugh out loud, the newest evangelical culty creepy church around here was started by an ex-con. I was like, well, that's one way to steal from people without getting locked up. So true. So true. It is. I think about that all the time. All the time. Like if you ever just wanted to have a life of leisure and a tax-free life, become a preacher.
Yeah, I mean, I've considered it. I've thought about starting my own religion. I wanted to back in third, fourth grade, and I actually started to write my own Bible, which was kind of but it was a polytheist Bible. So yeah,
Oh, that's so funny. There was another picture I was going to show that I completely forgot. I had a whole slideshow ready. I didn't think I was going to be by myself today, but I was, so it kind of threw me off. I take a lot of pictures because there's a lot of crazy stuff that I see, because LA is never boring, you know. But then like I'm weird. I don't take pictures of homeless people because I think that's just awful. Like I don't even take pictures of the RV rows anymore. Like I don't know. I just think it's bad. I think it's weird when people like LA is such a bad place. As someone who like works in with an outreach, are you helping people? Are you going out there to
no,
help people? Like, no, you're
yeah.
exploiting them.
I mean, the only time I did take video a couple times when I was taking the Amtrak from Sacramento to Martinez, just to show the encampments along the tracks, but just to show that there were people out there. Like, hey, look, like you've got people like living like right on the other side of this fence
That's
next to a
different.
fucking train track.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like with full on encampments, but I wasn't like trying to like, it was just, in passing, not like focusing on them. But now in my line of work and what I've had to do a lot, like on the job, is like if people are getting out of hand, if they're, misbehaving, then I've got to be like, okay, I have to have some kind of documentation for my protection. Like this person is fucking getting
That's
up in my
different, though.
face. They're
That's
doing this. You know what I mean? Like that type of shit.
no, you're doing your job. That no,
Yeah.
no, that's protecting yourself. I would do the same thing. I would, man, are you kidding me? I want them to find some clue. If someone comes after me and ends me, like I'm gonna tape it and then
Right.
throw my phone.
No,
like
yeah. At the end of the day, fuck the phone. I mean, I'll kick him in the nuts and fucking slap him in the neck, but it's like, most of the time it's really like mundane shit. But like I said, people like to they like to get as close as they can to the edge on public servants, especially if they feel like they've been victimized. Like, okay, I know, in this sense, like with somebody like me, this guy has. Oh, I was talking about this earlier before we got here, but no real authority, some illusion of authority, is trying to, enforce the rules. But, at the end of the day, he's got to call a cop. And so I'm just going to, fuck with this guy and see how long it takes him to fucking, what do they say? What's the jump or get off? One of those.
Oh yeah. How are you,
Oh,
Commander?
oh, I just came in at the exact right time because there was one thing that I typed in the chat a few weeks ago about some guy who was threatening to call the cops on me. And I need to clarify a few things and actually tell the story.
Okay.
All right. First off, it was a typo when I said black Trump supporter. It wasn't black. That's just what the text to speech decided to do. I mean, the speech to text decided to put in there. Basically, I spilled my soda at Burger King and I said, "Oh, fuck." And then the guys, "You say one more word and I'm going to call the cops. My cousin," or was it uncle or brother, or someone was a chief of police
Oh,
of the entire area. And then I was like, started talking. He's like, "I'm going to call the cops." So I got upset and then I said, "Wait a minute, let me just take my phone and I'm going to start recording." And then I said, "I'm recording absolutely everything that I say. So if you wind up getting your relative to come and bring a government gun to shut me up because I'm annoying you, then of course a judge will be able to decide whether or not what I said was worthy of being hauled away for annoying you." And then I looked to my mom, who has Alzheimer's, so she doesn't understand a word that I am saying. And I looked to her and I said, "Do you know why communists and socialists like this Trump supporter here?" Because I knew who the sheriff was. "You know why they don't like freedom of speech? Because
oh
they
yeah.
long for the days when they could just shoot anyone they want." And in front of the mayor and and I basically went through that. And I basically kept irritating him. And I just picked up my phone and reminded him I was recording. So if he was going to call his relative, it better be good. And then I started talking about Ken Melman coming out of the closet and ruining religion for me. Because my preacher made my life a living hack when I didn't hate Ken Melman for what Ken Melman was doing behind closed doors. And I gave a graphic description. And then I mentioned that then after Ken Melman came out of the closet, a super majority of millennials said, "I don't care about that issue anymore." But I wasn't done yet. Then I started talking about Trump's potty mouth and his cursings. And I talked about how Trump had a mouth that would make a seasoned sailor blush. But his supporters don't sit there and try to cancel Donald Trump's foul mouth. No,
I'm saying this as a naive Californian. People still support Trump in your area openly.
I I'm in rural New York.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
But
I get
then I go, but
it.
but then I start saying, well, but his supporters will call a government gun in to cancel someone for annoying him. Then this is where he really perked up. This is where he really perked up, and I really got under his skin. And then I started talking about how Donald Trump seems to offend and annoy everyone, and you will fight to the death for his right to annoy and offend and bother everyone. But yet you think you have the right to call a government gun in to come and arrest someone and shut him or everyone up because you're a communist and a socialist and a Marxist. You believe in cancel culture. And he's like, that's it. I'm out of here. So,
Do you know here right now, our sheriffs are actually under investigation for that very reason? They were all court ordered to basically show any tattoos. They were basically court ordered to show their bodies to an arbitrator because they're now considered a gang where the sheriffs are now considered a gang where I live. It's a big deal. So if someone was to say that around here, you could get people fired. Like I
Yeah,
recently, go ahead.
we've had a similar thing with some local police departments up here in the Bay Area, where they've basically demanded, because they've all got body cams, so and so there's some you know evidence of conspiracy, they're saying, and a bunch of these guys, their badges are on the line, so.
well, this guy seemed to think that he had the ability just to have his own state paid for I put it this way, Peking PC police to make his to get rid of anyone who he thought was annoying. But he just stormed out with his wife when I basically pointed out that he was ready to sick a state gun on me for dropping the F-bomb after spilling my soda, but he had no problem with Donald Trump's foul language.
Yeah, we had a guy a few months ago. I covered it on the channel, with it was a Novato County, Novato police officer, I believe, in the county of Sonoma over here, who shot his neighbor's dog because he thought the dog was a nuisance. And
wow.
that was, kind of swept under the rug. But we're
I
not going
heard
to
about
charge this
that.
guy with just murdering this animal just for being on his lawn.
I heard about that.
Yeah.
I want to go back to what Kilroy said really quick because it's actually something that just makes my blood pressure rise. But Waterday said it's amazing to me that the people who support Trump, nothing to do with liberal versus conservative, etc. The whole indictment thing, and people who still think he's some sort of political saint. Yeah, I just don't. It's a mental illness, but I don't judge. I don't judge. We all pick our own mental illness, I guess. And this drives me mentally insane when people at my job, it's illegal to videotape the people at my job because they don't necessarily know about the internet.
Have
They
the
have rights.
capacity for
Yes.
consent.
Yes, and I feel that homeless people are in the same boat. It drives me mentally insane. Like their lives are hard enough. Like let's give them a break by not using them as a political stunt.
Oh, I wish you could get like affordable housing and actually let people who can't afford to pay for their own rent be able to actually work and still get help. It's like a catch-22. You can't afford to live in the urban centers, and you can get some help if you're not working, but the moment you're working, they expect you to make enough money to, and it's not going to happen for a lot of people.
It took me
Well,
11 years to get where I am now, where I'm stable.
I'm
It took
going to
11
say, like, I want to play devil's advocate here, and taking a little bit more of a conservative viewpoint because I'm a fucking diehard liberal commie, but
I know you. I was about
at
to
the
say
same
what?
time, I'm like, okay, I was in this position last year where I was working full time and I was living in my car, and so I tried to get into this program where now they have studio apartments for people who are transitioning out of homelessness, right? And you just have to kind of subscribe to this program. And at the time, I was told because I had a vehicle to live in, they could not, if I got rid of my car, then maybe they could help me.
That's
And I said,
crazy.
so you want me to get rid of my vehicle in order to trade for housing? And I said that didn't make sense to me at the time. And but there are programs out there, and for some people who don't even have those resources, I wonder what is holding them back. And a lot of the time it is maybe their own decisions, their own, like, and so I don't want to like downplay, like, because I suffer with addiction too, so like anybody who has that going on, but there does seem to be a lot of that involved where it's like that's the only limitation.
That
And I
would
didn't
drive
mean to
me.
overtalk anybody
No,
if I did there. I just wanted to bring that out
no,
there, like
Commander's computer overheated. They'll be
uh,
back. That drives me mentally insane. A rule like that. I've stayed in shelters, and a lot of them had no rules except for you just had to be homeless. But again, this was 20 something years ago. Places like drop-in centers saved my life because I was truly like down and out, like by myself, and I had to learn the ropes slowly. But that's crazy to me that they would have a stipulation like that. As someone who lived in their car, like it's not freaking paradise in your car.
yeah, and it's hard to find a place to shower and all that good stuff. And it's like it's still that way. Like, now even having a room, it's hard to get there. I even struggle with that because, now you have a lack of transportation. It's like, okay, so, and it seems like there's always a roadblock, and, but there's always a program out there for it. There's just so many hoops you have to jump through that if you're already, trying to maintain a job and stuff like that, it's like, okay, now here's this additional step, and they don't make it easy.
Oh,
It's
dude, I've told you, man, I failed through from like 17 until 29. I was couch surfing, homeless car. Like I struggled throughout my entire 20s. In my late
I
teens.
lived better at 21, 22 than I do now. Like that came later for me. I was building up and then boom, and just crashed. And yeah, I had to learn a lot of things. But in my early 20s, I was living pretty good compared to now.
I partied hard as a teenager, so much to the point I quit drinking when I was 21. And
No, I never drank back then.
I talk about this
I
all the
always
time.
smoked pot, but
Yeah,
yeah.
I didn't watch
But
TV.
I was going out to shows, going out to restaurants, like just out on the town.
Totally.
Yeah.
Isn't that what your 20s is supposed to be? Like, the transition is hard. Not enough of a sliding scale so that you could, excuse me, so people can begin working and transition out. It seems, though, I could be mistaken. Going with what Abe says, I think some don't know. Very true. About programs. And see, but the problem is it's also availability of the programs. And if you don't reach the stipulations, they're going to tell you to kick rocks. Recently, I told this, I believe on Phoenix's stream, there was somebody, it's a long story, but someone that I know had Alzheimer's, and they wandered over here. They basically, I don't know if their kids took the entire estate, but she basically was divorced. She's down and out, and she wandered over here looking for my dad, who has been passed away for 3 years. And I called the shelter, and the shelter was like, we don't have space for her. And I'm like, but she's a woman's shelter and she's everything you need. What's the point of you guys, you know?
Well,
wait, wait.
what you were
Sorry.
talking about is kind of what I meant, where someone who needs help can actually get it and actually get to the point where they don't need the help anymore, rather than them saying, get rid of your car.
Yeah.
Or when you have an area where your average rent is $2,000 a month and your average pay is absolute garbage, where there's, they let people who are working actually stay working and still have a roof to help them.
Yeah. There used to be programs like that, but they're not around anymore. They're not they don't have funding anymore, so they have to have militant rules. At least here in LA, they have to have rules because also fentanyl is an epidemic, and that weird zombie drug is here in LA.
Crocodile.
It's bad. It's
Is
like
that like some bath salts or something?
it's a flesh eating. It comes with a flesh eating virus, doesn't it?
Well, it's basically homemade morphine, but
Oh,
what happens is you can't filter out all the all the really, really bad stuff that causes your lymph system and your circulatory system to die.
that's stuff I have nightmares about. That's the stuff that I'm sitting here 3:30 in the morning Googling because I can't sleep. That is literally the stuff that keeps me up at night. That's wrong. You should never
In
do
fact, in Russia, where it was invented,
Yep.
the drug cartels they cracked down on it, not because they cared, but because it was cheap morphine that was cutting into their business.
And I remember watching those videos years ago. I remember watching those videos. Hey, hold on one second. Come back
One of
like
the
in half an hour.
One of the reasons why my Blender projects are taking so goddamn long is, well, you just saw my computer overheat because it's getting warm. I don't have central air, and I'm afraid to go to the only place where I can get my computer fixed in a reasonable.
Oh, you cut out, Commander. You still there? Ah, computers are the worst. When my mom was single, Abe, can you still hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh,
Just
okay,
commander cut out.
I'm
Yeah.
just making sure. Sometimes
I
with
was
back in the day when I first started streaming, there were so many technical problems. Sometimes it was me. I didn't know what I was doing, so I still have that inside of me. This is awful, Waternay. Awful. Ugh. When my mom was single with a newborn after my dad died, she tried to get some social services. They said it wouldn't help unless she got rid of her car. That just like turns me into the ultimate warrior where I'm like, what is wrong with you? What is wrong with you? Sad story about fentanyl. A toddler in my area this week was killed on it because their guardian was oh my gosh. Oh, today is button battery awareness day because so many kids pass away from that every year. And I didn't know. And I read that and I'm like, this kind of ruined my day. Why did I read this?
Yeah, my best friend passed away from fentanyl last year, so still dealing with that. Like, I didn't even take it seriously before that. Everybody kept saying, "Oh, there's something going on, something going on." I was like, "Yeah, bullshit, whatever. It's just some other drug." And then when my friend actually died of it, I was like, "Okay, something to be looking out for." And now it's like everywhere I go, I fucking see somebody who's fucking on that shit.
That's crazy to me. I've been out of the loop for a while. It makes me feel old because we used to always joke about they're gonna make a drug that I become so old I don't do it, and I've reached that age. Like it's crazy to see. That
Yeah,
stinks.
it's like I always said
Yeah,
I'd never do heroin. I never have fucking tried heroin, and now it's like they've made fucking something even worse. And it's like, okay, so we even get that. Fucking, it's like something out of a movie, man. Sometimes you think, oh, they can't make up something worse than what we already got, and then they always do. So
oh yeah. That's it. Those people just love fentanyl because it's insanely cheap. Ugh. You know what? It's really funny. There's a lot of people I know that literally they don't touch anything anymore because the fentanyl's out there. I've heard more than one person say, like, they'll admittedly say, like, I don't touch anything because you know, you don't know what's out there anymore. But they're not
they
saying, oh, I
just put
won't
it
do
in
drugs.
anything.
They're just saying, like, I don't do them because there's a higher probability now, you know. Those toddlers get into
They even
everything.
found it here in the local water supply. They said they found it in the wastewater, so they're like, obviously it's going through the tap then. So everybody's getting exposed
There was a pot there.
countywide.
There was a dispensary that some guy grabbed a package and passed out, and people freaked out. People freaked out because they were like, "Oh my gosh, it's in all." So now all the places down here, they test everything for fentanyl now, even the marijuana. But I think a lot of that is the news. Like, the news will get a story, then everybody starts talking, and we live in the world of instant news where like me, I'm scared to go to downtown LA, and I'm sure if I went down there, it'd be fine. You know what I'm saying? Like, as long as I don't wear anything crazy, times have changed. The gangs have changed. Like, the way of life has changed down there. But if I go down there, no one's gonna say a word to me. I look like everybody else, you
Yeah,
know.
for the most part, like
But I watched a video of patched up bikers getting in a fight in downtown, like, and I was like, oh crud! If they're running up on those guys, they're, you know, like, I'm like, uh-oh. I'm not, you know, and they're like, it's just or maybe I watched too. See, it's Twitter has ruined my life because I'm subscribed, like, to the word Santee Alley, downtown LA. And so anything that says downtown LA, I'm like watching the video, I'm like, I will never go down there again. And then I see someone like, oh, look at my fabric haul, and I'm like, oh, I want to go down there.
I'm always like, I'm so non-confrontational. I don't really like, think about it. But yeah, I guess you hang out in a given place for any amount of time. I mean, there's bound to be that one guy, But I don't know. For all the situations I've been in, like most of the time, I don't even have to fight. Like there's there's always somebody stepping in the way, and it seems kind of strength in numbers. It
Oh,
just
totally. That's with anything. That's why the police where I'm from, we call it the Rodney King rule, but I think they did it before the riots, where the cops when they go into certain neighborhoods, they don't go unless they have 4 cars.
oh yeah.
So that's like in certain neighborhoods in LA, they'll be like, man, why all these cops show up? That's a rule. When they go into certain neighborhoods, they have to have like a platoon with them. They literally come 4 cars deep. They still do it. They still
Yeah,
do
we had a
it, you know?
situation on the job a few weeks ago, and we had a guy that got out of hand. And initially, I just called in a mental health crisis. They were trying to deal with him, but he was high as fuck,
Yeah.
and he ended up, stripping off his shirt and getting all
Oh,
aggressive. And he threatened to strike a female officer. He fucking did one of these and fucking reared back on her. And so the other officer, pulled his taser, called in, fucking resisting. And there were 5 cars just, boop, boop, boop. They
yep.
came from all directions and just fucking wrapped him up. They're like, nope. As soon as he saw the backup, he was done. He was like, okay, I'm not
I'm
going to
telling you.
pretend I'm fighting anymore. So
Yeah.
nobody got hurt.
Why do you think like 6 bankers can put on leather, get on Harleys and scare people in the next town? It's
Yeah.
power, there's power in numbers, they're literally accountants and bankers, but they get on a Harley and they look tough. I love what Kilroy is saying here, or maybe is oh, sorry, it was the first one. I kind of feel like newspapers are the fastest form of media that humans won't go crazy on. Anything faster, people go nuts. I miss newspapers. Commander, how you doing?
Are we back?
No, I think they're having. I'll put my computer in the freezer for a few minutes. I'm so sorry. I hate having technical issues.
Shit, I'm on a phone. I can't say shit about nothing.
Maybe text-based media is just likely to make people go nuts. So, but there's something to be said about that, Kilroy, because like I'm man enough to admit that like there are certain videos that affect me and I get emotional. And that's why I stay off of Twitter, because I'm like, or like today, there is a YouTuber who goes around rubbing himself on. He's a prank YouTuber, but he goes to the most dangerous situations, like to concerts, to like real gangsters, people that I consider like real hardcore people, and he tries to prank them, and he literally got beat up by bodyguards. That's not funny to me, you know.
It's funny though. It is like he knows what he's doing, right? Like
He's 5'6", and these men that are like 7, they're like 6'8", 6'9". They literally are just like, "Are you crazy? Are you crazy?" Like, and he knows that like he got beat up for YouTube, and I'm like, that got me going. I'm like, I would end up on probation because I'm taught no one's supposed to be sneaking up behind you. I would have turned around and just at least grabbed him and been like, "What are you doing, kid? What are you doing?" I don't know. The younger generation, they just don't seem street smart, is what I'm saying. Like, oof. He ran up on people I wouldn't. He ran up on people that I would have never run up on. It's so hot. It's really hot to touch. Computers are crazy. I used to have a MacBook Air. Those things were it overheated to the point of uselessness. I can't use it because it overheats. Interesting about how recruitment styles affect police. Do you have a Dell iPad you can put under your computer?
They definitely push for that. I mean, they push for certain types of people, and it's just like the military in that sense. Like, they're trying to recruit young. They're trying to get people who are going to be, about protocol. They're going to take orders, and then it's all the chain of command mentality. Like, and that thing I disagree with. Like, you can't really be challenged from below. So once you get in, like if your department is corrupt, you have no way of really, all you can do is kind of roll out of there.
Yeah. I'm afraid to take it to the only computer store that will do it real fast, because there's a weed dispensary in the same building. I used to have a laptop that shut off every time from the heat. One of the reasons I use so many fans. Yeah, I've learned over the years. And it's so funny because we're having such a mild summer. This time of year, I usually take all of my computers out and I put it in my closet with my clothes, because it's so hot out here. I can only have my newer computers because they're the only ones that can handle it. Like that Samsung that I showed you, that's from 2012. That thing shuts down. I have a what's it called? Like a 2018, 2019 Chromebook. That thing, man, if that thing thinks too much, it shuts down.
No, I have that problem all the time. I have to prop it up on something because the fan is on the bottom of it.
I learned that the hard way when I first started. I go back and I watched like really old streams from 2 or 3 years ago. I did interviews on different channels on that Google, like those cheap computers. They work so well, but they overheat. I freaking love that stupid thing, but it overheats. That's why I had to actually get a real computer. Well, no, I'm not saying real. I went and got a MacBook Pro. And it's still a piece of junk. It still frustrates me. I had to learn a whole new operating system. It was just craziness.
Yeah, I don't know. I still have the OBS set up for my Chromebook that like MathPig was going to help me with like 2 years ago, and I just never got back to him. I think I just flaked out on him. So my fault. It's my fault. But so I don't know how to use OBS, but I have it installed on my Chromebook.
I had to learn the hard way. Yeah, just take one, bro.
Okay.
I had to learn the hard way. Isaiah's got a bit of a cold. We get sick whenever it starts raining and stuff, and like it's really unseasonable here in Southern California. It's scary. If you're using it on your laptop, do you have a cutting board you can put under the computer and use it? Well, this MacBook Pro has all the bells and whistles. I spent a lot of money for this computer. I spent a lot of money and it still works after all these years. I bought this during the pandemic. Yet another panic buy because my computer I inherited an old Mac that I thought was from 2018, but it was really from 2015, and I'm lucky it still even runs. My laptop was overheating, so I pulled a fan out and got an insulin syringe. Oh, with a little WD-40 injected it through the stick. Wow.
Okay. Be careful, that might be one of those anarchist cookbook kind of things. Sticking a baby in the microwave or something.
No, I learned when I put Gojo on my star like a effing moron, and I rubbed the word star off, and I was like, oh, why did I listen to that guy in Appalachia? But I love Appalachian Americans. They're my kind of people. But see, here's the thing. Like, one of the reasons I ask Mark stuff is because Mark is an engineer, and I have access to a junkyard, aka my job and the side of my house. Like, I'm not kidding you. I want to build wings for my flamenco print. I want to do some really designer, dramatic stuff with it, you know? And
I think it
especially
sounds like a great idea.
like what Mark is saying here, that's something I would do. But I am a tinkerer. I take things apart. I know there are certain things that I know how they work. Like, I don't know certain things about the computer, but I could take it apart and put it back together and it'll still be working. A board under mine made a difference. I almost bought, there was like a at the Goodwill, there was a laptop fan. So it was a flat surface that you could put somewhere and it had fans underneath, but it was at the Goodwill, so the fans were burnt out.
Yeah, I think they have like stands like that too. Like, it's a little riser and it has a fan built in underneath.
What is that?
Yeah, those things look cool, but they're kind of expensive, I think.
I know a lot of it is over ambitious technology and it quits on you. Like, my dumb all right, I'm gonna shame myself right now. I wanted a voice box. Everybody in the chat knows I griped about it one night and I cheaped out and I bought this on Amazon. The microphone barely works, but it works on my camera, but the soundboard already died. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing sometimes. But this thing already died off of Amazon. And the box keeps on falling to give me a
Can't get
message.
the return on that though? Just, you can't get an exchange?
I'm not gonna return it because I like the microphone. It works on my camera. It sounds like I'm talking through a tin can on here, but when I plug it into my camera, it works. Life is really funny that way. So
Probably need some kind of audio interface or something like that, like an additional unit.
I have every kind of mixture you could possibly think of because my predecessor was an entertainer. So I have full boards under here. Hey,
How you doing? Is everything sounding okay? I wound up putting the power setting on the computer down and shoving it in the freezer and changing the resolution of just about everything to try to get it not to overheat.
well, I'm glad that you made it back. Gilroy, I actually know someone that printed it off the internet, and I may or may not know someone who has it in their house. The anarchist cookbook will get you in trouble, and you will probably set yourself on fire.
Well, let's just hope that if you set yourself on fire, it will be worth it.
You know what, Water Day? That's not a bad idea. I do have a giant Amazon account because I compulsively order stuff all the time. But I think I'm doing something wrong, and I have an amp from the Guitar Center that I don't know what I'm doing sometimes. I have all this fancy equipment in here, and it's a miracle that I'm even on the internet. I am technologically digressed from the people before me. So sometimes I feel like it's me and it's not the equipment. Like I feel like I did something.
Well, I assure you, it is the fact that once my computer gets 95 degrees Celsius, it will shut down.
I
It
had
will
a
do that to protect itself.
I had
And
a
it's
MacBook Air.
94 right now.
Yikes. I had a MacBook Air like that. I hated that thing. I got rid of it. That's the only computer I've ever was willingly wiped and got rid of. Ever.
Well, this is just because the CPU fan number 1 is dead. And, like right now, I'm really not stressing it. And it could go out at any fucking time. Pardon the language. I actually got kicked out of a Discord server for cursing today.
What? Were you in a Fox News server?
No, no,
Kidding, I'm
no.
kidding.
It was before I ever got involved with the shills, I joined a little group that was dedicated to proving that Donald Trump was the Antichrist. But the guy running it doesn't like cursing
Oh, okay. Okay.
or or really, really dunking on people. So he absolutely despised it when I shared the video where I had Kat Kerr in a straight jacket, just twisting while I played her video, her audio.
Oh, that's um oh, I found a new sewing machine on my wish list. I love that feeling, Waternay. I do. I absolutely love that. And also, do you know what? I'm the kind of person where I feel like my entire YouTube channel is a self-indictment. So if I ever was on the stand, I would just tell the truth. Be like, I'm the real life George of the Jungle. I I'm lucky this it runs in here in Waternay. In It's funny you would say this. About once every 3 months, my mom will come to me and be like, we can send the tech person over to the house to show you how to use it. She's trying to be polite. She's trying to be polite because she knows, of all people, she knows the equipment I have in here. But I watched it. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
This computer that I'm on that's fucking up, this costs me about $3,000 at the end of it. So it is a good thing, except for that CPU fan number 1 died.
Mm-hmm. I hate that. I absolutely hate it when that happens.
Dick Dawson would probably kill for this computer because he's he has I think it's a Ryzen 7 8 core, and this has 16 cores, and they're just as fast as his. And this has 32 gigs, and he finally upgrade. I'm not. He's a single dad and all, and doesn't have tons of money. And most of the money that goes into the Shills channel winds up just going to Ukraine or to the Boom Boom Fund to help Ukraine. You probably won't see tons and tons of money probably until you get around 50 to 100,000 subbies and regular views.
There's a few YouTubers I watch. I study them. I don't know how they make money. But there's 2 men that I watch that make a living, and one makes so much money on YouTube that he can live in San Francisco by himself. And San Francisco is just below New York.
Well,
You gotta hook me up with
some
that
people
guy.
do.
He would love you.
Well, I mean, that's a goal of a lot of people who show up on YouTube. I was at one of the reasons why the production values on my channel are so high is I actually at some point want to start taking on work
hmm
for other channels making sets and etc and helping people out with visuals for cash. It just
You would
hasn't
make
worked out that yet.
you know what though? You would make a killing. I don't talk about this a lot, but I've made money off of YouTube. People have contacted me on Twitter and I've made a few vests for people. I started making godless sewing. I am literally like I started calling myself a nihilist just so I don't get in arguments with people. I make clothes for Mormon people and Muslim people now, you know. And it's all from stinking Twitter and YouTube. But people in my area found me and they weren't creeps, so I make clothes for them, you know. You never know. You never know.
The way this would have to work is either the shills would have to get so big that they could hire me on to do stuff like that so that I didn't have to work, or I become big enough where I can at least supplement part of my income and take a job that doesn't take anywhere between 40 to 60 hours a week. But the real thing is, I can't take on work unless a person understands really tight deadlines are not going to be possible unless, of course, you pay me enough money consistently to not have to do my job
Really quickly. Oh, sorry.
driving or machining or something like that.
Oh, I'm the same way. Like if someone offered me more money than I make, I would be gone. Kilroy, if you do this, I want to see it if it happens or hear about it because I'm all about bringing stuff like that back to life. I brought my gosh, that camera is literally 15 or 16 years old now. I brought my Panasonic camera back to life. I'm all about that. I am all about that. You know what's really sad? The people that I'm talking about, do you know what they talk about? Is
What?
the Real Housewives. They talk about fashion. They talk about the thing that brought me to their channel was they critique fashion, but they talk about television shows. They have hundreds of thousands and hundreds. There was this one guy I watched his channel. I thought he had more subscribers than anybody else. There is a man that I watch who sits in front of a blue screen. He's the guy who lives in San Francisco. No tech, nothing. Has like 700,000 subscribers. Just some insane amount. And he just talks about shows he watches on TV and he gets paid to just yabber about YouTube. I mean, yabber on YouTube.
Wow. I don't think I will ever be that interesting to yabber on about YouTube for that kind of money.
I thought I was, and then I got on YouTube and realized that I don't like being in other people's business like that. I was raised by like adults who were like, "Don't be nosy." So I have it in my head to not be up in other people's business, and I like when I see people feuding online, and myself included. Like it's weird when you fight with someone who's a stranger. That's weird to me. Maybe I'm disconnected. Maybe I step back from the internet, but it's just weird.
Well, you weren't raised a drama llama, so you can't keep it on top of everyone else's bullshit because you have so much of your own life to deal with.
Yeah.
You behave like a grown up when you're not on YouTube.
No, especially after I had Drama Llama, I went back to minding my own business. like an adult, like straight back to minding my own business. And it reminded me of why you can't be friends with everybody. And I talk about it all the time. I'm a care bear of a human being. I had to learn. The internet chewed me up and spit me out and taught me you can't be friends with everybody, you know?
But
Well,
there's like people that are gonna dislike you for doing the right thing, right? Like
Totally.
sometimes you have to step in, otherwise you're the monster if you let it go on. If you just sit back and watch it, you know what I mean?
Yeah. And you know what? Like, it's weird to me when people judge, like, when people judge you for mistakes, or like, you know what? I'll say in my own personal life, like, I had a Karen video and people thought they had the right to judge me. And it's like, you don't know what happened in that situation. You don't know what got me there. There was a bunch of editing going on in all videos. Like, you have no idea the situation. And people thought they had the right to hate me for it. I just thought it was the weirdest thing. Like, I'm bubbly and nice, but if you mess with me, I'm like everybody else. I don't know. I'm just not a judgmental person like that, I guess.
and this is almost done. I have a contribution from Operator Starsky. I got done rendering the contribution from Dick. And then I have a contribution from CF Beauty. Basically telling Mippet69 get well soon. And
Aw.
it's almost done. I just have to get everyone who contributed some audio in there. And I work full time and I just couldn't get it done the weekend. But
That looks amazing.
It's serious, just
That's
out of
great.
my league. I love your animation. Like, I get captured in it. I would, if you had a half-hour show, I'm the kind of person that would watch it. I'm your demographic. I'm in my early 40s.
early 40s, physically probably 12 years old mentally. That's what I was going for. That's why
If I upset.
they have transporters, ships. That's why they invade Marjorie Taylor Greene's shit trailer, order her to shed her human skins, and then tase her, and then haul her off. That's one of the videos I did.
Really quickly, I want to go back to what you guys were saying. Like, it is about personality. Do you know I watch YouTubers that talk about things that I'm not even into? I just like the person, or their voice is just soothing, you know? Like, except for I'm not a makeup guy. Sorry, I'm not a makeup guy. You'll never catch me watching a makeup tutorial.
I know my voice is a little bit squeaky and I can like lower it, but it sounds weirder and I don't know what to do. I don't have that a really good voice.
Commander, this is my real voice. I just talk like this because this sounds weird to people, but this is I have an extremely high voice. So you're in good company.
Yeah, I tend to pitch shift up and down. It kind of just depends on my mood that day. But I watch some streams just for like ASMR or whatever that is.
Totally.
I fell asleep to Orlo Amadeus, and he was doing a sleep stream for 3,000 subscribers last night. And I
Awesome.
was watching him sleeping, and I was like, that made me really, really tired. So, and I fell asleep to that. Those sounds of another dude sleeping.
I found a guy in Korea that does that I'm subscribed to because I have weird insomnia. That's why, like, when you stream late at night, like, seriously, when you see like one in the chat, that's me. If I don't comment, it's because I'm trying to go to bed. It's like,
And I would like to thank you for the compliment saying at first you thought that was a movie. That's kind of like if I put the best stuff that I have forward, maybe at some point when things stabilize and I can work less, maybe then I can move over to graphic art. So I put my best stuff up.
That's how I got people started asking me for commission because I would just put all my denim work up and tag LA like on Instagram or Twitter, and people would start contacting me. And weirdly, it was people in my area. Well, of course, the yuppies are the ones who like want to wear the coat with all the patches that they haven't earned on it.
And I have to work on the penguins coming to America where they basically invade and take it over. It's on my channel. And
Oh, I think you might have cut off again. Do you know what's really funny? I had this exact same problem, Waterne. We have a voicemail system at my job, and we were trying to bring it into the future. And I did one department, and I heard myself. I was like, "Nope, you got to get somebody else." Nope. People walk up to me, and it trips them out that I still sound the same from high school. That's how high my voice is.
It's interesting. I feel like my voice changes from conversation to conversation sometimes. It's my inflections. But no, I'm getting pretty drowsy. I've taken some of this freaking juice over here, so got like 20 milligrams or so of raw THC in me. So I'm probably gonna go to bed, but it's good talking to you.
No worries. I'm gonna hop off pretty soon. We had a good run tonight. I didn't think anyone was gonna hop in at all. So thank you for hopping in.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure.
I'm like I said, I'm always that when you stream late at night, that's me.
Hopefully Commander gets back in here and yeah, y'all can
I usually end it at 4 hours anyways. I try not to go too far. I'm telling you, I watch people fight. Do you know what's really funny? Did you drink one of those THC things that they sell at the dispensaries?
yeah,
I've
this
always
one's a
wondered
different
about
one.
that.
It's
I've
I
always
usually get the infused sparkling waters, but this one's like one of those raw concoctions, so you never know what you're gonna get.
I've always wondered about those, but like I'm so ADD, a lot of that stuff is a waste on me because I'm so hyperactive, it just doesn't work. Like, and I don't like to waste money like that.
Oh no, this is the only thing that really puts me to sleep. Like I can, I take those. I will sleep for like 8 to 10 hours solid, and yeah, it's the only thing that does it.
I always I've you're answering some questions for me because I always wonder about that stuff. Like, but gummies and stuff, they either mess me up so much I'm holding onto the couch for dear life because I feel like I'm spinning, or they don't work. You know.
Well,
So
yeah, that's the problem with me. Like I have to find the balance with this. If I take just the right amount, then I sleep soundly. If I take too much, then I will find myself like struggling to breathe. Like, well, while I'm trying to fall asleep, I will like be afraid that I'm going to stop breathing, and then it'll make me have a panic attack. So, but that's pretty extreme. I have to take a lot to get that effect. So, usually, if I don't ever do it, then we're good. Like right about here, hopefully. That's the hope.
no worries, no worries. I know how it is. I have sleep problems, so I understand. I'm probably gonna stream for a little bit longer because I like to wolf.
Oh, see, yeah.
Actually,
See,
will you give me like one more minute? I'm gonna go to the can real quick. Just give me a second.
okay, I can play one more song.
I love your Gary thing, by the way.
Angels to some, demons to others.
Oh.
Bring it back with that.
Beautiful. Absolutely.
I've been doing a little bit of this and that on the this guitar. It needs some new strings.
That's
But man, for a Salvation Army classic, you know, I mean, it's
that
not
sounds
bad.
beautiful for something that you got at the Salvation Army. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's absolutely awesome. You know
All right,
what?
well,
For a while, I was drinking this THC tea, but the shop apparently I used to go to an illegal dispensary, and I didn't know it because they would check your card and everything. This is back when pot was first legal in California, and you still needed a card for the first year. But that place, they had pot, they had infused goldfish, they had pot Chex Mix. All that stuff was so good. It was so good.
yeah, I remember the Chex Mix. Those ones were fun. We used to do the Rice Krispie treats too.
Yep.
Those were pretty easy to make.
I was hooked on those. Like, I used to eat those on my way to Vegas.
Yeah.
Like, right at the border, I would just start throwing back Chex Mix because I knew by the time I got to Las Vegas Boulevard, it would all be kicking in. But I've told this story 100 times. One of the reasons I don't eat edibles anymore is because I eat like you know those jelly gummies, the big square ones.
Right.
Well, people usually cut off quarters and let it slowly seep in. I swallowed one whole and went on the casino floor. And about 45 minutes into it, I had a real life existential crisis of like, what am I doing here? I'm wasting my life. I like started like, you know, and you should never analyze yourself when you're on an edible. You should enjoy yourself.
That's when you sink to the real black hole, yeah.
Oh, I left. I went and sat in my room and just held on to the bed because it was kicking in so hard. I stopped eating edibles after that. I really did.
It's like the third time I took mushrooms. I remember I was at this dude's birthday party. He was a few years older than me. He was a cocky motherfucker. But he had one too many, and everybody had vacated the house. It was like the next morning. I went over there to check on him, and he was hiding in the closet. He was like, "Take these, please take these." And then I ended up tripping out on the rest of his stash for like 3 days. But he was just fucking haggard. It's just like, okay, I see where you going today.
And
Yeah,
you know the evil thing about the Chex Mix and all that Water Day was that like you're getting ripped as you're eating them, but they're filling. So you're eating them and you're getting like you just get more and more ripped. And they were like $5 a bag. And like, man, those things, man, I had a crisis. That's what literally got me to stop eating edibles was eating too much of that. Because it just I had a mental breakdown. How's it going, Commander?
Oh, all right. I forgot to turn on the cooling pad underneath the computer. So it might work better, might fuck off. I have no clue.
I'm gonna
I
go
have
for
to say good night, but good to see everybody, and I will.
Good night, Gary.
I'll keep watching. All right.
have a great night. I'll see you. I'm only gonna go. I'm gonna go till the 4-hour mark.
Well, that's cool because I need to head out to New Jersey at 10 o'clock, but that still gives me plenty of time to get some rest.
I try to be kind to a lot of people watch this in the replay. I think people fall asleep to it because that's what I do. But there are certain YouTubers that I met and I've learned it's really insulting when you tell somebody I fall asleep to your channel.
Oh, we had I forget who it was. Oh yeah. We had Conspiracy Cats on the shills one night. And one of the jokes I told was I love your channel. He was talking about one of the videos that he did, and it was exactly 10 minutes long. And I used that episode as an egg timer. It was a really good episode. I mean, he did a good job on it, and it was the exact right length so that I could use it to time my favorite food.
I do that with a lot of videos. I do that especially when I have big projects. I look for things that are over an hour or over an hour and a half. But while I'm cooking, I do that same thing. I'll watch something like, okay, this is 15 minutes. The chicken will be ready in like 12. So I'll just watch this video.
You know, what I would do would be I'd watch the first 5 minutes of it. And oh boy, I gotta take the minute rice and meat off the burner. And then 5 minutes later, it would be cool enough to eat. So, but it was the content was good. It wasn't like it was only useful for an egg timer. And I think he got the joke.
Oh man. That last one made me cry. I coughed so hard. Oh.
I am afraid to take this computer to the only shop that will repair it in a few days and not make me wait a month. It's connected to a weed dispensary, and I went in there to ask about prices, and I basically tried not to breathe because I'm a commercial driver.
Oh.
And I come up from my medical certificate in a few months, so actually going in there is risky.
Do you think that you could fail from a contact? Like, because I'll tell you, there are certain drugs, like if someone's on meth and you have coitus with them, that it will seep through their vein, it will seep through their body, and you actually could test positive for it.
Well, to give you an idea,
I don't think marijuana does that.
I used to work I worked at 2 shipyards. One was run by the devil himself. The other one was rather good. I got all my psychological illnesses from the bad one. The good one, they technically they didn't test for marijuana.
Yeah.
And that's not why they were good. But I didn't smoke marijuana. I don't drink.
Mm-hmm.
And one time, I had an accident at work.
Yeah.
And they make you go and they make you test.
Same thing at my job. Same thing.
And it was kind of like trying to go positive, but it did, it was like turning, but it was inconclusive. And people were smoking marijuana there constantly.
Okay.
So it was secondhand that I almost tested positive. But the people who were doing the test said, oh, that's such and such a yard. They don't actually test for that. So don't even mention it.
That's crazy to me. It just seems because I'm a drug scientist. Like marijuana gets in your fatty cells, so it's like in the drug world, if you smoke marijuana, man, it's in your blood for 30 days. Methamphetamine, cocaine, these drugs, because they're so hyperactive, they're out of your system in a couple days. That's why someone can be a total meth head, sores, gross, like the definition of a skeleton, and they could test negative for a drug because they're not on it. Are we going Elvis tonight or what?
Oh, hi there, Skits. How you doing?
Oh, your mic is murder. I'm gonna I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna mute you for a second, but you're my. Oh, hold on, really quick. What Mark said, I'm gonna be up all night thinking about this now. I am literally gonna be up all night thinking about that. How do you see, Scratch? Are you there?
Is it better?
Oh yeah, there you are.
Okay. Sorry about that.
This scares me. I just seen a headline that 1 in 3 homes in Queensland has a snake in the ceiling. Nope. Have you guys seen that thing on Twitter with the giant python snake or whatever that came through the ceiling?
No, but I'm pretty sure that it was freaky for whoever had to deal with it.
For
Let me see
real.
if I can-
Pythons aren't dangerous unless you're a baby or an idiot who's willing to let it wrap itself around you.
Oh, that is because I work with rattlesnakes and stuff, I have weird dreams. I like my brain messes with me. I had to explain this to my son today because I'm such a nihilist. I have an explanation for everything, but like we have a part of our brain that is made for dreaming. So dreaming has an evolution purpose. There's a purpose for dreaming. I can't say what it is, but there's literally a part of our brain that is made for dreaming. So it's not like dreaming is something mythological. I think it's more psychological. You know?
Oh, sometimes those dreams like scare the shit out of you and they never come to pass. And then other times you wish it's like that's probably because it's like hit or miss. You're thinking about something and then you're worried about something and then you dream about it. And sometimes it fucks up and then life fucks up and sometimes it doesn't.
Do you ever have a dream though that's so messed up that you wake up angry?
Yes.
But who are you angry at?
The star of the dream, you know. since we're going long tonight. I can't believe this. I've gained weight. I'm man enough to admit I've gained weight. This fit me. How long ago was that video? That was like 2 weeks ago. This video fit. I mean, this jacket fit. And look, like I have been doing push-ups, but I'm not that buff.
The jacket looks quite dapper, though.
Thank you. I had
Well, it happens to the best of us. I basically have decided I'm not going to eat this week, which means I'll basically wind up having one meal every fucking day. But I have to get my weight lower or else I'm probably not going to pass my or maybe it's just getting an unhealthy obsession with the weight because I already lost over 100 pounds in 3 years.
That's
But
fantastic.
I can't lose that last 20.
I was always skinny, and so I can accept gaining weight, but it's just it's age, really. Like you can't be 170 pounds forever. And I'm not kidding. I gained 50 pounds during COVID out of just panic weight. Mark, every time you tell a story, it makes me like I think of like just the most like a vampire snake or just something that's the scariest thing on earth because Australia has real animals.
It's funny. Go
ahead.
When I was out camping this last week, we were my friend and I and our kid we were walking back to the car from some windy path down to some water to some hot springs, and as we're approaching the parking lot and one of the main hot springs there, this large naked gentleman stands up and says, "Hey, is that your vehicle over there with the cargo thing?" I'm like, "Yeah." He says, "Yeah, just a few seconds ago, this like 6-foot snare, the big snake crawling underneath there. I mean, I'm sure it's gone by now, but just to let you know." We're like, "Thanks for the heads up, buddy."
But did he have to stand up? Did he have to stand up? I'm detail oriented. I'd have been like, Thank you so much. Next time. For the
Talking
record.
about snakes and all.
Put some clothes on, God damn it.
I was raised Roman Catholic, so I'm a bit of a prude in that sense. Like I'm a freak in the sheets, but in any other place, I'm fully covered. Oh, oh. Yeah, but I have cats. I feed strays, so I have an army of cats around my house. I don't have to worry about rats. My neighbor recently asked me, she's like, "You have rats, right?" And I'm like, "No." And you have a cat in your house and you have rats. Like, what is that? What?
Odin's working overtime.
I think the cats, they appreciate me, so they help me out, you know. That's
Jesus Christ.
crazy. I opened the shed door and had an 8-foot python fall off the door. Do you know what? I consider
Do you
myself
live in Florida or
Australia.
oh,
Everything's trying to kill you there.
I consider myself fearless, but I would do the and I'm like fear and stupidity are the same side of a coin, you know.
Yeah,
I
can-
always wanted to go to Queensland and dig for sapphires in the lava fields. Whenever I had the time, no money, no time.
I had a bunch of privileged friends that moved to Hawaii, and they all moved back when the volcanoes. Was that during 2020?
Well, the Kilauea is always going, but maybe the place where they were living got cut off by lava flows, or
It was when
but
it was
it's
really bad.
always going.
I'm more mad that they are so rich that they can move to Hawaii, live there for 15, 20 years, and then afford to move back to Southern California.
God, which one's more expensive these days?
Probably Hawaii.
Fair.
Actually, no. That. You know what? That's a really good question. Rent's outrageous.
Oh yeah, I sent you that meme earlier.
That's what I was thinking. There's at least one more snake that there's a reason Australia has a reputation. Well, there's a reason why evolutionary, like, you know, they geologically were cut off from every other animal on Earth. That's why they have things that nowhere else is on, you know, they have animals that are nowhere else on planet Earth.
Yeah,
But they're
there's
still
definitely
trying.
unique, a very unique ecosystem there.
That's why there's still, like I said this earlier, and I noticed how a bunch of people started watching when I started talking about Australia. But like, they still want me to move there, and I don't think I could. See, but I watch Australian news. They have the same problems that we have. So I'd be moving to a place that has the same weather, the same school system, the same problems. Like,
I was watching something. Some guy was showing, like, he was a chemistry guy, but during his thing, during one of his videos, he's from Australia, and he showed like, oh, these are the little like the mud wasp things. I'm like, oh, mud wasp, that's scary enough as is. And he opens them up like, yeah, and each one of these mud wasp things, the mother wasp comes in, kills a spider, and puts it inside of the thing for the baby, and he opens it up, and there's a bunch of dead spiders come out. I'm like, oh, good God.
Yikes. So horror, nature is a horror film. Nature is an absolute horror. See, but I'm a Westerner. I grew up in a city with planted grass, a tree that was planned, you know.
Yeah,
But the drop bears. I love it when Australians say that. I love it when people from Australia say drop bears.
Is that because they drop out of the trees and claw your eyes out?
They tell tourists.
I think, aren't the koalas basically dying out because the only thing they do is eat eucalyptus and have sex, and they're spreading like syphilis or something amongst themselves, and there are very few clean bears left.
Are you talking about pandas?
No, koalas.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear that part. I saw this thing about panda bears and how dumb they are, and if it wasn't for humans, they wouldn't exist.
Well, if it wasn't for humans, they would still be around in large numbers. I mean, we're the ones that killed them because they're so goddamn dumb they couldn't cope with us around them. So we got to take them by the paws and basically make sure they all don't just die.
I have a little jar of uncut sapphires from Queensland. My father's carrier stole the cut ones, but didn't realize the
I
jar was dirty gravel. That is insane.
I
Chlamydia.
actually taught myself how to cut sapphires. I used to buy sapphires from some Aussies associated with gem hunters. Trudy, she wanted to have some pictures of stuff. This was when George Bush was president, and the last stone
one?
that I cut before the the second one, of course.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was a little kid when the first one was fucking up. And
Water
the
name.
last one I cut was in 2017. And then I just stopped because I wasn't making any money on it. But in other words, I can make stuff that would appraise for $3,000. Now try to sell it.
Wow.
Very interesting.
Try to sell it. Well, I can like show them at some point on the Shills Discord or whatever. The Shills have seen them.
I think that's crazy because I have all that equipment. I'm glad you said that because I'm always like, oh, I could do this or that, or I'm glad you said that industry is dried up really quickly.
Well, it's not that it's dried up. I used to live in Newport News, and there aren't the people with the disposable cash to plunk down $3,000, $2,500 to any jewelry store who would consign it for me or buy from me on a regular basis. It's not that like if I was in LA or New York City, I couldn't, but it's a different market.
Really quickly, Waternay and I want to cry because today we just found out that koalas have chlamydia.
That's what I meant.
Oh, I want to cry. Do you know the Dodgers mascot is a koala bear? I'm never going to think of it the same.
I did not know that, and why?
It's been like that since I was a little kid. Let's see if they changed it. It's been like that since when I was a little kid, the Dodgers mascot was a koala. And I was like, I remember thinking, that's the weirdest thing on earth for LA.
Yeah, I mean, so many like sports team. Now that I think about it, baseball is like weird mascots, or at least like the Philadelphia, the Philly guy, or
And like I lived in Arizona in the early 2000s, and I used to go to ball games all the time. They have creepy mascot races with just people with giant heads running, really is, or pretending to be president. You know, all those before presidents running. You know, like yeah, the whole baseball, it goes all the way back 100-something years. You know.
I remember at that time Joe Robbie Stadium before it became pro player.
Oh
They
yeah.
used to have glass beer bottles, but then Billy the Mormon, not Billy the Mormon, Billy the Marlin put an end to that because he was such a delicious target that
All right,
my god.
Oh, the Dodgers do not have a mascot, although they would appear that would have been through Dodger Stadium for several years dressed as a koala bear. I need more answers, Google. See, now I have discovered a mystery now. I have. So they're not denying the koala bear, but they're saying they have no mascot. How come they sold koala bears to the 90s kids, huh?
Right.
well, because now they're ashamed and they don't want to admit it. But your memories tell the truth.
There it is. And well, they're admitting to it, but now they have a new mascot. It's 3 children that are supposed to represent the people of LA. One's African American, one is of Asian descent, and the other one's Caucasian.
Bring me the koala.
It's a koala already.
A lot less controversy over a koala.
Well, it's because I was like an avid sports fan. I go to Dodger Stadium at least once a year, but I'm obsessed with hockey and I had season tickets. The second Isaiah couldn't go because of his sensory issues, I quit paying the money. So I haven't gone to a games as long as my child's been alive.
Last sports game I was at was the Panthers were playing the Penguins, and the drunks were a lot more entertaining than the game, as they were screaming, Lemieux, Tara Lipinski could kick your ass. That was a fun game.
Do you know who Simone Biles is?
Nope.
She was an Olympic gymnast, like in the recent Olympics. She like dates rappers and stuff, and it makes me laugh because she is so physically fit. I actually dated a woman who can't believe I'm admitting this, but it was so long ago. She was on the United States soccer team on the national team. She was a goalie. She was a backup goalie, but she was on the and she could bench press more than me. And I've never been intimidated by anybody. But my friends used to call her Triple H.
Jesus.
Well, she had long hair and she was buff, but she was my friend. She liked to surf. We'd hang out. She was I miss her. She was a good person.
She would bench press you for fun. Oh, no.
Yeah, no. And like we would go to the gym and I would tell her like, I was like 17, 18. I would tell her like, I'm gonna stop going with you if you keep on showing off in front of my friends. Like you can like, we know you're like, she was a national. Like she literally was on the team and everything,
You know what is interesting, right? You look at pictures of like Olympic level athletic women,
Mm-hmm.
and the only ones who look like the women who are in the video games are some of the gymnasts.
Oh yeah.
In other words, they pick the sexiest, most beautiful ones, and then they copy them for the video games. But in actuality, that's probably not the best body type for that particular skill set.
I'm not like
That was an observation.
Would you ever date? Would either one of you date a bodybuilder? I would date a woman that was a bodybuilder.
No.
I wouldn't date a dude because dudes are like dudes. Bodybuilders are aggressive. I'd date a woman though that was a bodybuilder. I would.
I just think that anything to excess, right, is gross. And bodybuilding is about excess. So it's not anything close to like you would even have someone who's a soldier. A soldier is not going to be ripped like that, male or female. It's not normal.
My neighbor, my neighbor across the street, he's a cop. He's like 4 or 5 years older than me, and he's got full dad bod because he doesn't have to. He's like higher up now because he's been in since high school, so he's higher up now. So you can tell he's in the office. Because 10 years ago he was ripped. He'd walk around like this. Now he looks like he's 6 months pregnant.
Yeah, man, but you're absolutely right, Commander. Like, and then going on to like the soldiers and whatnot, like, yeah, like at a certain point you get so ripped that yeah, sure, you look good by the weird arbitrary standards of a bodybuilder, but you start losing your flexibility and your actual being able to move and actually utilize those muscles rather than just a flex. So if you get so jacked that you can't run and you can't carry a gun, you're not good at what being a soldier or whatever.
Since we're going past 4 hours tonight, I lived with a man that was a bodybuilder, and that's why I have that rule. They're obsessed. If anyone who's obsessed with their body in any direction is semi-undateable, I'm sorry. I hate to say that. They're not into you. They're into themselves. They need a stenographer and I'm not an Instagram boyfriend. I will not hold your camera. I will not follow you around. I will not take pictures. I'll take pictures with you on the sunset, but I will not take 1,000 pictures of you on the sunset while you're yelling at me, you know? So bodybuilders are kind of you know, they're not fun people. And I'm sorry. I say these encompassing things, and I'm not talking about every single person, just the people I've come across. You know, I don't.
Yeah.
I'm inclusive.
And it's weird, like, and coming from whatever perspective my perspective is, but like you look at somebody who's, like take Arnold Schwarzenegger, in his prime, Mr. Universe, that dude was like, the model bodybuilder. But in my opinion, older Arnold looks better. Yeah, he's still pretty jacked, but he's, more normal jacked,
Yeah. Do you know our Sylvester Stallone? He looks he still goes to the gym. He's ripped. He's still ripped. But it's weirder to see an older person like that.
Yeah.
Like I have
you're
Paramount
80 and could kick my ass. Like,
oh yeah. But my grandfather was like that, but he was a bigger dude. Like he was physically a bigger. Well, I guess so was Sylvester. Yeah. Yeah. When my grandfather was addicted to working out too. He was addicted to working out. Yeah.
And then finding like clothes, right? Clothes as a bodybuilder. Like that's gotta be one of the hardest things on the face of the earth. It's hard enough like to find good fitting clothes if your waist is really teeny, you're in, and then your waist does not match your shoulders or your chest. That's like difficult. But I can't imagine actually going out of your way to wear your ass on your chest.
I agree with Waternay. It is a niche market. For a while we had Gold's Gym stores out here that would sell like hammer pants still, and they would sell the cutoff shirts still.
like get the spaghetti strap muscle shirts and
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. They went out of business, but you could still get that stuff around here. But like my sister was married to someone who played for the Raiders, and he was obsessed with himself as well, and he was a bodybuilder. And no. They're just very selfish people. And I say that because like I work for a nonprofit. I like have a son that has ASD. Like I'll go out of my way to tell you, like, I'm a semi-selfless person. So if I seem rude, it's because I help everybody else. But selfish people drive me crazy.
Look at my mighty muscles. Look at my brain, how small it is in compared to my ego.
Do you know what's so funny? My grandfather would do that. You'd walk up to him and be like, "Hey, look how big my muscles are." He'd grab your head and be like, "Oh, this one's still soft. You got to work on that one." He did that to everybody. He did that because everybody
I
wanted
like
to
'em.
show, because as the years got on, we started getting the same size as my grandfather, and we'd be like, "Hey, we're big," and he's like, "Yeah, but you're dumb. You're young
you're
and
still
dumb.
stupid.
Yeah, work on your brain." Especially, I had a cousin who like could not stop getting in accidents, car accidents, like ATV accidents. My grandfather was like, "Do you ever think about walking, kid?" Like it's just old school sense. Like, don't do that. Keep on getting hurt. Don't do that, dummy. That's crazy. Sylvester got busted in Australia for roids. That's so funny. Do you know? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just watching a show that Sylvester Stallone was in, Tulsa King or something like that.
Is it any
It's amazing. Yeah, I mean, well, it's okay. The acting is not what it used to be. Obviously Sylvester is pretty good, but his supporting cast, but it was entertaining.
Do you have Paramount Plus?
I do not. I pirate everything.
All right, since we're going late tonight, is this I forgot I even had this out here. Is this inappropriate? And that's women.
Inappropriate for
This is a
just
vest.
common everyday wear.
This is a vest, and it's obviously from a culture that wears like short sleeves. So this could be from Africa. This could be from like the Philippines. This could be anywhere where it's really hot.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Because I got this at a thrift store, and this one thrift store, I buy stuff that's from all around the world. Because in LA, people come literally from all around the world. But like
Is that the trucker flap girl or whatever? Or
yes,
just
yes, on a vest.
Oh my god.
I wore it one time, and every person walked up to me. They're like, "That's a nice creep." And then
Yeah, exactly. It's like at first, it's like, oh, that's a neat. Wait a minute.
because it's cut high. It fits well, but it's just like I'm not overtly horny like that. Like I'll wear Slayer, I'll wear Effie. Like I'm a more of a get away from me person than come over here.
I found out what was wrong with my computer. I forgot to plug it in, so the battery was almost dead. That's why I couldn't speak, and my video was skipping like no tomorrow. It was trying to save the
That makes sense.
Oh,
I sound okay, right? The audio didn't like fuck up while it was doing that.
oh, you sound great.
Yeah.
No, you sound. I think there's
If
somebody
you
saying-
overstress the CPU, it starts popping.
Waterday, you and I can go. We'll go halves. You do the designs, I'll do the sewing. We'll go halves. There's a market. I think there's a market for everybody. You just have to be willing to cater to them. We need to normalize. I talk about this all the time. We need to normalize normal bodies. That's why I like show full body. Like I show my full potato self on my. Like I'm a real person with real portions. Like
Did anybody go to Target and look at the mannequins? How they have all different body types?
I'm actually scared to go to my local Target because people are yelling at minors there. They're yelling at the people, like, because there's minors that work at Target. Because of all the LGBTQIA plus stuff.
Oh.
And I live in a Mormon, Mormon, a town that's very conservative. We have a large population of Mormon people here. Still to this day, my best friend that I grew up with was Jewish. Like, that I'm still friends with to this very day that we talk on like on a weekly basis. Like I grew up around a lot of religious people. And so this town is still conservative after all these years. And
Most Jews are reserved personally as far as the issues go, but politically liberal. At least
I
in
agree.
America.
I agree. It's basically the Mormons. Well, there's a weird mix in my town, but the Mormons have been going to Target and yelling at the staff to the point where Target like basically was like, "Hey, specific town, like these kids just work here. If you have a problem, you can send all your emails here. Like we're right here, But
Yeah,
Talk to
dum
the
dum
adults.
dum dum.
Dum, dum, dum.
it's so weird. Like they need to leave people alone. Like I'm a Karen, but I would never. It's all situational. I would never yell at some kid. Never, because I've been that kid. I've been that shaky 19-year-old. Like I'm just trying to pay my rent, man. I just work here, bro. Like I don't know what's going on.
You're not making minimum wage.
People think.
People
Go ahead.
people take it out on people who can't do anything. I was driving a bus shortly while we still had the mask mandate. Some asshole decides to give me a sermon about the two things we could not talk about.
Oh,
And they're like,
boy.
sir, stand behind the yellow line. It's for your own safety. Stand behind the yellow line, and he still wanted to give me a piece of his mind. So we got to a point where the light turned yellow. Normally, if the asshole was not standing, I could stop, but it was soon enough where I had to try to stop. So karma beat him like a bitch, and he wound up into the windshield. And he's like, I'm gonna report you. I'm gonna report you. And I'm like, go ahead. And then I come in after the end of the day, and they're like, very good job.
Nice.
You know, I was laughing because on all the work vehicles at my job, I put my phone number. So if someone's like, I'm gonna call and complain, I'm like, go right ahead. Go right ahead, bro. Go
And
right
then they call, and then you're like, yes.
You're like, one moment. Hi.
I try to be polite because I don't sound how I look. And so they're telling me their life story, and I'm like, oh, I'll talk to him, I promise. But he told me that you actually cut him off. And they're like, they have nothing to say, not knowing that I'm actually the person that they cut off, you know. Oh, people are crazy. I think the problem is that it's normal people don't feel the need to show off a bunch. I agree. There's a lot of stuff I don't show in my life on YouTube. A ton of stuff. That's why hands is hands. And why do people think that they need to regulate other people's personal choices? This drives me mentally insane too. Why you have to be up in other people's business? That drives me
You know, it's like the government can't tell people not to dump shit in the river because that would be communism. But yet you have the right to mandate to people what their religion will be. Like Donald Trump said he never asked JC for forgiveness for his sins and said he didn't bring God into that picture. But you forced Donald Trump to be a Christian against his will. And then Barack Obama could pass the Nicene Creeds. And he said that Jesus died for his sins. And no Muslim believes that Jesus died. They believe that Jesus basically walked out in the desert and he'll come again with Muhammad.
yes,
So
they do. Yes.
So the force Barack Obama, who wants to be a Christian, to play the Muslim, the force Donald Trump, who wants to be the fucking Antichrist, to be a Christian. So no one has freedom of religion, and this Jew tried to be a Christian. And this Jew realized that when the preacher hands you a swastika and a Cuban flag and tells you you're a Nazi and a communist for voting for Obama, there's but one thing to do. Walk out the door singing, Cold believe of Panima.
There's got to be a way.
I was singing the Israeli national anthem in Hebrew.
There's got to be a way to get their 503 CO1 or whatever it's called taken away. There's got to be a way, because I grew up Roman Catholic, and they told the priest to stop. When I was a kid, they used to bus people to abortion clinics so they can go yell at them. They would literally pick them up in my church, and somebody told the church, like, hey, you gotta stop doing that. You gotta stop.
Especially Book of Numbers chapter 5 verse 11 through 22. Let me paraphrase. If a husband thinks his wife has done something with another man, as with another man's child, he takes her to the Levites, and they make her drink something made up from the dust on the floor of the tabernacle.
Yep.
And if she's done anything wrong, well, then Junior goes bye-bye. And it doesn't seem to be concerned about the fetus there, does it?
You know what though? My parents would always tell me, because I'd ask questions as a kid. My parents would be like, oh no, we go here, but those people are crazy. That was always their explanation. Like, oh no, we don't do that. We don't hang out with them. Those are the crazy Catholics. We just come here every Sunday, hang out, eat good food, and then go home.
Yeah, but yeah, I think it's what the Johnson Amendment that it forbids, churches or 501c3s from having political stances like that. Like,
Do you know why they did that? The Civil Rights Act. They they knew that after they forced a lot of bigoted churches to have to accept black people, and that there was going to be some giant blowback. In fact, when the Civil Rights Act was passed, Hubert Humphrey told Johnson, "You've just handed the South to the Republicans for the next 40 years."
It was kind of right though. Like
Wow.
50 or 60 years.
In fact, the Baptist convention really didn't bitch about abortion, and at some levels they supported it up until Pat Robertson, Mr. I am a false prophet. Please listen to me after I've verified that I'm a false prophet. Political activism is a work of the gospel, and the gospel is a plan to save our nation. And I knew a preacher in Cleveland who actually had his car thrown in, bricks thrown into his car and egged, because he called that a very dangerous inversion. But he was right, because if the Republican Party has only been around for approximately 160 years, and Christianity's only existed for maybe 1800, 1900 years, and Judaism's been around for about 4,000 years, how the hell is the Republican Party the church?
But these are the same. Like, I live in a Mormon town, and I ask people all the time, "Can you explain to me how a white tribe was thriving in Israel?" And people don't talk to me anymore. When you ask common sense questions to people, they actually. I have a question for everybody. How does everybody feel about Pat Robinson passing away?
Burn in hell.
I was going to sing the Hallelujah chorus because
Okay, so I'm trying to turn over a new leaf because I am a semi-vengeful person, okay? And I tried to like I think there should be peace on this planet. The problem is that the IRS is so underfunded that they don't have the resources to investigate lots of complaints. And the prohibition is only on saying that you have to vote a certain way, not politics. I agree. I agree. Um I was waffling about Pat Robinson. Because he's an awful human being. Okay. He's like
and he's worse than a lot of them, because I think at some level he knows he's full of shit, because he's had incidences of some, like when some cop basically killed someone. He holds a gun, a Glock in one hand and a taser in the other, and says, "These are two very different things. I don't understand how this can happen." And he's got a law school under his control,
Oh, I
where they
forgot about
teach
that.
the equivalent. They teach the equivalent of critical race theory.
Oh.
They call it something else. So he knows what it is, and he just makes shit up.
This had me dying. The wharf one, this one had me dying on the ground when I saw this one. I still can't believe Henry Kissinger is still alive. See, that's how I'm an atheist. This is why I'm an atheist, because if God existed, Kissinger would have been just a long time ago. I read when I was trying to become fluent in Spanish, I read a book about Kissinger, and I was like, at the end of it, I was like, oh, what? Are we still there?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my I'm trying to there we go. My computer was like, "Do you want to shut everything down?" And I'm like, "Bro, what are you doing, bro? Get out of here." Like, oh, that scared me. Apple, I don't like the new update, Apple. I don't like you. I don't know you anymore. I don't know you. Oh,
At about 2:30, I'm gonna have to go to bed because I gotta get up. I gotta get at least 6 hours sleep.
Skid's
Makes
hopped in,
sense.
so I'm going full Elvis tonight. I'll go a little bit longer. Oh, and the Iron Sheik too. I forgot about that. I almost
that's right.
cried. Oh man, I forgot about that. I had a breakdown yesterday on Phoenix's stream about that. I completely forgot.
That's right.
I got to do some research. I think I got an idea for a funny video.
Oh,
We're going to count down all of Pat Robertson's false prophecies.
gonna have to start from a high number.
Well, I'm pretty damn sure.
I follow a YouTuber that she was like, I'm gonna do Boris Johnson's top 10 lies. She stopped at 45 lies. She was like negative 15. Like she just kept going. It's the funniest bit. It is the funniest bit. Kate Smurthwaite, I absolutely love her. She follows me on Twitter. I jumped when she followed me back on Twitter. She's an amazing human. She's just an awesome human.
You
That's
know,
so
it's like I actually went and played Pareidolia with the Bible to
Oh,
find out how many criteria, not for the concept of the Antichrist that they invented after the fall of the Soviet Union and the Left Behind series, but actually what was considered traditional before then, of how many points Trump met the criteria for. And I stopped at over 50 before I just said, fuck it. I mean, even the word the prophet Daniel used in the original Hebrew for the little horn was Karen. And you can get where that is. I mean, and that's the masculine version of the word. The feminine version of the word sounds a lot like corona. It sounds like karna. And a Karen is an unholy trumpet, a little trump, if you will. In fact, if you look at the medieval cornet, which is the closest thing you have to, it's the progenitor of the trumpet and the cornet. It's just basically a horn with holes drilled into it, just like a shofar, but a shofar is holy, a Karen isn't.
I like it.
Do you know, I'm a non-religious person, but you just reminded me of something that I wanted to share. Because of the New York fires, I was looking for a picture and I forgot I put it on Instagram years ago when during 2020 everything was going on. The world was imploding, everything was going bad. Then we had the wildfires that covered the sky, and I was like, I hope all that stuff in the Bible isn't real. I really hope it is. I had that one moment of like, oh, I hope, man. I was sitting on the front porch, like, man, it was bad. But I want to show you this picture. I believe, I believe this picture was at. I'm so glad I kept this picture, but I believe this was at like the sun. You can see the sun in the corner, so it's like 11 or 12 in the morning.
God,
That's how black. That's how blacked out the sky is. Was. I missed that truck. Oh, that truck is sitting on the other side of my driveway now.
There were some unreal pictures of the Golden Gate Bridge at that time. And it was like, I'm trying to remember. I think it was the last Friday of February. They announced a global health emergency, the WHO and the US government. There was a locust swarm in the Middle East. All of Israel was reading the Parsha about the plagues, and that's tied to the calendar. So what we were reading was decided 2,400 years ago. And then on Purim, the Dow drops 3,000 points. If you don't know what Purim is, it's where Haman plots and he gets his comeuppance. And then I think it was a few weeks later, Donald Trump was talking about injecting people with disinfectants and putting lights inside their bodies. And on August 21st, 2019, can you imagine you're a theist, right? And pretend Donald Trump is a Democrat. On August 21st, 2019, he compares himself to the King of Israel and the second coming of God on Twitter. All of Israel is reading Isaiah 40, which pretty much covers the subject matter of that time. That's a haftarah. Who shall you compare me to an idol? I stretch out the heavens like a tent for the
Oh, yeah.
nations to dwell in. So it's like hitting every note of what he's talking about, even the right to return to the land. The next haftarah for the next week is Samuel got upset because the people wanted a king. And then I think the following week, the whistleblower comes out. And these religious douchebags have the opportunity to jettison an asshole who compared himself to the king of Israel and the second coming of God, but they utterly refuse. And then you have a plague, a global plague. And then he's reduced to talking about injecting people with disinfectants and putting lights inside their bodies. If he was a Democrat, they would say that was a vengeful hand of a mighty God.
Do you know what's really funny? Like the entire time you were talking, I tuned out because they were writing. No. I'm not talking about like when you were talking. I'm talking about like on television when all this was going on. I stopped watching TV. I stopped involving myself with it because it gave me anxiety, Commander. Like I would watch television and be like, oh my gosh, like it felt like the world was imploding. So
I was in the fetal position.
Oh yeah, nothing really scares me anymore, and I had a feeling of dread. Like I don't get fear. I really don't get fear anymore because life has kicked the crap out of me. So there's like it's a weird like, oh, that happened, but not fear. I was like for real, like, oh, what's gonna happen? Like
Having a true existential crisis.
yeah. I'm just glad that my pops was a non-vet paranoid hillbilly. I'm just lucky because his theory was, once you run out of water, at least you still have bullets. He used to say that all the time.
Jesus.
And plus, here in California, they started making everything illegal. And so they said, okay, we're going to give you a grace period, and these certain bullets are going to be illegal for up until they stopped selling them. Every week, my dad would go and buy a box of bullets. Every week. And I'd be like, you're crazy. You're crazy. And during 2020, I was sitting in my house and I'm like, I'm so grateful for that, man. I am so grateful for that, man.
My dad, every Father's Day, there's where my dad lives, there's a gun store that does this huge Father's Day. I'm sure a lot of them do it, but I think it was a good. They would have a bunch of gun people come out there and and sell their stuff, and they'd always have huge sales on everything. So every single Father's Day, he'll go in there and buy a couple of thousand rounds of 45 and a couple of a bunch of shotgun shells. And it's not like he actually goes out and fires any of it. So every single year, his stockpile just gets bigger and bigger, and it's like, good God.
I always wondered why he was always so willing, like, because we have a range by the house. He was always so willing to provide the ammo, and it dawned on me he had so much he felt guilty. He had so much he just felt guilty after a while,
Yeah.
Well, I know that if there's ever an apocalypse, I'm going to try to make it to Godless Sewing's house.
I'm ready.
There we go.
I have generators. I have ADD. Do you know if it wasn't for people with ADD, the human race wouldn't survive? Because the ADD guy was always at the front of the tribe when everybody was nomads. They were walking like, oh nope, don't eat those berries. Jimbo died from those. Don't touch that tree. That tree makes you scratchy. That's happened to me twice. The ADD guy is the reason the human race is still around.
And if I am actually home or anywhere near home, I know someone who's got the fucking keys to a fallout shelter.
Good to know.
That and I'm not even saying this that it's a secret. That gym that I skate in is a fallout shelter. That entire building, but it was made for a 1950s nuke. I don't know if we'd all just melt with a modern nuke. We'd probably just melt in the building.
Well, where I live, it's probably not worth fucking nuking. whatsoever. Where I used to live in Hampton Roads. I just resigned myself to, if I was in the best bunker in Hampton Roads, I'd still be fucking dead.
You giving your
Dead
eyeballs
is
a break
dead.
from the Oculus or what? Dude, that you got to be careful. That Oculus will rot your brain, man. Good, I'm serious. Like that cannot be good for the eyeballs to be on something that's not your natural eyes that long. I know I'm old. I know I'm old. What is
And
that
like,
contraption?
it's an Oculus. And like
Oh.
even if the fallout shelter, right, in Hampton Roads survived, you've got Surrey Nuclear Power Station. You've got all the nuclear aircraft carriers in the area where their cores are going to be strewn the fuck all over the place. So you couldn't go outside for decades.
I wonder. I think about that too. But like, I have I'm like Kilroy. I have hundreds of pounds of books and VHSs and patients and batteries, and I'm like, because a lot of people have told me like, oh, if it was the apocalypse, I wouldn't want to be there. Like, if you're alive, you're gonna try to survive. It's human nature, you know. You're gonna go for as long as you can go. I'm glad
I
that your
mean, if you
computer
got to
is
stare
working for
down
you.
the super mutants, right, you're gonna just do it.
The first, okay, so there's a movie. I'm glad your computer is working, Kilroy. I break down. I go through drug withdrawals when my computer doesn't work. There's a movie called The Day After. It's the 1980s one. It is so weirdly realistic of what would happen with an old school nuke of like the stages of the poisoning, what would happen to you, all the gross stuff that would happen to you.
Oh God, please just shoot me in the head while I'm in the latency period.
Flash blindness. If you look at the nuke, you're gonna go blind. If you look at anything that's a flash, you're done. Your retinas are burnt. You know, flash blindness is real. We know this because of the gajillion experiments we've done. You know, that you'll go instantly blind if you're looking at it. So
But am I right? Like everyone here has agreed, just put a bullet in your head before the latency period's over if you got a lethal dose.
Oh yeah, if you got before you start melting from the inside, like
the warlord in me would want to wait it out to see how much, if I could rule the world or not. I'd be king of the mutants. I grew up watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That first series was the best, and then they decided to get weird, and then it went away for a while, and then the first Nickelodeon CGI one was the closest they ever had to the original magic, and then they fucked it up by making them go into space.
Okay, but the turtle, Isaiah watched these turtle, like I've said it a million times. They showed the last episode first, so it was like Turtles in Time. I got hooked on that series. It was on Nickelodeon. I was like in my 30s and I was hooked on that series.
we all know Vanilla Ice Dancing with the Turtles is peak Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Do you know what's really? It is. Do you know what's really funny? I talk to Marquette, my ex-wife's husband, all the time, and one of his greatest memories is he went to the Pantages Theater and Vanilla Ice performed Ninja Rap.
Ninja rap.
We're grown men. Every time he tells me that story, I'm like, yes, man, we're old. And I'm like, tell it to me again. Tell it to me
Yeah,
again.
the kids are talking about Leonardo, Donatello, Michelangelo, and Raphael, and some of the old people are like, you're teaching them about the Renaissance masters? They know about the Renaissance masters, and we kids are like, what are Renaissance masters? These are the names of Ninja Turtles.
I want, we're getting to the apocalypse time of the stream. So I want to take a deep breath. And because I'm kind of a nihilist, like we're already effed. So live your life in the peace that you choose to. Enjoy your life. I'm a bit of a if a nuke really was flying, I would put on that song that they played in First Contact. That when Picard was sitting
It's
there.
the end of the world as we know it.
That too. Actually, I I like the No Doubt version that they performed in the year 2000. I'd probably watch that on YouTube as as the wave of death came near me. You know, like there's nothing you can do.
Well, we can all look forward to the fact that the oligarchs would rather have billion-dollar yachts than maintain the Russian nuclear arsenal. I'm just guessing that a lot of it no longer works anymore.
See if those fit. I love those gloves. There's a movie called On the Beach, and it's with Gregory Peck. It's a black and white. I actually have there's a saying, basically the world gets nuked and Australia is the only safe place. And there's a banner that says, "We're still here, brother. If you arrive, you survive." And I'm not going to give away the movie. It's such a good movie. This is why we should never let go of the classics ever. It's called On the Beach. You should go watch it. It'll make you cry and make you think, and it'll make you a hippie. Gregory Peck. It's a great movie. Some of these movies are free on YouTube. I recently, I watched Sense and Sensibility the other day. I watched Paris is Burning last night. That's why I pulled out all my coats because I watched Paris is Burning.
What I would love to do, and I don't know whether or not it will ever get done, on Loki Fish Mars, he used to have movie nights. But I would love to sit Operator Starsky down and let him watch some of the post World War II anti-fascist films
Oh yeah.
and anti-propaganda films, and because he deals with all this informational stuff, and he's watched the Russians mind rape his country for years on end. How much of what was so then is still, the thing now? Because I just watched Don't Be a Sucker, and you can see the parallels here in America. And then when you sift through the Russian shit, Don't Be a Sucker would have been great if the Russians had watched it.
I actually know exactly what you're talking about. It's on YouTube. I know exactly what you're talking about. I watch all
Where
of them.
if the Russians didn't want to be turned into Nazis by Putin, they should have watched that, and rather than have the brain
I love
sucked
you,
out their
buddy.
head.
I love watching those old. Because my parents were 42 years older than me. I grew up watching black and whites. I love watching all those old propaganda films, all the old Navy films. Like I love watching that stuff.
And last time I was in the chat here last week, I was talking about the reality of Ukraine, and someone was like, "That's white. That's nice propaganda."
Oh, that's
And it's
Dove. That's Dove's okay. That's Phoenix's significant other, human, as she says. Dove's okay. Here at the Brothers Going channel, we all have opinions, and I invite anyone to come hang out, but people just don't know that I'm a super lefty LGBTQIA. And I said this on Abe's stream the other day. I come from that standpoint. So I'll hang out with anybody, but I come from that standpoint. And I used to say that I was a centrist, but then I started typing in centrist, and centrists hide their hatred behind calling themselves a centrist. So I'm not a centrist.
well, look at me. When I worked at a shitty defense contractor, I was able to gush the religion to the point where all the gray conservative men, all the men with gray hair, told me I was weird. I reminded of their parents, and they hated me. But I grew up in South Florida, where most of the evangelical get this, 2/3 of the white evangelicals went to church more than twice a week, and they made up roughly 60% of the population. Yet John Kerry won the county by 74 points. And that's because they were the greatest generation who had that FDR bend. So I was able to basically fuck with these people's heads by approximating their parents' sensibilities. Only without the racism, of course, because that's a huge part of it.
Well, that's what's happening today is that we're also we're also driven by categories now that we're driving ourselves back to segregation. Everybody is so categorically driven, like uh, that's why I can't stress it enough. Like I don't go seeking people who are opposite than me, but I'm okay with hanging out with people who have different views as long as they're not overtly mean or anything like that, because that's what the world is. When you're sitting in your car and you're driving, do you think the person next to you has the exact same political views as you do? No.
No, that doesn't even happen within normal political parties, only in cults, not normal
Right.
political parties.
So I appreciate and you know what? Sometimes I'm so out in outer space on certain things that I need someone to be like, "Hey, let's look at it from this perspective." Because maybe I am coming from all emotion, which I think is wrong sometimes. Sometimes you have to have objectivity. But I try to see both views, but it clashes because a lot of people are, especially in today's world, we're driven by emotions. Would you say, Skits? Yeah, no.
Oh, very much so. Very much so. Like, there's
Well, finish.
But there are
Finish what
certain
you were gonna
things
say.
that are like Yahtzees are non-negotiable. If you say you're a Nazi, I'm gonna fight you. There are certain things that are non-negotiable, you know.
yeah.
But
Yeah.
that's from emotion. But I'm not gonna put up with I'm not gonna hang out with someone wearing a Swazi or like wearing bolts or something. Like, no way. But that's a
Well,
personal choice.
I mean, it also is logical because remember the last time those shitheads got enough power to do what they wanted? It was like they tried to cram their jackboot down the throat of the planet and usher in 1,000 years of darkness. They wanted to kill or enslave everyone, and that's logically letting people go around doing that is just not cool.
But
Yeah,
the thing
absolutely
is that this younger generation, how many generations removed, do not necessarily they it's just times have changed and people have apologetics for everything. That's one of the reasons I have to get off of Twitter because like I'm subscribed to the Museum of Tolerance. They show someone who died in the Holocaust every day. Someone will say something evil underneath it. And I'm like, what is wrong with you, bro? We're here to cry. We are here to cry. We don't want to see your stupid your anger, your hatred. Like we are here to read what happened to this person about their life and cry our faces off. And remember, it trips me out. This younger generation trips me out. They trip me out. And maybe it's not younger people. Maybe it's someone my age just with Twitter muscles.
Well, it's a combination of older people who are shitheads and younger people who don't give a damn and turned into shitheads. But like someone my age, I remember seeing people with the numbers tattooed on their arms.
Same.
My mom's, it was like obviously I learned how to speak Hebrew from my mom's parents, and it's like that's something you don't forget. But what's weird is like when we do Yiskor a few times a year, that's basically translated remember, and then we start reading about the Holocaust. From my teary eyes, I look around and almost no one has any tears whatsoever. And that's weird.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. I like even what Kilroy is saying right here. When I see something like that on Twitter, I don't even click on it anymore because I know I'm gonna be like the ultimate warrior. Like I should have gone to bed. Why am I reading this story? Like it's crazy. The USDA posted a picture of their building lit up like a rainbow flag for Pride Month on Twitter, and somebody said, "Go back to grading my steaks. Get out." See, and I'm the kind of guy that have been like, who do you think you are? That's why I shouldn't be on Twitter.
And you know those shitheads, they brought this day faster than it would have ever happened. It was like a week before Obama put the rainbow lights up at the White House. Pope Ratzinger censured the nuns for refusing to talk about FEMA concentration camps and little black pills. And then a week later, the rainbow lights go up at the White House. And I did write the White House. And usually, when you get the political fundraising letters, you know, they say Office of Obama and they're constantly open by the post office. But this one was unmarked. And they referred to their official public address, but they added, and as for your question about whether or not the nuns and their censure had anything to do with it, we will neither confirm nor deny. And there was a
Wow.
preacher by the name of Alistair Begg in Cleveland, Ohio. He's a prude on those issues. And about a week, not a week, it was a few weeks before Chick-fil-A did what they did.
Huh.
He had the Chick-fil-A chairman over at across the secular employment line. He had the Chick-fil-A chairman over at his businessman's conference. After the businessman's conference, this prude on the issues that we are discussing says, don't make gay marriage an issue this year because people on both sides are going to manipulate us. And I'm like, this is interesting. I have to call. And then I asked, so what's going on? Why is Alistair saying this? And a little birdie told me that the Chick-fil-A guy wanted to purposely cross the secular employment line because if Democrats were growling at evangelicals, he thought it would help Romney win the election. So that's why Chick-fil-A did that. And that's from a little birdie who had a preacher behave outside his character after the Chick-fil-A guy came by. So this Alistair, he's a prude. I don't pay attention to him anymore. But at the time, he felt that all the political games with religion were absolutely sick. In fact, in his address at the Legionnaires' Conference in 2013, in a sermon, Have Mercy or Have Compassion, without mentioning Obama, he said, if you thought, but you knew who he was talking about, to a bunch of these evangelicals, if you thought you could control him, you would have loved him. So sick games. But by playing these games, they hastened the day when that would no longer be an issue. Because if the Democrats realize I could give these people what they want, they will stab me in the back, regardless of what I do. Why the hell should I listen? And then it was like when the polls inverted amongst millennials and we said we no longer give a shit. It was October 2010 and Ken Millman came out of the closet. And then the former RNC chairman who removed any enjoyment we had of religion came out of the closet. A bunch of people said that's fucking it.
Didn't not Lindsey Graham. Was it Lindsey Graham came out of the closet?
No,
not
Lindsey Graham. Lindsey Graham said if Trump won the Republican nomination, his evil, his cruelty, and his thuggery would drive millennials and Gen Z away from the Republican Party forever, and our generations would be deciding elections for the next 80 years. And look at Lindsey Graham now, that sweet little Southern belle is just whoring after his big man, so to speak.
Well, at least in LGBT, you know why I say that? Because in certain LGBTQIA plus circles, they call him a bottom, and like, I thought he really was. I thought he came out. They talk about him so much. They talk about him so much. I thought he came. I thought there was like a video or something. I could be completely wrong. On the Godless Sona channel, do not quote me. Do not sue me. This is all for entertainment purposes. Well, now I have to Google the big G word and see what pops up.
I just think he has that Southern Belle kind of aspect to him. Yes.
His marriage to his husband. He is married to a man.
What?
This is according to Glad. Oh, I don't want to buy your stupid subscription. Response to LGBTQI voter ask. Oh, never mind. Never mind.
So he's
That was
pretty
in
like
third
one of the
person.
most
Do not sue me.
anti-LGBT.
No, but those are the guys. Those are like Ted Haggard. Ted Haggard was George Bush's preacher. He was the most anti-LGBTQI person on earth. He literally chased Richard Dawkins off of his property. Years later, he got caught smoking meth. Basically, he got busted for meth, but he got busted in a hotel room with his. He said it was a hooker, but it was his boyfriend. You can
Like
look it
that
up.
makes it any better.
You can look it up.
It's
You
not
can
my
look it up.
boyfriend, it's a hooker.
And Ted
Can you
Haggard with
imagine?
his wife, he apologized about it and everything. And I'm like, bro, just be gay. I hit my scissors. I was like, bro, just be gay, man. Like, come to the dark side. We have cookies, free
Gay
legal
cookies.
marijuana. He just
And
seemed
I
gay
hope I
to
didn't
me.
get too verbose, but
No.
Please do.
I will
No,
go on
please
that
continue.
diatribes.
Please continue. No, Lindsey Graham just seems maybe but I'm one of those people where I think the average person is a homosexual. So just don't mind me. Don't mind me.
Well, remember the old saying, right? He who smelt it dealt it, and he who denied it supplied it. So the more concerned you are about it, the more likely you are to be a self-loathing pile
Oh
of.
no.
I mean,
I go by the people that hit on me. Maybe people see it on me and they're just like, hey. And I'm like, hi. You know? Who knows? Who I'm
I
just kidding.
mean,
I'm actually a prude in real life. Do not approach me. I'm like, rah, get away from me.
it's
I'm
like if
kidding.
you look at the people who are most likely to be the people who love little ones too much, they're preachers, they're people in authority who can get away with it, they're uncles doing bad things to nieces, and
No, I get
it's
it.
mostly straight and
Oh, it is. It definitely is. What Kilroy is saying, I feel the exact same way. I'm indifferent in real life. I don't walk around judging anyone, tell you the honest truth, because regardless, you have to live your life. I don't care what side of the street you're on. If you're a good person, I don't care. But I truly believe this. Like the most hate-filled people are gay. My son was watching this hate preacher, and in the middle of the speech, he's like, "Don't call me gay just because I constantly talk about gay people." I threw my hands up. I'm like, "Bro, you're gay. Like it's okay, you know." And he's some rando hate preacher too on online. Maybe but I'm not a psychologist, but it's just obvious. The thing is, the left set of ideas and their MO is working with people and doing what is good for society. The right's MO is more individualistic. I agree. That whole oh man.
well, it's is everyone's audio there?
No,
Yeah.
it's my computer's crap. Well, it's not my computer, it's my signal.
It's the old egoism versus altruism thing. And ironically, right, 100 something years ago, you had Friedrich Nietzsche in his book, The Antichrist, tearing Christians and Jews apart for thinking about society and the least amongst us in the exact same way liberals do today. And it wasn't until recently, and I'm talking probably in the last 10 years, that atheism was truly owned by the left. And it used to be, like you bring up Dawkins, you
Uh-huh.
bring up a lot of those British guys. They are Republicans when it comes to socioeconomics, but they don't see any reason to treat people like garbage because of who they love or sleep with. So there's like this thing where all the atheists used to be Republicans for the most part. You had Ayn Rand. Her books were endorsed by Anton LaVey's Church of Satan out of San Francisco in the late 60s. And also LaVey, she was a huge fan of Nietzsche. And if you read section 2 of Nietzsche's book, The Antichrist, you will find Donald Trump's psychology.
What Waterne is saying is true. Both sides given power would eat each other and fight. Both sides, left or right, if they were no Skits. How much infighting have you seen in lefty circles? You know what I'm saying? Like, or like, there's infighting, and no matter where you go, there's infighting.
Absolutely.
Well, infighting is largely the result of I want to be on top of the heap
Yes.
and
my.
drama rather than I would, it's like with the Republicans right now. They know demographically their ass is going to be handed to them. 2024 is their last chance to get power before the Grim Reaper tears all their power from them. Because
I think it's
And
already
then-
here. I think honestly, Commander, I think it's already here because I live in an extremely and you know what? If I'm eating these words a year from now, I'll go back and admit it. But like, I live in Trump country, and like people already are wearing Mike Pence t-shirts. People are already like putting Pence on their car. They're already putting DeSantos on their car, and DeSantos couldn't punch his way out of a wet paper bag. He's a psycho. He's a psycho. He would get killed in a debate because they would just be like, "Look what you've done to your state, bro. You're gonna do that to states that aren't gonna be willing. You're gonna plunge us into a civil war. Bye, and no one will vote for him." I guarantee.
Well, what I'd love to ask DeSantis, what about the book 1984 is so dangerous that you believe you need to ban it? Why did you need to call Big Brother to protect our children from getting woke? Why do we need the Ministry of Truth to protect our children from a book that used to be considered a giant warning? Why do we need big? Oh, and I'm going to be trying to do a video because when I was reading 1984 in chapter 6, when Winston describes his ex-wife as she had a face that could be considered noble until she realized that there was nothing behind it. She had the most stupid and vulgar mind, and nothing that came out of her mouth was not a slogan, and she would accept any imbecility as long as it was given to her by the party. And I just thought of Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh,
Or
she
Lauren Boebert.
Oh, man.
Wow.
If I ever need, see, that's another reason I stupidly subscribed to both of them on Twitter, and I needed heart pills after a month. I agree with what Kilroy is saying. Like, if you get too left or too right, it's just it's insane. That's why I calmed down into an FDR Democrat. A lot of people on the left absolutely adore infighting and create new groups. That's what happened to me. I just wanted to hang out and party.
Oh, well,
Thank
my
you, Clara.
grandparents admired Roosevelt so much. They weren't exactly here for it, but when your life is owed to FDR, it was the first meeting I ever had with in Broward County. You had Denise Glasser, Mitch Caesar. In fact, at that time in 2005, most of the state party officers were in Cooper City, Davie. And they asked me, well, you're younger. What direction do you think we should go? And I quoted FDR, part of FDR's 1934 State of the Union address. If the private sector is unwilling or unable to provide work to a willing and able hand, it's up to a government worthy of its people. And then, because I was listening to some of the people who I worked with, and they had this problem where people are getting something for free. So you wound up going back to the idea of the tenant plans or something like that, but for America. In other words, I was raised with his speeches. I'm sorry I went on too long.
No, you're fine. What Waterne is saying is I was mainly thinking of people talking about how Democrats are not as left as the left in other places. They get pulled over by their compromising tendencies. Do you know what's so funny? Like lefties in California are for open borders. Not all, but most. You go to Arizona, you ask a lefty, they're like, shut the border down now. So it just depends on where you're from. I've asked people in New Mexico and Texas that I consider lefties, and they're like, no, I'm anti-immigration. And I'm like, then we need to talk about what America is again. Do we need to talk? Do we need to have that talk again?
Well, you know, I can see both sides of that thing. On one hand, you have legitimate anxiety concerning one's job. And then you have, you know, on the other hand, you know, I'm constantly reminded I was a slave in Egypt. I was someone who didn't have a home, and I'm supposed to be kind to the alien. And I just wind up having my little heart melted by the aliens rather than the you know, the other argument. But considering that I've worked blue collar, that's me actually being willing to. But with me, it would be like I'd be happier if you would come here and not underbid, but actually cooperate, you know, where these people are being called in for the purposes of working for less than Americans will. Now there are some jobs Americans won't work, right? But godless, you've been in California. You know who actually swung the border open in California?
George Bush?
Ronald Reagan. Nope, Ronald Reagan. He
George-
had this idea.
Oh,
You
sorry. Go
used
ahead.
to have in the 1970s black people making close to $20 an hour doing construction. And then Reagan swung the border open to do two things: try to make inroads with Latinos because they were growing even without the immigration, but also undercut labor and destroy the unions because you had Cesar Chavez, or
Mhm.
that guy who organized the pickers at that time. Reagan threw open the border, and then the problem got such a mess by the time George H.W. Bush came around that they quote unquote fixed it.
It's funny you say that
And
because Cesar Chavez actually led a march to the border to stop immigration because it was
exactly,
affecting all the pickers. He was like, dude, we have unions, we're formed here, like you're gonna
that's
kill us.
that's why Ronald Reagan slung open the borders.
That's
And
hardcore California history. That's hardcore California history right there.
and well, that's American history. So, and the reason why you know how people who enjoy hatred, or you can just I believe it was Johnson said this: if you tell the lowest specimen of, well, I'm not going to use the word race, but the lowest specimen of a human being, we'll all know who we're talking about, that they're better than another person, you don't have to pick their pockets. They'll turn them inside out. He was talking about Southern racists. So in the 1992 RNC, Republican National Convention, that piece of garbage, Pat Buchanan said that Nixon opened trade with China, relations with China, to destroy American industry because it was heavily unionized, thereby attacking the Democrats' ability to fundraise. And Reagan threw open the border to attack the unions that way. And all these people who are, I want my job, where's my job, where's my job? When George Bush was president and Obama was president, they were telling me why their gerbs needed to go overseas.
Oh wow. Really quickly, Waternay, we don't talk about it. It's because in other countries, drug lords, warlords, and the leftovers from every war we've ever had come to this country because their countries are being destroyed. Like Haiti, you would not want to live in Haiti. You would not.
It's hell.
It is the definition of hell. I would leave. You know what's really funny? Guatemala, the crossing between Mexico and Guatemala is considered one of the most dangerous places on earth. I've been there and I know why. Like these people risk everything I don't know. It's the world is. They would rather come here and deal with our corruption, with everything that goes on with our border patrol, than go back to their own country.
It's hell.
Yeah.
That's why my heart melts for them.
But it depends on where you live. Like I have family that lives in Sinaloa and they live like kings and queens. But if you own property, you literally have slaves because all the people that work in the town, that live in the town, work for you. So it's a feudal system. Like in Mexico right now, it's 1490, you know.
Well,
It's
I
no
mean,
joke. It's no joke.
that's the thing, right? If you look at the shade of skin color of the Cubans that fled, it's a lot whiter than the Cubans that stayed. And I was talking to some woman with her head up her ass who didn't know what socialism was. And she was like, before Hugo Chavez, everyone in Venezuela had money and everyone was happy. And I'm like, okay, before Hugo Chavez, everyone was happy and had money. Well, then why the hell was Hugo Chavez able to grift his way into power if everyone was happy?
He
I mean, he
destroyed that place. He destroyed.
Mhm.
Venezuela is another place where they're like, just because we stop talking about it doesn't mean they're not still starving. Like people, oh man, I recently watched a documentary where people are now scavenging the garbage dumps for
Yeah,
food, and they were like eating it at the dump. Oh,
yeah, and Hugo Chavez he wasn't promising like Western Europe style, government help. He was promising, let's be friends with Cuba, let's bring Russia in here, that's when you consider in the things that were coming out of Hugo Chavez before he took power.
mhm.
Can you imagine how shitty people's lives were that they were willing to roll the dice?
I speak Spanish fluently. He spoke eloquently and convinced these people to destroy their lives.
But their lives still had to be shitty for what he was promising.
Yeah, but
Oh, yeah.
they are still oil rich on the rivers like
There's
Exxon.
no excuse for what they got there. No excuse.
Oh
I
yeah.
mean, I'm trying to remember the name of the douchebag in there now. He even had a diet named after him because he was like, let them eat crack. Actually, the let them eat cake, that's not what Marie Antoinette said. It was, they have no bread. And then she's like, let them eat crack. Well, what was crack? No, not the stuff that gives you the high. It was the burnt flour that they would put at the bottom of the ovens to keep the bread from sticking.
Oh wow.
And that's what God, what's his name? Maduro, that piece of shit.
Do you know, Waternay, one of the reasons we don't talk about this, people blame the military. It's not the military, it's American multi-corp billion-trillion-dollar corporations like Exxon that owns everything. They look what they've done to the Amazon. They've quietly chopped down half the Amazon and they're blaming it on everybody else, but we know who it is. It's the oil companies. Like there are people that are from there that they go with cameras and they show like Exxon vehicles and everything. And they're like, hey, these people are coming after us. It's American companies, like even with the UK, they don't realize that they signed a contract with Satan because eventually we're going to go after the NHS and they're going to be paying for medicine just like us because we're capitalists. So you have to pay for everything. If in Australia, again, to go back to Australia, you can go buy an inhaler in the store, like an actual Ventolin, like a real inhaler. You can't do that in America. You can't because they want to charge you. They want to charge your insurance company and you.
America is a capitalist country where you must be strong like bull, like ox, like bear, and you'll never realize your true strength until you're fighting to survive. The people who tell you pull yourself up by your bootstraps sound a lot like commissars, don't they?
Yeah. And like I got really into like soca Caribbean lifestyle and like French Guyana, that whole area has been taken over by companies for all the natural resources in South America. And I'm talking about the place where Jim Jones drank the Kool-Aid. Same place. People always wonder why there's a bunch of black people there. There's millions and millions of black people there. And millions. And they all speak Spanish. It's crazy. It's just like a lot of people blame the military, and it's American companies that are doing it. The United Fruit Company is still around too. Nowadays, they're called Chiquita. That's
The
slave free too. There's like there's songs in Spanish where they sing about being on the rancho. They're singing about being slaves because they're going to work every day, working for the
Dale
same
mi
person.
banana.
That's a slave song. Like that's like if you really listen to the words of what he's saying, like go do that. Go you back, that'd be back breaking work. Like you'd hate life after one day. What was that country where they had an election and some US government honchos slipped and said they can't have an election? We have told them. Ugh.
that would have had to have been in like the 1950s or 60s. We realized by the 1970s that our bullshit like that was only enabling the Soviet Union to con more people into inviting them in.
Do you know what makes me want to cry too is what's going on in Uganda right now? That is their anti-LGBTQIA plus laws are from American preachers. Like all the ideal behind it, the law, everything is from American preachers because they're doing it there because they're gonna do it here.
I wouldn't doubt it.
Oh yeah.
And it's even worse than you think. Like I had a friend who was from the Congo, and his from the community college, and his sensibilities were a breath of fresh air, and then he winds up being exposed to American Christianity.
Oh.
And then he's like, you have those grifters here. He referred to basically the prosperity gospel preachers as grifters.
That's
They
like when
are.
people, that's like when people in the
And the
UK,
false prophets. And
but like when people in the UK started saying woke, that was never a word in their vocabulary. I'm like, we are done as a society. And now in the UK, they say the woke agenda, the greatest quote of all time, Suella Breverman said the tofu eating wokarati. I want that on my tombstone. Tofu eating wokarati.
this is Newspeak from like 1984. It is Newspeak, and that's another thing. Because the guy who is describing Newspeak explains how Newspeak is the only language in the world that gets smaller every year. And it's designed to basically cause your ability to think to shrink gradually over time. So let's dissect the definition of the word woke. It has a broad definition that could be anything from opposing laws which restrict voting. It could be not liking racism. It could be wanting to stop wage theft. It could be any number of things which Christians 50 years ago cared about. Or it could be or even in the 90s too.
Well, in the 90s, it was in the African American community, it was like being woke meant keeping your eyes open and not being susceptible to like there was this big esoteric push in the 90s for Kemet, the religion of following the religion of Kemet. It was this black awakening. So being woke was like stepping away from Christianity, opening your eyes to other ideas, you know, opening your third eye, as people would say, you know. And so when I hear people say that now, I'm like, you're not saying it right. You're not saying it correct.
From
offensive.
from what my understanding of it was just being aware of if people being mistreated around you and injustices in society and being
Yes.
willing to speak up. It had nothing to do with LGBT trans issues at that time. Now it does, but the Republicans have painted it as if it's all about that. And you know, I believe it was Ron DeSantis photoshopped some obnoxious I'll just say it was like it was related to trans stuff, but it was worded in such a way that it was designed to be obnoxious, and no LGBT advocate worth their salt would have agreed with the statement. It was just a statement designed to sound obnoxious. But he photoshopped it onto a math book. And then he claimed the math book had CRT in it. And critical race theory has nothing to do with LGBT issues at all. Let me give you an example of what it has to do. Godless, didn't your dad having access to the GI Bill significantly improve how wealthy your family is today?
No.
No?
I guess. I don't know because
Did he get a college education with the GI Bill?
no, because he joined when he was 17 and he fought in the Vietnam War until he joined in 1957 and he fought until 1972. And the piece of shrapnel,
Well,
he
I'll
was
use the
like,
GI Bill.
when did he go to college? When did he go to college?
he never did. He received an education through the Navy to the point where he was able to present his Navy certifications and get jobs at NASA, at Boeing, and go from there.
Wow.
Okay, let me just give an example.
He's an anomaly. My dad was the Black Forrest Gump. He was an anomaly.
Let me just give an example. The black soldiers coming back from World War II were not given the educational benefits.
Mm-hmm.
And that not being given that opportunity, and even if they had, not having the Civil Rights Act clearing the way as far as bigotry goes and clearing the hurdles to get through to get the college education, there's a lot less generational wealth, probably because black veterans did not receive the college education that white veterans received from World War II. And it was only during the Vietnam War and after the Civil Rights Act that the black vets were given all the benefits. Or let's take Jews and blacks and Ford. Ford did not hire Jews. Ford did not hire blacks before the outbreak of World War II, when the government said, Henry Ford, I don't care, you have to hire them now. If your family accumulated wealth as a result of getting that job, they did not have to compete with those two groups, and also Asians. So even they might not have been cool with the racism, you did benefit. That's all that the most controversial part of critical race theory says, is that there was systematic racism at the time, at some point in time, probably still exists a little bit today, but
Oh,
that it's I'm being kind. It's
Yeah.
raging. But that racism did have an effect on people's ability to generate wealth and keep generational wealth, and no one can argue with that. It doesn't say all white people are racist, but that's what the right tells everyone.
It's because they live off of propaganda, because propaganda works. The more emotional you are about something, and the more you repeat a lie, people start believing it. My family lineage is insane because on my father's side, he comes from slaves. Slaves, like literally all the way from the Revolutionary War on, everybody with my last name was a slave. Okay. So on my mom's side, she's a Spaniard. She comes from slave owners. My her great grandparents were her family was sent to my family was sent to on my grandfather's side was sent to Mexico to occupy Mexico because they were Caucasian.
And they
You
were
know,
sent to Mexico to occupy Mexico because they had Jewish blood, and and Spain didn't want them.
that was my grandmother's father. He was a real exile from Spain, and they sent him to Mexico, and he was a real life bandito and had 14 kids. I shared this
There's
with-
a book called Jewish Pirates of the Caribbean. With Long John Silverman.
Because it's the Godless Sewing Channel, I always come with receipts. I don't know if the lighting is bad, but you can see the difference between my great grandfather and the man that he's standing next to, who is obviously is Mexican.
Pancho Villa, right?
No, I don't know who that guy. I don't claim, but that is my great grandfather who got kicked out of Spain for being Jewish, and you can distinctly see the they have two different faces, you know.
Yeah.
And that guy has this guy hole in there. That guy has scared me my whole life.
Haunts my dreams.
But
I don't want to be rude, but I am going to have to get to bed. I have to dispatch at 10 o'clock tomorrow.
it was great great seeing you as always.
Great seeing you too.
I am gonna end this eventually. You know what's really funny? This is definitely one of those nights where I thought I was only gonna go for 45 minutes. I definitely
I have some good news.
Awesome.
Completely unrelated to anything we've been talking about, but I just found out I had a relative contact me the other day from a side of the family that is kind of estranged and haven't talked to them in a while. And he's he hits me up on Facebook and he's like, hey, I don't know how to do this, but I want to open up a line of communication. I want to know about our side of the family. I'm ecstatic, like
Absolutely.
he's my cousin. I haven't talked to this guy, this kid, because he's significantly younger than me, but I haven't talked to him in years, and and his brothers. And he's telling me a little bit about himself, and he's graduating from the Marine Corps Academy.
Oh wow!
Here shortly. He has a lovely family, and I'm very excited that they're back in my life, and my brother is too. And
that's cool.
He was asking me about his father, my uncle, who's passed several years back, and unfortunately, I don't have enough as much information as my mom would have, but I told him what I knew, and he was very grateful. But what somewhat was weird about it is one of the things he was telling me, why he joined the Marine Corps, and he's like, out of the blue one day he got a box in the mail, and it was a bunch of my grandpa's, his grandpa's too, excuse me. And just a bunch of his old Air Force stuff and like some genealogy thing. And, he didn't know much about grandpa, but like he got inspired and, didn't want to join the Air Force. understandable. But so he joined the Marine Corps, and yeah,
But the
we're very
Marine
proud
Corps,
of him.
but the Marine Corps is way more hardcore than the Air Force.
Oh,
isn't
very
it?
much so, very much so.
Because like I have a family member that's almost in every branch, even the Coast Guard, and no one like my brother is hardened. My brother, like he's a Marine, like he was oh man, he was literally shot in the leg. He has no feeling, like he can't do this. Oh yeah. Marines
Yeah.
are front of the line, you know.
Yeah.
Oh,
so,
that's
So I'm
crazy.
very excited to get to know them more.
That's
There's
awesome.
there's 3 of them. And there's just I haven't talked to the 3 of them in years and years and years. But yeah, very very excited.
You know what? My dad had estranged kids, and when we reconnected with that side of the family, it was a good thing. In the end, I think they're all bunch of degenerates, but
Are we
You-
all?
no, my brother and his wife were prison guards, both of them for over 30 years. And imagine $100,000 every year. They're rich, and so their kids grew up in the lap of luxury. Because I clash with people like that. Like my parents made me work for everything. You know what I'm saying? Like my dad's like, I have money, you don't. Go get a job.
Go get a job.
That was literally like that. I told my dad when I was 16, I was like, I want a car. He's like, you want a car? He's like, yeah. He's like, get in the car. He took me to Robinson's Man and I got a job. I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding. I went and I worked there until I got a car. Oh, I was always told growing up, don't go for Army or Marines, go Navy or Air Force. I was too. You know what? Really, it's really funny you would say that. It does. And I have a niece who I really don't talk to that side of the family anymore because they're just drama. And when they're not around, I don't have drama. But that's a different story for a different day. But she was beat up in a prison riot. She was a prison guard because it's a
Jesus.
great job. It's a great job. And she's my size and she's bigger than like she's tall and she's like physically my size. Like we're probably like 220. Like she's probably 220. Like she's a formidable woman, you know.
Formidable woman.
No, anyone at 220 can put up a fight, you know, if they know how to fight. But
220.
but like it really affected her. It really
yeah?
did. And you know, like that'll ruin your life. You get beat up in a prison riot, you know.
Oh,
And she
for
was a
real?
guard. But her I think her same thing happened to her mom. My brother looks like he's in his 60s and he looks like he's been in prison. But he was a guard. Like he's buff, but he looks like he's been in prison. The funny thing is he was there so long, he looks like he was in prison. And it's addicting too, because now he volunteered. I told him, I was like, don't ever be a white shirt. That's those volunteer sheriffs.
Oh my God. Yeah. The volunteer. Oh yeah.
He's a 60-something-year-old and he likes to talk. People with my last name like to talk. So he's that old black man up there telling stories from the old prison days with he's a white shirt now. I told him, don't be a white shirt. He's a white shirt now.
They're like,
You know?
I just needed to check in. I've been here for an hour and a half now.
I know you know what I'm talking about.
Oh, for real.
Oh, no, like there's a guy in my town that was notorious for beating people up. Notorious sheriff. I walked into the station one day. He was a white shirt. I couldn't believe it.
Oh no.
I couldn't believe it. Volunteer sheriff, that's a thing out there. Basically, it's a lot of sheriffs find themselves single at retirement age. And they go home and life's depressing. Man, when my son leaves and I'm here by myself, I'm like, what am I gonna do today? I have no one to tell what to do. I don't have to work today. Like, what am I gonna do today? You know?
They don't actually have any arrest powers anymore. They're just kind of like security, volunteer security kind of thing.
They're front door. their
Yeah.
front door at the sheriff's station, or like if there's a complaint, a non-violent complaint, they drive out and they're in there, and it literally says volunteer sheriffs on the side of their cars. They can't do anything to you. But yeah, Waternay, he was one of the most, he was a kid beater too, one of the most abusive people. It was the 90s though. They got away with it. And you know what the sad thing is? I'm kind of a nihilist, but sometimes I think karma is real because I see him at the Goodwill wandering around by himself. And I'm like, you should have invested in people, buddy, instead of beating them. Maybe you'd have friends, Not even a friend. And I asked my cop neighbor, and he's like, oh, no, that guy he's almost 70 something, and he still goes to work every day. My uncle's the same age. He was a sheriff out here for almost 40 years. He's been retired for a long time. Long time.
All right. Yeah, I do not want to still be working when I'm 70.
Oh. Well, our generation's if we're not nuked, it'll be machines telling us get to work, old man.
You're
It'll be a robot. Alexa, like you should have thanked your Alexa.
I don't know that one.
Alexa, thank you.
Absolutely. Happy to help.
We're screwed as humans. We're screwed. We've given our sovereignty to robots. We're done as a species. This is why all this infighting, it doesn't matter. Y'all are gonna be crying when the world turns into the Matrix. Oh, that's weird. Here in PA, you get told to fuck off and do something else. Yeah, the cops don't. They let the cops go on forever. And we have volunteer sheriffs that are in their 80s. Because I used to skate at the courthouse. For some reason, they didn't care back in the day. And in my day, we had volunteer sheriffs that were in their 80s and 90s. And they were cops. Okay, water. So funny you would say that. In my neighborhood, I live in a cop neighborhood, and no violence goes on except for the cops beating each other. They get in fights with each other. They beat up their spouse. They're very famously in my hometown. And it's so funny. They kind of buried it. In his squad car, there was a cop that got so drunk he crashed into a tree and then walked home in full uniform. And so one night I'm sitting here chilling in this very room, and all of a sudden I hear every helicopter on earth, every car, and I'm like, the news said they were looking for a missing sheriff because they were trying to make it look. The cops said, "Oh, our sheriff's missing," but I think they knew that his drunk arse walked home. But they sent every helicopter they had. They sent and it was literally on the other side by my house because the cops. This guy mysteriously lives in $1 million house, but but he crashed his car, and he was like a detective, someone high up. They're crazy around here. Knowing me, by the time I'm on the highest level of tech, I'm gonna have is a fax machine. I still have a fax. Give me your number, I'll give you mine, Gilroy. I still have a fax. Oh yeah, Waternay. And I knew. They're so corrupt around here. They're so corrupt. I could tell you so many stories. That's why they're under investigation and they're getting defunded. That's the only way we could take power away from them, because they had achieved so much power here in Southern California. And they even though the sheriff's voted in, he doesn't have to leave, even if the city tells him. We just found out that's a thing. They literally had to vote Viragosa out of office because he was so corrupt. And he was supposedly connected with the Vagos, and their ranks have swollen. They're everywhere in my town now.
And what's so crazy, especially like in situations like that, like you find out like the sheriff, it's an elected position, but the undersheriff who typically will take the job of the other person until they can have another formal election was hand chosen by the sheriff.
Yeah, exactly. They're so corrupt here in Southern California. Because people get mad at me when I say the cops are corrupt. I'm speaking about my area. I don't know about every area. You know what? I'm going to say something and people are going to hate me for it. I lived in Portland, Oregon, and the cops were straight down the line. straight down the line. And they knew at least 20 something years ago, they knew how to deal with people. It wasn't about race, it was about what you did at the time. Like they were, I don't even want to say honest, but they were so straight down the line that like it was shocking to me that they weren't corrupt, that they weren't like there was one time I was walking home and the sheriff was like, "Hey, what's going on?" And I'm like, "Hey man, I'm just walking home." He's like, "No, really." He's like, "I see you get off the bus every night and walk home from your job. I just wanted to say hello to you." Like he legitimately just wanted to be nice to me because I work super late night shift, you know. He was like, "I see you, kid. You're working hard. I see you." I love checks. I still use them in the grocery store because I feel like the Big Lebowski.
Oh God, you're that person.
So here in California, you can still use a check and they get scanned instantly like a card. Because they know if you got money in your account or not.
Yeah, right. No more of that. Like, oh shit, I'll kite this.
Yeah, exactly. No, that's real. You know, it's so funny. My sister did that with me one time when I was a kid, and I was so embarrassed because we were raised by bougie people, and my sister was floating the check like, I hope this goes through. Oh, that's so funny. In California, people still write checks. I see checks all the time. All the time, especially at the grocery store. Do you get annoyed by people who buy a ton of lottery tickets when you're just trying to get gas?
Oh my God, yes. Oh my God. Or worse, when they're like they have a bunch of lottery tickets.
Oh,
and then they scan them in,
yes.
and then they use it to buy more lottery tickets.
Yeah.
And I'm like, oh.
So I pay with a card for my gas. So I like when I'm alone, I don't have to deal with it. My son is addicted to 7-Eleven food. We found this one gas station by my house that has lemon freezers.
Oh,
I'm addicted to them. And we put them in because we're Americans. We put them in big 44-ounce cups. So there's this giant lemon slushy, and I'm driving left-handed. The greatest thing ever. And we're just quiet in the truck. They're so good. But lately I've been getting caught behind the lotto guy. I've been getting caught behind, and I'm like, I just want to get my sugar high and get out of here, buddy, and eat my what I think is a hot dog.
But I'm hoping, praying is a hot dog.
Oh, they're so good. Oh, and carrying around a lot of cash makes me feel like I'm carrying a grenade with a pulled pin. Do I have my Kansas City bankroll? I am super OCD, okay? So I save ones. If I get changed for anything, this is my old. I used to go to Vegas with wads of cash. People thought I was rich. I would just have like $200 or $300 in ones, and a couple 20s on top because I thought I was a rapper.
Bling.
I agree with you. I feel like if someone ever like, I don't pull my wallet out in certain situations because people will think I'm carrying around a bunch of cash. I'm OCD and I collect ones. Don't rob me because you're gonna be so disappointed.
So you're going to go to prison for $13.
Yeah, well, like anything over 30 looks like a giant wad. Like I can barely close my wallet, you know. And sometimes I'll have a money clip in my pocket. It's a wad of one, guys. I have OCD. Sorry. Like I have a change where I collect all my change, and I have a box. I call it my poor box.
Poor box.
When it's half filled, it's an old Nikon box, but when it's half filled, it's like $120. Change is no joke, and I'll pull. I'm since we're going all night tonight. And before I show her picture, I know that Mother Teresa was a horrible person.
Poor box. Oh God.
I got this. My mom gets that donation thing from the church. And like she had an old thing of envelopes, and she's like, "You can have those." She's like, "I know you're a weirdo scrapbooker." I'm going through it, and I'm like, "Oh, I'm keeping the poor box one. I'm keeping that for." And I've had the poor box as old as this Nikon box. This Nikon box is old, but yeah, this still change is no joke. I don't play when it comes to money. Like I save. I'm one of those exact change people, so I carry on a bunch of ones and change. I'm like that too. I'm like that too. One night I used to have a gambling habit, and I would justify it. By the time this was filled, I'd be like, "Oh, time to go to Vegas. There's $300 in here," and I would always shove a bunch of ones in there. And so I would say, if I gamble past the $300, I'm going to go home. Then I started winning, and that's what started my obsessive compulsion. This has been to Vegas more than the average person. I have walked in casinos with this under my arm filled with change because if anyone needs to know this, at casinos, they'll cash your change tax free. Because they know you're going to spend it in the casino.
They know they're just going to get it right back.
So I won't even go to a Coinstar. My bank used to do it, but they just got weird. They're so worried about COVID. They got robbed a few times. I don't even go in there anymore. They're just ultra paranoid at my bank, and it's sketchy and it's anxiety filling, you know. I don't blame them though. If I got robbed a few times, and they're behind glass and they got robbed.
Jesus.
Someone followed the guy in. It was like some CSI kind of stuff. In my town's lit. Like people were going up against the cops with AR-15s. Like my town's lit. People just need to calm down. Pot's legal here. Like, hug it out. If you have the lungs, get a vape. You won't have the energy to fight anybody. I mean, like, I literally wear green shoes. Come on. Like, literally.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Those are beautiful. Oh, so recently in South LA, someone robbed a Brinks truck, and the Brinks guy didn't fire back.
He's like, take it, fuck it.
But the driver pulled and didn't fire. And everybody was saying he'll probably lose his job for that.
Fine. Like if he didn't I don't know, the money's insured. The guy's like, fuck it. My life isn't worth this.
My credit union still has a plastic. I agree with you, Skits. Like, I always waffle on that because I have a hero streak in me. But like, I would let someone, like, if someone put a 45 to my head, I'd let them take my wallet because everything's got backup. I can always get a new ID. I can always, you know what I'm saying? Like, well, go ahead. So where's these have a special place that I put them. I have a plastic box for them, and anyone who's interested, if you're a shoe collector, which I'm not, but in California we have what's called a 99-cent store, and they have plastic boxes that are the same size as a size 13 shoe. So these are my old Vegas shoes. I got these a long time ago, and I don't know how I've kept the suede so suede all these years. It's because I rarely wear them, but like I'm starting to go in my closet and wear the things I don't like. I'm not going to live forever. I collect all this crap for a reason. I should start wearing it, you know? And I don't go to Vegas anymore, so. Robbery is an inconvenience. It's not worth your life. I worked a lot of frontline jobs, and when in managerial school, that's the first thing they tell you. Like, let them take it, bro.
Yeah, like these people, like I don't know, maybe it was even you that was talking about it the other day with people like Walmart security, like being able to detain and like tackle people for suspected of shoplifting, and like, no, that's gonna get somebody killed over something stupid. Like,
do you know what's really funny? That means the guy was scared of me. Because this one guy tried to get loud with me, and I was like, don't try it, bro. But my bro was really loud, and I got to the door, and the guy was wolfing, and this guy was behind me, and I was like, are you following me to get beat up? And he was like, just keep walking. I was like, you're loss prevention. And I tested it. I took a step back, and I was like, what you gonna do? And he was like, have a good night. And I was like, ooh, you're loss prevention, bro. Like, so that means he was scared of me because he had the right to try to tackle me. That means he oh, that's funny. So Walmart, they have the right to put hands on you?
Well, I guess it wasn't you that I was talking to. Yeah, they were trying to get something passed. It was like their policy or actually even local legislation. Whereas, like, if they're suspected, like it's somewhere between powers of arrest and citizens arrest, where you can like detain
Oh,
somebody
yeah,
based
yeah,
off
yeah.
of. But they're like the policy. They're going to be encouraging their loss prevention or even their just in general employees to actually do this rather than just accept, okay, that's a 30-cent freaking dumbbell
Yeah.
that they just stole. It's like,
Before I go off, one thing I've learned from being around concealed carry people is that they want to solve the thing by shooting. It is delusional. Won't pass, won't get a class. I'm gonna tell you, I took a class. I talk a lot of trash because you have to have a guard card. You have to get classes. Like I took a class. Go learn what you have. Oh, speaking of detaining, why do the police get to throw you in jail, arrest you, book you? I think about this all the time. Give you a court date. They shouldn't get to. Okay, I think about this all the time. We allow them to have that power. Let's be real. We allow the police because in California, the police stop themselves because they're so scrutinized. There's so many laws here. They really can't even touch you anymore unless you are coming at them with a weapon,
yeah, like here in California, like they have 48 hours, um, 48 hours to get you in front of a judge for an arraignment, for a charge. But it's amazing, like how that can be stretched out, because, say it's, it's 48 hours, but is it 48 hours from your arrest? And then what if you're arrested on a weekend? Because you can't see a judge on a weekend. But what if it's a long 4-day weekend? And does the clock start from that, say Tuesday or Wednesday, while you're going to end up spending a week in jail before that 48 hours actually works?
It depends on the cop. Some will let you go. Others, you're going to county and then you're gonna come back to go to court. It honestly depends on the officer who books you.
Yeah.
It depends. It really depends because a lot of when I remember when they stopped giving full time for crimes here in California, the cops stopped ticketing people for stuff. Like, what's the point? Because
Yeah.
you're just gonna be out tomorrow. I'm not even gonna book you. Because what's the point?
We when I was a correctional officer, we used to, on like silly misdemeanor warrants, that local misdemeanor warrants, we could actually just cite and release them.
Yeah.
We used to have, like, it was kind of like a challenge. Like we would try to get the person cited and released before the actual arresting officer was done with their paperwork.
Yeah.
So they would actually be out the door before the cop was done for the day. So it was like, yeah.
Yeah, California. Like, I don't even want to tell people that because I don't want criminals to move here. But it's so true. And it's been going on for a while. It's been going on. I knew somebody that was detained for 14 days. They got sentenced to like 6 months and was released that night. Literally the night. Like everyone's crying. They thought this person was gonna get 6 months, and no, they literally were making a phone call like, "Hey, come pick me up from downtown." Literally that night. So
Time served.
yeah, exactly. But we all believed the judge. We didn't know that they were really doing time and a half, like for real. It shouldn't depend on anything. They shouldn't get to keep you. I agree. I consider it kidnapping. Here in LA, my ex-wife moved to a town called Palmdale. I lived with her for a while, but she lived there way longer than I ever did. And she lived on the really crummy side of town because it was her first apartment. She didn't care where she lived. I mean, they were like, it was the bad part of town. We would turn off all the lights. Isaiah would go to sleep. We'd turn the couch around, open up the blinds, and we would watch. It was better than TV. People would be dealing drugs. There'd be women of the night, men of the night out there. And long story short, the cops would walk up to people and just arrest them. And we'd be sitting there smoking a J or a bullshit, and I'd look at her and be like, "Bro, isn't that kidnapping?" And she'd be like, "Totally, man. Like, that's kidnapping. Like, we don't know. Like, we don't know if this guy's guilty or not, but the cop just walked up to this person, detained them, and took them." Like, to me, but because they were in a lower income area, they don't have lawyers. let's be real. Like, if I didn't have a lawyer with my neighbor, I would have had to move and all kinds of crazy stuff. But because I had a lawyer, they proved he's an idiot. Here, the police recently tased a 95-year-old with dementia because she had a knife. I saw that. Apparently, she was moving towards them with her walking frame and a half a mile a day. So a cop had to fire. You get out. I'm not trying to say I'm a toughie, but if someone came out with me with a knife, I wouldn't shoot them. I'm not saying I'm a toughie, but like, I don't. It depends. Life is all situational. If I was a cop,
Yeah, and I mean, you don't need to tase that poor lady. Just like push the walker over. Like, oh, come on. Like,
yeah, exactly. I don't see, but do you think? Okay, I've said this before, and it's late, so I don't care. I don't think men should be gynecologists. Do you think that certain types of people go to certain types of jobs? Like, do you think sociopaths are attracted to becoming a cop?
yeah,
A narcissist, like a real one,
yeah.
who
I
craves
mean,
power.
they crave that authority.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah,
So you have a higher probability, even at my job, because it's you're taking care of helpless people. Sociopaths are attracted to those jobs. There's been people that have gone to jail, things I can't talk about, but like, sociopaths are attracted because people are vulnerable and they trust you, and it's a real weird sense of power. My ex-wife and I used to always talk about when we'd come on campus, we felt like prom king and queen because we got a million hugs, from all the people that live there. You know what I'm saying? And if you're evil, you take advantage of that. You know what I'm saying? That's appalling, Mark. But half a day is hilarious.
oh shit. Sorry,
What's
I didn't realize that she freaking died. Like,
Oh yeah, I know. I read that. I'm going slow, but I jumped to that too. If somebody's coming at you with a knife, best weapon. The cop killed her. She cracked her skull. Oh my gosh. Watch that video later. I linked. I will. Do you know what's really funny? When a really long time ago, these gangster guys tried to jump me. They came out of the car with a baseball bat, and I dodged it and ran. I wasn't trying to be a hero and fight 3 people with a weapon when I didn't have one.
one who lives and runs away, one who fights and runs away, lives to fight another day. Like,
Oh, I ran into a Vaughn. I ran like Forrest Gump because I knew they weren't going to come into the Vaughns. And the Vaughn, even the manager of the Vaughn, I was like 17. The manager of the Vaughn was like, bro, you can chill in here as long as you need to. He's like, they got a bat, bro. Because he went out there and he's like, ooh, they have a bat. Good times. Here in PA, the recruitment website for state cops describes state police as paramilitary. Oh, that makes my blood pressure go up. That
that is
So you're definitely going
not
to
cool.
Yeah, they're going to get a sociopath. Somebody who my militia kicked me out. I'm going to become the state trooper.
Right?
The nurse at the home said that she take the knife off of her, but the cops said bugger her. And that's insane. I would just grab the knife. Do you know what's really funny? My grandmother, who passed away in this house, if I ever sell this house, I'm going to have to tell the truth. She had dementia. And she would do all kinds of crazy stuff. She was a 4'9" woman. She couldn't overpower me if her life depended on it. Like if she came at me with a knife, I probably would have laughed as I was taking it out of her hands. You know?
Right?
Oh, and the whole thing about security guards, the Walmart security guards, I hope they don't. At the one I stopped going to the one by my house because it's become ghetto, but the one I go to, they have semi-armed police officers. They look like Portland police officers, but they're just armed guards.
Ah, gotcha.
Portland,
and actually, like handgun armed.
I've seen it. I've seen it with my own
That's scary.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. So I hope they don't have the right to tackle me because they're gonna shoot me as I'm dodging through aisles.
I swear I paid for this shirt.
No, they know. Like honestly, like I'm a loss prevention's nightmare because I look scary and I buy large amounts of stuff and pay for everything with the card. I'm their night. I know, like, because I walk in with my hat, especially when I wear my patches and stuff. It's like pardon the Red Sea. But and I go straight to the fabric department. That's how I know. Like, I'm a creature of habit, so I know loss prevention is like, oh, it's the godless sewing guy. Read the back of his jacket. He's fine.
Fuck around and find out.
I spend money. They leave me alone. Like that's why I was so shocked at Hobby Lobby that they were following me around. Like, bro, don't you know? Like, if you leave me alone, I'm gonna spend money here. I want to keep your job going. Our police commissioner is refusing to watch the cop's body cam because she doesn't want to see it in case she has to take some action. Man, Australia sounds like LA, Mark.
Seriously.
Why do they get to have guns? Okay, so the only real argument I've ever heard, which I think is legit, is because in America, Americans have firearms. So as a police officer, you'd have to defend yourself. Then there's
quasi cop.
Yeah. Well, no, because like people are like the cops shouldn't have guns in America. The problem is other people do. So you take the guns away from cops, the criminals would still have firearms. You know what I'm saying? So it's a catch-22. See, but it's so different. We don't call the cops for anything unless like the barn's on fire around here. We have security cameras. Like I don't know. Times have changed. Our cops are so under scrutiny right now that they're actually doing what they're supposed to.
Yeah, like around here, there's a big push for mental health organizations around here to respond out to mental health calls rather than a cop, because I don't know about you, but as a person who occasionally has some mental health issues, the last thing I need to see is a big dude with a gun and a bunch of shit on his belt that is probably excited to use it against me.
I have a reputation for telling the cops to their face, I'm an American citizen and it's none of their business. So yes, they're triggering.
Yeah.
Especially when they're not needed. Like, I'm gonna call the cops is the weakest thing on earth. People do it all the time here. And it's not just I laugh because where I live, it's people of color calling the cops on people of color. But yeah, I think that's the weakest thing on earth because we do need see, but the problem is where I live, our infrastructure has fallen apart. Our CPS has fallen apart, so we can't trust them. Our cops have fallen apart. I called animal control for a semi-dead possum and they didn't even pick up their phone at 11 o'clock in the morning. I had to take care of it. I drowned it, and I'll never forget, like, Isaiah and my neighbor were standing behind me. I'm like, all right, let's say some nice words. I drowned that thing. I turn around. I'm alone. Isaiah took off, and my neighbor, they both respectively went in their house.
Can't do it.
And I'm like saluting the possum, looking it in the eye like a Viking. Like, nah, bro, we're Vikings. I will send you to Valhalla like a man, like I will look you in the eye.
As your son is on fetal on the bed.
Our infrastructure has fallen apart here. Here in PA, the cops are so busy with drug things that they don't really have time to fuck around. Our cops we have an army. We have an army of police officers here in different divisions of things. Like, there's lots of cops here.
More of our cops are spent, corralling the homeless rather than actually doing their damn job,
So true. So true. The cops here shouldn't have guns. I used to belong to a gun club and the police were bad. They kept shooting the target frames all the time. It's costing the club money. And they're cocky too. That's one thing I don't like about the cops is that they think they can get away with anything. That's why I like what's happening right now, because they're really putting the cops' feet to the fire here in LA. The problem is that the criminals have turned it into Gotham City, but the cops have kind of given up. So it's like that. It's that weird thing where you're still corrupt, but we don't like criminals. So we need to find somewhere in the middle.
Batman, where are you?
I used to say that. I used to say that all the time. I used to. But the over 50s didn't laugh at my jokes anymore. I used to say that all the time. It's true. LA has turned into Gotham City. It's like the opening scene of the 90s Michael Keaton Batman where
we need Michael Keaton.
Do You know what's so sad? I'm gonna go see I'm not even into the Flash, and I'm gonna go see that movie because Michael Keaton's in it.
Is he really?
He's in the new Flash. They advertised it on the Super Bowl, and I was like, "You mother chuckers! I'm gonna go see that movie." Watching that, you'll cry, dude. And in the new ones, he's pulling out a flip phone, and he's like, "Really? You're gonna save the world with a flip phone?" He's like, "Watch me." Michael Keaton is Batman. Michael Keaton is Batman.
Yes.
I agree, Mark Short. The highway patrol, traffic stop, shoplifting response, mental health issue. These are not things that require the police to walk up with a gun. I agree with you. And the sad thing is, in downtown LA, the paramedics show up with the police. So they show up with an armed escort. Like, we don't. Where's that line, though? Because as human beings, we don't trust each other anymore. Because I'll tell you, when people are scared of me in certain situations, like in the elevator, I look at them like, bro, I'm just as scared as you. I'm scared of you more than you're scared of me because you're going to do something. I know what I'm capable of.
I'm like that possum.
You're in your head. You're in your, it's so sad, but true. Gotham on the Pacific. LA has really taken a dive. I think because I look like a 1980s biker, people leave me the hell alone. They do. And Isaiah looks like Shaggy. So we just look like two normal humans.
I can see that. I can see the Shaggy.
And they leave us alone. They literally, his mustache drives me mentally insane. No, because he's like, look how full it is. I said, it's Peace Fuzz, shave it. And then he saw something on the internet that says shaving doesn't stimulate the hair. And I'm like, the internet is not always right, son. Let me tell you what's not always right. Oh, just to say, have you seen my sewing channel on YouTube? Do you know what's really funny? I've actually gained quite a few subscribers by saying that. Like, I'll like run my mouth and then I'll come home and I'm like, holy crud, that worked. I gained 2 subscribers. If they come at you, flash your NRA. I'll cover my mom's name. We have the same last name. I'll just go like this.
Why is your membership card pink?
I was always really idealistic. I was always like, I kind of laughed because there was no way I was going to get out of telling my father I wasn't going to join the military. And then when I went in and they were like, do you have asthma? I said, yes. And they're like, have a good day, son. I'll never forget my pops was like, oh, that kid won. He's like, he won. You won this round, kid. You won this round.
Yeah, because they got a waiver for everything except for asthma.
Oh, yeah. I'll never forget that day because he thought he had me. He's like, because I got accepted to ASU and he's like, that's not a school. That's just a 13th grade with booze. I'll never forget that for as long as I live. He took me to the recruitment office and on the way home, he's all quiet and he's like, looks like you're moving to Arizona, huh? Oh, yeah. I was 17 years old. I literally did not come back until I was 29 after that.
Fair.
Fair. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. It's been 6. We're going full Elvis tonight. Here at the Godly Sewing channel. Let's see. How many subscribers did I lose? Hold on. It's a tradition. No, every time I lose. Oh, I lost a subscriber. I love you all.
Really?
every time I go for long streams. No, because I there's many sides to Godless Sewing. People see my videos and I'm a cuddly, touchy guy with cursey vest. Then they meet me and they're like, he is so stoned. Does he know he's stoned? Look at his face. Does he know he's stoned? And my speech impediment is coming out. That's how I know I'm getting tired. I'm talking on my tongue. That's how I know the 6-hour stream is kicking in. And everybody who hung tough. Now I have New Kids on the Block stuck in my head. Oh, for everybody who's still here, I appreciate you. Thank you, Water and Egg. I'm about to go have a sandwich right now. See, but I love skits, so no one's fighting in here. No one's fighting. I had a sandwich, kept my blood sugar. Yeah, exactly. See, See, that's positive advice here in the Godless Sewing channel.
Like always seeing me eat here. It's like I'm not scared to eat in front of people.
Do you know, I want to end on this. Like, there was a recent thing on Twitter where this guy's eating a loaf of bread at a food court, and people were like, "Oh, he's poor." Like, I have a job and I do that. I'll sit down and like, don't let me get a fresh roll from the store where it's still hot. I will run home and get a thing of butter and sit there like a bachelor.
Forget about it.
That's not poverty. That's heaven.
That's delicious.
Fresh bread is awesome.
20 million French people can't be wrong. I have no idea how many French people there are.
No, but that's the first time I've ever heard anyone say that, and they're talking about bread. Do you have anything that you'd like to shill?
Nah, just thanks for having me on, brother.
Oh, as always, you're a great co-pilot. Oh, I miss Diana. Oh, I still, you know what? I still support and watch streams, even though everyone has canceled me. I still support and hit the like. Just cheap white bread. I'm that too. I'll eat wheat. I'll put it in the toaster and eat. I am not picky at all. But seriously, everybody who's made it this far, you're awesome. I absolutely thank you. We will be around next Sunday on Phoenix's channel if she's around, and if not, well, regardless, we'll be here on Monday as well. Same bad time, same bad channel. I'm working on a video right now. YouTube has really been chopping my videos, so it's killed my motivation, but I have to make blinds to block out my neighbors, so there will be 2 videos coming very soon. But I'm working on a video right now. It'll be out soon. I have a blooper channel that for some reason 40 something people have now subscribed to it, so I'm adding bloopers to that. My Penelope Keith channel is still there. Go watch some No Job for a Lady. It's a great show. And as always, reinforce your teams, be yourself, and I will definitely see you next time. Rock out with your class.